Alright, hello once again. We're going to begin another Team Wars 2 cast. This is the second cast. We're going to cover week 3 sets. Just a couple of them today. And at the beginning here, this will be a little bit of a solo cast, so you're all going to have to bear with me. I'm doing a solo project. There's a lot of Team Wars happening right now. Everyone is playing their week 4 games, which is pretty awesome. Saturday is a good day to do it. Saturday and the Sunday for those on the eastern side of the globe. So I will be joined later by Smarty and possibly Faroka once they finish their sets. But they're still in the middle of the sets. We're getting started now, though, because I have a schedule I need to adhere to. These casts are really fun to do, but they can be a little time consuming. So we're going to get started today with our first set that we will be covering. It is the Battle of the Animated Avatars. We have Juve's Disciples. Piloted by Captain Sieben, aka The News, aka Oh Behave, aka the antithesis of Magmar nerfs according to the community. Lovingly, hopefully. Of course. And then they have Alpha Century, Bry, Guy, Demi, Remy, Icy, and Ollie, rounding out the squad for Juve's Disciples. And then on the other side, the Dancing Blades has Captain Duelyst with Calvin, Solar Pie, Guy, Man, the Dude, Death, Remar, and Faris. So, Juve's Disciples at this point, I think they're sitting in a comfortable 2-0 lead. The Dancing Blades are 1-1, so this could be a pretty significant set because week 3 is your breakaway point where you can secure that third win in a row. We haven't gone over all the sets. I don't remember exactly how it played down with the other teams, but there's a lot of teams vying for that 3-0 position as of this week, so we're gonna have to see how it turns out for either side. Just give me one moment here. We can load in the first decks that we're going to see, and I'll try to provide some insight. Hopefully, we'll be able to handle this. I just have some buttons to click. There we go! Jesus. So, week 1 is starting with a Lionar mirror match. We're sending in the big dogs first. I noticed in week 2, Lionars... It was like week 1, Lionars were sent out first quite often. I think they had... Let me double check my stats. They weren't too often. They had two Lionar leads. Week 2, also 2 Lionar leads. Week 3... Alright, so 2, as per the listing. So, we've got the Lionar mirror match. I wonder if they always faced each other in the mirror match as well. I'm getting a message at the moment. As a general manager, people are asking questions. I'm going to do my best to answer questions while running a cast at the same time. Now, this is how I imagined it would all go down, and I'm up to the challenge. Anyway, Lionar Mirror Match Untitled is the deck name from Juve's Disciples. We have here a, I suppose it's like the Helionar decks, but I'm noticing something. We have no Emerald Rejuvenators. It's kind of like a Lionar Good Stuff deck instead. Triple Iron Cliff, 2 Singes to round out the end curve, only 1 Circle of Life, only 1 Ephemeral Shroud to add a little Dispel. We also have Arclight Sentinel, so it's not really the straight up Helionar list. This is mostly designed to utilize the Sunriser Healing Mystic on 6 mana, or Sunrise or Sundrop Elixir on 5, just for raw clearing power, rather than being a straight up healing list. On the other side, for Dancing Blades, we have a very similar looking list, although closer to the Helionar that we're used to, right? We do see a couple of Rust Crawlers as a nice tech choice to deal with artifacts, and could be very relevant in this coming match, considering their opponent has triple Arclight Regalia. The Dancing Blades with their Z Helionar. I don't know what the Z means, I'll admit. I can only speculate, but I'm not even sure what to think about the Z. It could be who's playing it. We'll have to see who's running it. They have no Arclight Regalias, instead opting for 2 Dancing Blades, the Rejuvenator package, triple Light Bender, and a Decimate as well, rounding off this deck. So I will load in the game here, and we will get started. I won't talk too much about the general replacing, because normally I like to use this time to set up what's coming next. I have notes here that I gotta pay attention to. Replaces seem to be as expected though. Guyman the Dude for Juve's Disciple. Wrong team. The Dancing Blades on the left, starting with the Healing Mystic. They're gonna want to keep at least one of those crawlers, but yeah, replacing one of the crawlers does make a lot of sense. You want to start digging for future turn options like that Silverguard Knight O-Behave is about to drop right now. We have pretty standard starts from both parties, so it's going to be up to Guyman the Dude to find an intuitive way of breaking through. I think unless you go 3 and 2 with equally strong positioning, or you do Martyrdom with your Silverguard Knight or some other 2-drop like a Windblade Adept, this is usually the point where, as player 1, you're gonna back off from player 2 in the Lionar Mirror. You're gonna, it's kind of like Shogi a little bit. There's been a lot of Shogi talk recently. You're gonna set your position, start castling a little bit, and try to form what you think will turn out to be advantageous in the end. It can get a little precarious right off the bat. You can see they're figuring out what to do. They could develop an empty Sunriser if they really want to. Might be a tad risky when you're going against Lionar, but we can see that O-Behave, aka Seabun, has no response to it immediately. I'm a little surprised by this. Keeping the Healing Mystic around, potential double ramp is the line of play. Just a Silverguard Knight forward to deny the center monotile and lock down Seabun with their Silverguard Knight. Seabun has some nice development options. They do come ahead on this clear. Technically, their Silverguard Knight will remain, so it's not an atrocious turn by any stretch. The question will just be, do they want to play it slow and only develop a Light Chaser, or do they play the Sunriser to stay on curve? Alright, we're staying on curve with Sunriser. I do like this more personally. If she doesn't get answered, she'll carry you very far ahead. If she does get answered, that could be a big deal. Yeah, what's up, Nanger? Pogger's right back at you. How is your match going? I know there's all kinds of games being played right now. Actually, I would like to click out of some stuff. Alright, Smarty says they will join me in just a little bit. They're just finishing up breakfast, so I won't be alone for too long. Awesome. Leave it at that for no spoilers. Alright, that's good to hear. What's up, Dual Track? We're punching the Silver Guard Knights, so we're basically at parity here, except we have a Sunriser to a Healing Mystic. It looks like we're getting ready to develop our own Sunriser though, with Guyman the dude. On the Monotile. Just to... oh, okay, ramping in the Windblade, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I was about to question that positioning, but no, this is definitely probably fine. So, both sides have seen a Silver Guard and a Sunriser. Guyman has just played more standard Lionar things. I would suspect they both think they're playing Helionar, even though that isn't necessarily the case for Obehave right now, as they have quite a unique twist on their deck. And we might see one of those unique twists come down. They could just push damage and clear the Sunriser, honestly. They could push some damage. I don't know if they want to put their Sunriser in range. On in 5 sounds good, Smarty. I'm ready to receive you whenever you want to hop in. What's up, Nick Lauren? You could corner drop Ironcliff Guardian here if you wanted to as well. I think we're seeing the Circle of Life. Nice. The Circle of Life Sunriser was definitely an option, or develop Ironcliff was another option. I think I like Ironcliff a little more personally, but I like developing my board. This is probably a fine play, but it is Seben's only Circle of Life. They will not have access to any more easy clears on future Sunrisers or any other large threats that get developed here. We have a bit of an awkward turn on Guyman's part. Can't quite do a 2-drop Holy Immolation. You can heal your Healing Mystic and maybe back it off or poke with it, depending on how you're feeling, but is that all that you're going to develop for this turn? Is just the Healing Mystic, right? This is a tough situation. Because you know you're in the Lionar matchup. You can't just tempo out Rustcrawler, surely. That's too risky. You really wanted a Martyr here and never found one? Yeah, we haven't seen Martyrdom hit either player's hands yet. Look at how much more exciting the Lionar mirror match becomes when no Martyrdoms are in either player's hand. Alright, going with the Healing Mystic, moving it forward, not trading any damage. So this is definitely fine. It encourages Seben uses their Sunriser to kill it straight up, and if they don't heal their Sunriser again, it will be vulnerable to a future 2+4 Holy MO play. And we can see that Holy MO is on the brain for Guyman the dude, as we're currently rocking 3 copies of it. It's maybe a little too much Holy Fire. On the flip side, Seben, if they want to, could push an absolutely insane amount of damage here, doing 8, 11, 13 with Holy Immo Sundrop Elixir if they really wanted to. Yeah, this makes more sense though. We're playing for board in this match. Seben is ahead. Seben can do a full clear with this Holy Immolation play. There's no reason not to do this over pushing 13 damage. And definitely a strong move. It seems like Seben just has the tempo on their side. Guyman's hand a little on the clunky side. You can ignore the Sunriser now at this point, right? this Light Chaser is a little bit more of a bigger concern. But once again, we're in an awkward position where we can clear the Light Chaser with a Holy Immo, do some face damage, but we're left with a Rust Crawler. We could heal ourselves a little bit, but that buffs the Light Chaser. I guess you could Decimate to get rid of the Sunriser. That doesn't feel very good. This turn sucks. Yeah. This turn looks like it sucks. It does. And I can feel the pain that you must have been feeling, you and your team. But you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes, and sometimes you gotta play Rust Crawler. But at least you drew your backup Rust Crawler in case Steven decides to equip that armor in retaliation. So it's not all hopeless. And the Martyrdom has finally arrived as well. Steven has a lot of options here. They could honestly do tempo development. You're in 7 mana. You could get the second Sunriser out if you want and trade with your face and the Arclight Sentinel to get rid of the Crawler. You could even just do a slower development of 2 and 3. You can also, of course, drop Red Sinja just to nuke the poor Rust Crawler. You can equip your armor and develop a Windblade. There's a lot of variables that you can choose if you're in Steven's position here. I think you hold on to the elixir no matter what. You don't really need to use it right now. That's what we'll likely see is Windblade armor. I think, yeah, that was the most likely outcome. Keeping everything next to our opponent. Sunriser moved only 1 in. So they're not vulnerable to a full clear Holy Immo. They're in a slightly more concerning position, although still a little bit away. Guyman has some breathing space. But the only problem here now is, do we do the exact same turn as last turn? Do we repeat Rust Crawler Holy Immo? This time we get a piece of armor to go away with it. But we're still left with just a Rust Crawler, which means Guyman's going to be playing from behind. Looking into their deck, I'm not even sure there was a fantastic card to replace into to help the situation, right? Maybe just a Windblade and Holy Immo? This right here is the issue with this play. You're putting your creature in range of the Sunriser in order to do face damage. And it looks like we're cashing in on the Sundrop Elixir too, just to get into a safer health threshold. I think at 14, if you know you're dealing with Healing Lionar, you could have held the potion in case you drew a Sunriser of your own. I don't know if it was really necessary to heal there. But there could also be reasonable fear of, like, Saberspine, Tiger, and maybe a lot of unexpected burst. Lionar is capable of racking up some damage quickly out of nowhere. Although I don't think Steven's list is designed to do that. I have a nicer looking selection of options now though for Guyman the dude. Steven, pretty much the same options as before. They can do a slower development with their healing synergies and cash in on their healing right now, or they could just send in the Sinja. I think Steven understands we are on 7 mana, 8 mana, so it's like turn, what, 6, 7 in the game. No Martyrdoms have been played yet, so the bigger bombs are actually a lot more vulnerable right now. Tempo plays are going to be more desirable, I think. You get a very good board clear there. Steven is sitting pretty. 2 ladies by his side. Oh, Brim's a lucky man. And he's got the Light Chaser. It's like in the back holding his cape. I don't think Brim has a cape, but that's just the picture I'm imagining going with. Watching this back, you make a huge mistake here. Alright, we'll have to see what you decide to do. This is a tough turn. Looking at your hand, you have the option to do some clearing if you want to cash in on martyrdoms. We heal our opponent to full, essentially, which doesn't feel very good. Could do a slow Sindra play. We could do double 4 or just a 4 and a martyr. Looks like we're going with a light bender. And a martyrdom on the light chaser in the back. He does have a cape, right? The blue thing. He definitely does have cloth. I just don't know how it looks on the backside. I don't know if it flows all the way behind him. I'm also looking at a very zoomed out perspective. Let me see if I can look at the closer. Oh yeah, he does have a cape. He definitely does. Looks capey to me, yeah. You guys have to understand, when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at my OBS software so I can keep track of all the bars and meters and whatnot. Rip his backside. Alright, Sieben has the luxury of pushing rather insane amounts of damage here. Sindra with the clear, healing up the Sunriser as well. Powerful 9 mana. I think that's game right there and then. I don't even know what you do in this situation. You could heal a tremendous amount, so hold up. Can martyr the Sindra, obviously. We can heal for 9. Or you could heal for 4 and develop a Silverguard Knight to stall. So there's options present. Either way, Sieben's going back to 25 HP, which is, you know, you don't want to be on the back foot in the Lionar mirror. It's really hard to swing it when you get surrounded. So their best clearing option is the Holy Immolation. You just can't get a good one off. Not that we have the card. Looking at a possible Sindra play with Martyrdom on the top, Sunriser. This is definitely an option too, but this option kind of leads to guaranteed death, right? Yeah, that is going to be the match. Valiantly fought on both sides, but Sieben able to take strong initiative and just carry it forth the whole way through. They will take the first game, knocking out the Dancing Blades Lionar player. So let me see who is up next. We have Team 2 swapping in Vanar. We have Jax, True Sight, Vanar coming in against the Lionar. Prophets of the White Palm are in tow. This is a pretty interesting looking Vanar list, actually. Tournament links, huh? We do have Ghost Links. I think the first time we've seen Ghost Links appear in a Vanar set. We also have a little bit of everything. One Zen Rui, some Marks of the Solitude, some Frostbone Nagas. We have Wolf Ravens, a reminder. No, he wasn't changed again, right? Yeah. I don't think I said it earlier, but week 3 games, just as a reminder now, do not have the May update currently. So, like, no Mesmerize update to concern ourselves with. A lot of 2-ofs and 1-ofs in this Vanar list. It's very unique. We haven't seen any Vanar lists like this. They look like a Swiss Army knife, kind of. So, we're gonna have to see how it performs. Yeah, I won't read that message so we don't have possible spoilers for those who view this later. Oh yes, I recall this. So this is the first time you guys are going to see Hello Calvin. Have you added me yet, Calvin? This is the first time I get to use my banner. When I started Team Wars, I made this banner right away in case anyone does not add me as a friend in the game. In order for me to see their hand, I have to be your friend. So for this match, we will not see Calvin's hand. Hopefully that's alleviated next week. And I believe, Smarty, hello.
Yeah, hello. Happy to be here. Sorry I'm a bit late, everyone.
That's quite alright. Welcome
just
on
finished up my Team Wars match, and now I'm happy to be here. So it's Simon against Kelvin, and Kelvin is not your friend.
Calvin is currently not my friend. We have no in-hand insight for this week on Calvin. So it'll be like watching a regular replay normally. We'll have to make educated predictions here on what Calvin might do.
I have a guess as to what Kelvin is playing because I've been talking about him with it a bit, but I won't share anything that isn't made public.
We did see the deck list already, so feel free to share your guess. They have quite a unique list that they brought this week.
Then probably not, because I heard you talk about Wolf Raven, right? That's a good point.
They do have Wolf
Raven.
Just assume the worst three possible cards are in his hand all game. I suppose then the Fenrir War Master should show up right now, but that is not what we see. We see the Healing Mystic Hearth Sister to deny the ramp for Sieben. Not a bad turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty great for Simon, though, because they just have an Arclight Sentinel full clear.
They do get a full clear Darklight Sentinel right here. You can.
The main decision point is what to replace. Oh, that was quick.
I might have saved the Healing Mystic because, well, I'm facing Vanar. I don't feel good about developing my 4-mana minions early, I suppose, on Vanar because they might just get bounced away or dealt with. I guess Sunrise just survives Cryogenesis though. It's fairly sturdy. And if it's chromatic cold, you don't mind.
Pretty good. Obviously not an issue for Simon because he's got, well, the Dev Zone luck.
The Dev's luck.
Have some Silver Guards. Well, you know the Devil's luck.
Oh, the Devil's luck, right.
Not quite that good. Well, no. He has the Dev's luck. He doesn't quite have the Devil's luck. He's not that good, but, next best thing. Get rid of the ill. Oh, second Mystic. Kelvin's in a really tough spot now. Vanar really wants to get on board early against Lionar.
Yeah, that was a very low development turn.
Was he playing Jax? Sorry,
They have 2 copies of Jax. They have one Zenrui. That's as high as their curve goes. Is the 2 Jax, one Zenrui.
And are they playing Prophets?
They have 2 Prophets as well.
Okay. Yeah. So, and I think Simon, because Simon doesn't know Kelvin's list, right? I think Simon's goal in this game is probably to try and achieve board dominance in such a way that he can clear a couple of mini Jaxes when they come down. And that seems to be going all right now.
Yeah, I'd say he's well on his way to achieving that objective. Now on this turn though, do you just want to play your Silverguard Knight and do some provoking? It might be a little slow. Or do you do the 3 and 2? Yeah.
I think this is fine. I probably wouldn't have, but it's not not hugely different. Ironcliffs could come down. Ironcliff not great against Vanar, but it is very good against Vanar if they get unlucky and don't have a Hailstone present.
It's also a nice distraction when Vanar doesn't have a board currently and they need to play catch up to the Lionar.
Yes. That's definitely one of the better times for Ironcliff. You don't want to be Ironcliffing on defense as Lionar against Vanar, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking for this tempo action from the Vanar player because they're running 3 Ghostlings. They actually have a tremendous amount of 2 drops and 3 drops in their deck. Ooh, that doesn't feel good. They must have a really awkward hand. Calvin, why can I not see your hand in this game? To Hailstone the Silver
Maybe
Guide.
maybe that's why they played this game, and then Kelvin was like, "Oh my god, I drew so badly. I'm just gonna block Harpu so he doesn't go all Doomer."
That could be true.
Yeah, this is rough. This is rough. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much to say. Fenrir is, if you were gonna get back into the game, Fenrir is definitely how you should start. So this is,
We have,
you know,
a little
this is
something
progress.
going down. Yeah. The thing is, their list, so they have like Nagas and then everything 3 and below. They're kind of like a Swarmy. At least it appears on paper they want to swarm the board with some minions and then get that Razorback value. We're just not quite achieving it here. I'm wondering if we have a Mark of Solitude in hand right now.
Mark of Solitude.
Yes, they're running 2 Marks of Solitude and
Ooh.
2 Flash Freeze.
Wow, this
So-
is a wacky list.
If you don't have desired targets for either of those cards, it can be understandable that your hand just doesn't work out the way you want it to.
Yeah. So this Ironcliff is basically saying, if you don't have a Hailstone Prison right now, I just win.
Yeah, this Ironcliff is definitely capitalizing on the previous turn's decision to Hailstone. The only other alternative Calvin could do is transform it into a mountain, which feels awful.
Yeah. Hopefully you can avoid that. And the thing is, even if it does get Hailstoned, we're hitting into the turns where Lionheart can start like doing AoE every turn with Holy Immolations and Sunrises. So even if they do start falling behind now, as long as they can make sure that their stuff can't get removed and a Jax gets played in the same turn, they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, Sebin can kind of just coast here. They have so much removal in hand set to go too. Anything Calvin develops at this point would have to be significant to survive the average 4 to 6 damage Lionar is capable of dealing. Fenrir's just pushing a little bit of damage here. I guess we're gonna live with the fact that this Ironcliff is next to us.
Yeah, I think Kelvin is saying, I don't have removal, so I've just got to try and get as much damage in as I can and maybe do some crazy Razorback lethal later. Hitting the Ironcliff is interesting.
I think it's...
I'm not sure about that.
It might be okay here if you're... So if you're in Calvin's position, right, and you make the bet, alright, if Ironcliff moves to the left, right, and gets wholly immolated to deal with the Fenrir, can I respond to that circumstance? Maybe they have a solution in hand? I'm not sure.
Maybe. I just think the bigger issue is that you're so far behind, you should be trying to just high roll the game, and the high roll is drawing a Hailstone Prison next turn.
It would be a little less ideal, but Mark of Solitude would also help here just to keep the Ironcliff off of your face. But then you have a 5/5 to deal with.
Yeah.
So they have a couple outs.
So looking at Simon's turn, I'm really not sure what I would do here. It might just be Ironcliff moves in and you do the immo. Play a Windblade. Because that's threatening lethal next turn. And like just generally kind of nasty.
It's such a significant level of damage and stats. You're facing down a Ghost Lynx and a Healing Mystic. You haven't seen anything to tell you should be at all concerned with that early game.
Yeah. And this is what I mean by the Lionar win condition here, is having a dominating presence by the time Jax plus Prophet can happen. Kelvin is just dead if that's the play. So like Simon has solved the one real issue Lionar can have against Van Eye right now. Really well done by him. Just keeping the pressure on. Unfortunate that Kelvin is, you know, had to have such awkward turns there. But
Really
Marcus
astounded by
Solitude.
it
Ooh,
too.
double Marcus Solitude.
The
That's
double
kind of cool.
mark. This is a rare sight. We don't usually get to see this. But is it enough? We still have 3 mana to play
No.
with. Iron Cliff is dealt
Uh,
with.
I think
A flash freeze, possibly.
Flash Freeze?
Yeah, flash freeze
Yeah,
coming
okay.
down.
So that's a start. I don't think it'll be enough. I think I'm expecting something like double Silver Guard next turn. Just like walk 2 forward, play some Silver Guards, because while you're at 15, right, you're not actually worried about these 5 attack minions because they've signed a contract that says they aren't allowed to attack Brome.
The royal decree has been signed. You may have these stronger
Yeah,
minions, but they cannot touch me. I don't think you. Ooh.
so
Alright, so what if there's a frisky self-dispel played here, though? Chromatic Cold doesn't damage your own minions, right? So this could be
that's
10
true.
damage about to go face.
But even that's just not enough because if they're chromatic holding their own stuff, they're not dealing with your stuff. Like Simon's at an effective 17 here. Kelvin's already played some healing mystics. Like I don't.
With the armor
This
as
is-
the turn of choice, I do feel better about it, but in a wild world where there was no armor and also no provoke, you there's 12 damage on the table and Razorback turns it into 16, so it could have been scary.
That's true. Yep. No, I definitely like Kelvin's play, like set up the lethal threat because, again, you just got to hope that they don't have it at this point.
Yeah, you said it best earlier. Calvin's in the high roll
But
position.
they do have it.
You gotta roll high.
Yeah, and it's not enough for Kelvin to roll high. He needs Simon to roll low, and that's
Now we're asking
earlier,
a lot
unlikely.
from the fates. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think there are technically hands Kelvin could have of Duelyst cards that would make him survive here, but I'm not sure his deck will be capable. Ooh, Half Sister's pretty good actually. Might have spoken too soon.
And Heart Sister keeps the Silver Guard out of Zeal so that the Healing Mystic can stay alive. Rust Crawler coming in as well.
Currently lethal. Oh, it's not lethal. If Simon replaces it to a 2-drop,
He's a 2-drop. Yep.
he can 2-drop Tempest Holy Immolation.
Oh,
Otherwise,
one
this game will
mana
continue.
off from the Silver Guard Holy Imminent Tempest.
Yeah.
Maybe Calvin actually had convinced the fates to swing things in their favor. So the only problem
I mean, it's
now
still not
is-
great.
Yeah, this isn't great.
Yeah.
All their board is going to be wiped very easily. And their deck really needs board even more so than regular Vanar lists. They have no burst whatsoever. And with both marks gone, and both flash freezes gone, one hailstone gone, the only thing that can help here is the other hailstone prison off the top. I don't know how long Calvin can keep this up.
Yeah, he's not dying. He's continuing to not die, although it's getting closer and closer because these holy immolations, now they're just lethal if they can touch him.
I can feel the tenseness in the air. All right, Sieben has.
But he plays around it here. Yeah.
They tried their best.
3-drop
Yeah.
ammo.
The 2 creature into Immo, just what Sieben needed. But there was a valiant attempt from Calvin. I wonder how
Yeah, I mean,
things
given
would
his draws, like, assuming he played every turn, like, I was about to say, assuming he played every turn pretty well, he played pretty well, but like, yeah, obviously. But like, I don't know. He was dealt a pretty bad hand, I think.
Yeah,
to end up
if their early
like that.
game was slightly different, I think we could have had quite the match on our hands there.
Going second as Vanar, you like the games where you have a turn 1 Fenrir Warmaster and the games you don't, night and day. I mean, Kelvin in chat is saying he didn't draw a Raven either, and Wolf Raven against Lionar is very, very good. So having like 5 incredible turn 1 plays that just didn't get found, Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Alright, so coming in, we have Flash Magmar. Looks like a mid-rangey style list with one Elder to top it off. What do you think about Flash Magmar here?
I mean, I'm not really a Magma expert, and my team has uh, interesting opinions on it. So most people have me discussing the game with Abracadani is a Magmar Doomer. He's like, this is the worst faction I've ever played.
Magmar has been. If you play Magmar regularly, and I've noticed this too, and I know Magmar has very wild opinions on both sides of the fence, but they have been hit fairly decently. I think their
Oh,
performance
absolutely.
has definitely dropped with the back-to-back patch nerfs that they've experienced. So I can understand
Yes,
Abracadabany's
yes.
thoughts on the matter.
Oh, for sure. But I think this is like a pretty good. So Lock Phalanxar is a really, really strong synergy. Where you can have 5/5 provokes. That's pretty serious stuff.
Yeah.
And otherwise, the one Silithar makes it much better against Lionar because Silithar Elder requires like a 2-card answer. It requires a Martyrdom and a Tempest usually. Uh, Pretty scary. And otherwise, it's like pretty standard Magma stuff. I quite like it. Greater Fortitude still be again after the nerf is interesting. I don't know enough about Magma meta to comment on that. But that is a fantastic turn one if they want to go for it. Flash, Veteran Silithar, Healing Mystic
I
is
would keep this hand.
using all your cards. But
They don't have the Mind Steel refill, but if you draw well or replace well, and you get your 1-card turn for turn 2, this is a pretty fantastic start. It will feel awful if it gets hit with Martyrdom, but I think it's worth the risk potentially.
Yes. McLaren says, I was testing Magmar for this week's games. I ran Keeper to cast more locks. I think Magmar is okay. Yeah, I mean, we saw that deck. It seemed to work. Because I played against McLaren this week. It was, I don't want to give any spoilers, but it definitely did some stuff.
Oh, I'll look forward to seeing
Cybern's got the
some
Windblade.
Keeper action.
Cybern's got the Windblade opener, a classic, and it looks like we aren't getting the Silithar. Very, very disciplined.
Fair's holding it back from dumping their hand, which can be very smart. It's respecting the Martyrdom, so I definitely do like it.
Yeah, and we see that Cybern did have a Martyrdom in hand, so, bullet dodged. Duelyst says, this was intended to be the first deck we played, but our Magmar player wasn't available. Fafaris is covering for them. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I do like leading Magmar. I think its matchups against a lot of the other lead decks are quite positive. That's like mostly Abyssian.
Abyssian has been surprisingly popular leading in Team Wars.
The reason Abyssian is so popular leading, I think, is because Abyssian's not really good against anything. So you don't feel like... I mean, maybe that's harsh. But you don't feel like you're losing out on the cost of having like a counter deck later. Because you're never like your best counter for anything is never actually Abyssian, so it's just fine to throw out. I mean, if you win, great. They start leading the stuff that you can counter in, and if you lose, well,
Yeah, Abyssian. They're not horrible by any chance, too. Their performance record, once they get in, has been very strong. They've been taking 2-3+ games when they are sent out. So there's nothing really holding them back from leading. Like you said, they don't come in, you don't send in Abyssian and be like, oh yeah, my Abyssian kills this faction here. That's what it does. Abyssian doesn't really do that. They just have a decent matchup against everything.
So Flash Mercantor, Cybern's played around it pretty well. Still gonna get a full clear because Light Chaser only has one attack. Mercantor will survive. But it is dead on board to Cybern's face, so this is, recoverable for him. But still, pretty well done. Disciplined to save the flash and not do the huge Silithar play.
I didn't see what the hand looked like earlier before Veteran Silithar was replaced. I'm kind of surprised Veteran was sent away so early, looking for other options. Because I think their alternative in hand was just Lady Lock and 2-drop.
Well, this is a great turn for them, because Simon just equips a Royal Regalia, and they have a Rust Crawler waiting. They can even combine it with the Lady Lock to get a 2/5 provoke, which is pretty massive.
It's actually significant.
Yeah, 5 is a good number against Lionar, because they're, Holy Immolations and stuff are 4 damage. Circle of Life hits, obviously, but if you're Circle of Lifing my 2-drop,
I'm feeling pretty good about that, yeah. So Fafers seems to be figuring out positioning. They could choose to leave the mana tile open for the following turn if they really want to. Do L-shape protection against Holy Immo play, although it's not really on the table for next turn on average.
Yeah, so here they're deciding about whether to play against around like Dancing Blades or Lightbender, I think. Probably Dancing Blades makes more sense to play around, which they are doing. They're nice little line out.
Yes, I do like this like Tetriad positioning. The Dancing Blades cannot reach when the General cannot move.
It's just the hand is not going to line up well into a pile of Iron Cliffs.
But Sieben doesn't know that. Magmar, they have some removal options. You have your metas, you have your possible Eggmore, so they are admittedly less popular in Team Wars so far. I don't even know if we've seen Eggmorph casted in any game. We are going with the Iron Cliff. Denying the ramp. Magmar could have ramped in the Elder there, so I actually think this is a reasonable play to make. Your Iron Cliff is immune to the Nat Select, and you probably just want to buy time at this point. Because one thing Lionar loves to have is the later mana values. That's when they can really combo and swing things back in their favor.
Yes. And this Iron Cliff is just a huge problem. Faris has no good clear. If they play a Spirit Harvester to try and start pinging it down, it will kill their own board as well. If they leave it alive, now it can get Holy Immolation. Like, this is really bad for them.
Yeah, I wonder if you do a tempo play here. Actually dispel the Iron Cliff, send your provokes up to the side, and then drop some boys down with the Phalanxars.
I think I quite like that play if that's what they end up going for.
You can threaten quite a lot of damage, and I think most people don't fear the Divine Bond in tournament play. It's often not brought. The cheese, as they call it.
Especially now, I mean, after the rework, I think Divine Bond is unlikely to see play. Never say never, but...
I am quite curious to see if Divine Bond sees any play.
I think they probably should have moved the lock. But moved the lock such that it was not able to be hit by the Iron Cliff. Now Holy Immolation actually lets them leave the range of one of the Phalanxars, which is kind of bad.
I also think that if not the Lady Lock moving, if you really didn't care about it dying to Iron Cliff for one turn, because keeping the 2/5 provoke on the corner could also be really strong if it went next to the Phalanxar on the top.
Oh yeah, keep it safe. Yeah, so some awkward moves, but oh well. This is a tough turn from Cybin. You can Holy Immolation with a 2-drop, or you can Holy Immolation your Iron Cliff. Looks like 2-drop ammo, which is nice. It kills one of the Phalanxars. You can actually run away from the other one. If you want. Play into Mercantor a bit. So this play is slightly weak to Mercantor, but the Iron Cliff still survives on board. And yeah. Although actually, natural selection now kills the Ironcliff. That's actually huge.
The natural selection does help kill the Ironcliff, but then you're left with just, what, a Spear Harvester, which clears off your own Phalanxar? Or do we only clear the board and maintain a 4-2 Phalanxar? It's a bit awkward of a hand for Fairs.
Yeah, this is one of the things Magmar can really struggle with, actually, is like proactive plays in the mid game, because they're really strong 5 and 6 drops. You know, Spirit Harvester and Mercantor are reactive cards, right? Spirit Harvester clears boards, Mercantor clears boards, but if you just got to play them out when you're like slightly ahead on board, it can feel pretty bad.
Yeah, they don't exactly have the...
That's why the Lady Lock Phalanxar stuff is so strong. It's a proactive thing to do in the mid game that Magmar has kind of missing now. That like Vindicator's sort of been hurt.
I do like that Phalanxar has sort of found a home with Lady Lock, interestingly enough.
Well, you know, it's the lady and her boys.
The lady and her boys. The idea is just generally really smart. Get the Provoke to solve the problem of the -1 movement, because you could also do the alternative of Murkblood Devourer with Phalanxars, but they don't have that Provoke benefit to go along with it. And it's not just about the stats.
So here there are a variety of ways Simon can play here.
I think if I was...
Ironcliff plus 2-drop. Could play a Sinja, could Sunriser plus heals.
If I was Sieben, with how awkward the removal was for the first Ironcliff, I might have played the second Ironcliff, cleared with my face, and dropped the Healing Mystic, just to make it a 2 damage hit on me.
I think the reasoning might be that last turn they floated 5 mana, which implies that their hand is quite reactive, and so much more equipped to deal with just one big card. Obviously, it wasn't in the end, but
you raise a good point. From like, Sieben's perspective, that might be a tell that Metamorph is likely, or Spear Harvester. Well, Spear Harvester just sitting alone wouldn't be too big against Ironcliff. Fair is in a very awkward position now. We have no solution for the monstrosity that is the Sunriser. I suppose we can dispel it at the very minimum.
It's a problem.
People admiring your underwhelming Magmar plays, Fair says in chat. Your Lady Lock turn surround was really quite nice, quite a strong position. I think if you had moved a little differently on the following turn, you would have been left in a better position at the end of everything that played out with the Holy Uno.
This poor Ephemeral Shroud. It must suck to be an Ephemeral Shroud in Magmar where you just get played and immediately killed by your own friend. It's like, oh my god.
Did I serve it needs to be like well, Master Bat?
Yeah, it's like we should have like a human rights commission investigation into this, because this is awful. Wow. Okay, so back on the game. Sinja clears the Harvester, and now things are looking. There's no clear on the Sinja, and Sinja is definitely a snowball-y, If you can't answer a red Sinja, it will keep killing your things. So, this is
the only
a
solution
really rough
to
spot.
that is to play your things away from Sinja, but then it's probably in your face, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're eating 7, and I mean, that's just... I think this game is probably over, if not next turn, almost certainly the turn after.
And we do have a Lady Lock turn here, but the only problem is, where do you position everything to stall from a Sinja? I suppose you could sacrifice the Lady Lock in the center, and then put your other 2 pieces diagonal down, left. It looks like we're going with a just surround the thing and hope that we get a favorable roll when it inevitably
procs. That's it, right?
Alright, unfortunately for Fairs, so we see Sieben has the ability to clear 4 HP minion with Arclight Regalia. All they have to really do is... they don't have a Tempest at the moment. They do have a heal with Sunriser.
Yeah, I don't think they have lethal this turn, unless they do something absolutely phenomenal that I'm missing.
Yeah, just not quite enough mana to proc Sunriser without healing the opponent, while also allowing Sinja to move forward. I suspect we'll see Martyr hit Rejuve, possibly?
Yeah, that makes sense. So, you need to martyrdom the Rejuve first, or Sinja could miss. Oh no, we'll just heal. Yeah, we'll just get some heal proc off. Otherwise, the Sinja could kill the Lady Luck on 1 health instead of the Silithar. Okay. But now I think you just... Ooh.
Interesting.
Wait, that's really close to being lethal, actually.
Oh. This is lethal, right?
No, it's 2 off. They need to clear the egg to make room for the Sinja.
Well, wait. What if they just punched Vath and Sinja's ability would have cleared the egg, right? Stevens is lethal?
You're right.
Oh,
you're
man.
Right.
Well, Steven, I have to hand it to you because that was a pretty clever ordering on your part, but then you fucked up at the end, Steven.
Works out, but yeah, I wouldn't have spotted that lethal, so...
That was a pretty cool lethal. Yeah.
Can't criticize Simon for missing it. That was really sick. Well, Simon's on a tear.
Sieben is currently doing that Lionar thing. He's got the momentum rolling in his favor currently. We'll have to see what the Dancing Blades decide to do next. I think with Vanar, Magmar, and Lionar down, you've kind of burned all 3 of your ideal anti-Lionar options on average. Do we send in Abyssian next? I have to double check, actually, who are we sending in next? We are sending in Abyssian next, so let me get that list up for you guys.
Yeah, what Abyssian list is it? Because there's a lot of variety in Abyssian lists.
That is true, and one of the cool things about Team Wars that I've been enjoying is the variance in Abyssian has been tremendous. We're looking at a creep Abyssian. I like to call this the standard-ish creep because it includes the triple Revenant Endgame, Grasp of Agony, Void Pulse, the good stuff removal package with the healing package, the stall until your late game. And what do you think about this list?
This is a very standard creep list. I think it's... I'm normally a hater of Sarlacc, but I will say it's pretty good against Heal Ionar if they've only got 1 Shroud. So creep actually might struggle here because Heal Ionar has a lot of healing. Would you believe it? No Rejuves
I would not believe that.
Simon's deck. So he probably can't actually heal through 3 Novas safely, but I think he can just buy time and stop Abyss's tools from, you know, chipping him down and win in the endgame. Ironcliff is slightly better against Abyssian than it used to be with old Night Sorrow, but still demands a Night Sorrow answer. Or if you lure it, it can just walk back into the action slowly. I think this is like maybe slightly Simon favored, but mostly because Heal Ionar's cards are just insane, and not because of any crazy specific matchup stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure where my opinion holds on this matchup here. I think Abyss can definitely get carried away in the matchup, even despite all the healing. It really depends on... I think it just depends on the early game pressure. One of my commentaries I've had on the Abyssians and some critiques with some of the matches against Abyssian players is as soon as you let off of the Abyssian general they can steal games away. I'm a pretty big believer that you have to maintain pressure on the Abyssian General at all times, even make some suboptimal plays into Shadow Nova or Spectral Revenant to keep pressure on them. Otherwise, they can come back from behind very easily, more so than other factions, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And Shadow Nova is better against Lionel than it is against other factions, because several of their minions they have to put nearby their general for maximum effect. So they can afford to play around it less. So I definitely think this is like a, this is reasonable. The double Spectral Blade hand is kind of exciting for Duelyst. That's a lot of damage, although it does open you up to getting Sunriser.
I'll have to position a little carefully here to avoid leasing excess charges.
Because if the Lionar player can suicide a minion into your Spectral Blade, you will heal, and then the Sunriser will, pop, and effectively you'll take 1 damage, because you healed 1 and then took 2. But you'll also lose an artifact charge, and it's a bit of a problem. So it's important to be careful in this matchup specifically of being mindful that you can accidentally give your opponent Sunriser procs without, your consent.
Alright, we have potentially precarious positioning. I don't think anything tremendously wrong can happen here, but Obehave has access to both mana tiles and, well, Dancing Blades. They've probably gauged Dancing Blades isn't a threat in Siben's deck by this point.
Yeah, it's probably Ironcliffe instead, if you're prepared for the Night Sorrow.
Yeah.
But no, Siben's hand is really awkward here. If he plays something, yeah, he's just going to Tempo Sunriser, because if he plays like the Arclight Sentinel to do anything, it'll just get cleared by the thing it buffs. It's, just Tempo Sunriser, which feels a little bad here, because Sunriser is so good against Abyssian, but...
Well, Sieben has made this play before in Game 1. It did turn out in their favor, having a Sunriser on turn 2 that then hung around until, like, turn 6. See if we can do it again.
Yeah, it commands space really well. It makes it really hard to approach you, which is, a pretty strong thing. The Abyssian deck, not super aggressive, so it's not held out by it that much, but definitely, if you go to Tempo Sunriser, you go to Tempo Sunriser. It's a 4-mana 3/5 at very worst, and that's passable. I've played a Tempo Rejuve in my time.
This is very, very passable. And for the newer players that tune into the set, I do want to point out that Sieben did not take the top mana tile with their Healing Mystic. They didn't want to just throw it away. There's no reason to be worried about denying early tile acquirements for Abyssian, I feel. They don't have a huge beneficial swing they can do. That's not saying they can't do it at all, but on average, you probably won't see like a Darkfire sacrifice into some crazy ramping.
I do like these sort of games where everybody's backing off and playing lots of minions. It feels very like chess-like, right? With
yeah, I made a shogi comparison earlier with all the shogi talk that's been happening recently.
Oh yeah,
it's just developing new pieces.
As a shogi fan, played a bit of it myself when I was in Japan. But yeah, this is just an interesting turn. So not enough mana for 2-drop MO yet. Your MOs are only ever hitting 2 targets, and they're never hitting Lilith. So probably a little awkward to play. Arclight Sentinel plus Windblade or Silverguard plus Windblade are also options, or even running out of Martyrdom. This is just a very open-ended turn for Siben. I think lots of different plays are reasonable, and it's more a question of style.
Yeah, I think I would go for this line of play here myself. I was just thinking about trading your general damage into the Mystic with your Mystic. They could have also opted to take 4 face and then shift his Sunriser and Mystic trades so that the Sunriser took out the 2/3 and the Healing Mystic took out the 2/2. just to get a charge with the artifact, but going
so here
with
there's a Night Sorrow play.
yeah, this play
It's a
keeps
little
the
awkward.
healing mystic away from the Primus Fist from clearing it.
Yeah, which is good because you could just sort of ricochet a grasp off that as well. Simon's playing around grasp very well here.
A grasp
Least it
lore
can do
right
is
now
kill
would
a healing
be
mystic.
crushing, though.
Grasp lore would be bad, but
Yeah.
it's you know, you can't afford to play around everything. And I think playing around grasp lore in general is just a nightmare. There's so many things to consider. It'll just hurt your positioning too much if you try and do it, unless that's like the only way you ever lose a game. I think it's not worth trying to solve, unfortunately.
I do agree with you. I usually don't factor in grasp when I'm playing, or not grasp. I don't factor in lure when I'm playing around grasp. That's just, it's not something that you can reasonably achieve. We do see a grasp play. This is probably good in Steven's eyes. It's not a super significant threat. That just happened. You have 6 mana. You can choose to deal with one of the things over there. I don't think you want to Holy Immo them. You could also choose to just develop. Maybe replace one of the Holy Immolations to see if you find more options, such as Iron Cliff, now that one Night Star Assassin has been burned.
I think that Holy Immolations are really good against Spectral Revenant, which is why I want to keep as many of them as I can, because they can clear off Spectral Revenants after they hit another minion, and also usually get something else done. So I like keeping them around. So like if you might play one, you know, keep the second one just in case for later.
If you were content to play one as Steven is now, then yeah, I would keep one if I knew for sure I was going to play one. But I think I would have walked away from those two, looked for a greedier Holy Immo later, and just developed near Lilith. You get only this last turn to really develop before Shadow Nova comes into play. That was a really nice replace on Delicious' part.
It's less impressive than you might think because Lilith has a Spectral Blade, so you know a Blood Tier would have done the same. But yes, absolutely, one of the better things they could have found there. Interesting.
I think they did that ordering backwards. They missed out on the heal with the Spectral Blade.
Yeah,
hold it
yeah.
against you, Delicious.
Oh no, that's correct. That's correct because of the
correct?
Light Chaser.
Oh, you know
they
what?
didn't
You
want the
raised a
heal.
good point.
That was smart. It was smart.
Avoided 2 damage on the Light Chaser. Never mind, I take back what I said, Delicious.
Yeah, that was clever. Oh my god. Deckless discussion is happening in my Team Wars Discord, and there are some real crimes being committed. Maybe you'll see them next week. Okay, so here just Sindra seems great.
Keeping the Light Chaser around for value, development.
Making sure that the Sindra can't be cleared by a Nova unless that's the only thing the Nova hits. Pretty smart. Because if they Nova you plus the Light Chaser, they still have to deal with this 7/7. Pretty tight play. Blood Tier Night Sorrow was a good clear on the Sindra. It's yeah.
Yeah, I do like Blood Tier Night Sorrow on the Sindra. You can save these Revenants for any other follow-up. Although their opportunity is slightly limited. They don't do a clean clear on an Iron Cliff alone. They don't do a clean clear on a further Sindra. They can definitely help with a Regalia push, though.
Yeah, I think the main Revenant targets in this matchup are Sunriser and Silverguard Knight. Because that way they also like survive a Tempest or a 1 Sunriser ping afterwards. That's like your ideal target. Well, obviously, you'll take what you can get. You know, you've got to kill something. You've got to kill something.
That's right.
Here, 8 mana. You can get a full clear here if you're willing to take 3 and then heal for 5 afterwards. With the Silverguard and Iron Man Sunriser. You can use Red Sindra. It's very open-ended again.
Going for the
Oh, Silverguard ammo.
fully ammo
Silverguard ammo,
play.
of course. No, I like that. That's very clean.
Yeah, this preserves a little bit more HP. It leaves your Sunriser options available for later, which they might be a little more flexible too.
So this is good against Nova. It's a little weaker to Rev. Because, you know, you played a Silverguard. I guess Sunriser is also weak to Rev. So, but like having two, what are they called? Sundrop Elixirs in hand for Cybern means that he's going to be able to probably heal himself back up after getting whacked by a Rev to pretty healthy levels. I think it's important here. I hope Duelyst plays around the AoE spells after playing Revenant.
Yeah, I think
By moving 2
Revenant
forward.
in the back, 2 forward, that's kind of the expected play.
Yeah.
I suppose you could live
Looks like
in
we
a
have-
world where you Revenant the Light Chaser instead, and call Sieben out on their ability to delete it. Yeah, it looks like we're making that consideration. The 3/5's not super threatening to you right now. No, it changed their mind. Going with the expected line of play.
Yeah. Sindra can clear the Revenant, but if Sindra clears the Revenant, Sindra actually can't get to Lilith if she keeps running away. So it's you know, just good positioning by Duelyst, making sure that any answer for the Revenant is kind of a pain.
Yeah, I like this more. It directs Sieben's
Ooh.
attention to their left a little bit, unless they draw that card they just drew.
Yeah, Sunriser Circle of Life is pretty strong now. The Light Chaser will also grow. This is a lot of damage now being done. But again, Revenant plus like you know, Spectral Blade or whatever could be a reasonable clear for next turn. Especially if they don't hit with the Light Chaser. Now Revenant plus Spectral Blade is great. And you can also play around the AoE again by moving the Revenant forward and then putting Lilith diagonally backwards. Yeah, just rock solid. Replace with Crawler, yeah. Don't need that.
The crawlers, if you're not here in the early game, they're not really helping your agenda later on.
Although Crawler is really big in the Lionar matchup, because it means your Novas do 5 damage, which is enough to kill Silverguards and Sunrisers. So it's unfortunate I didn't see any earlier. But now we are seeing the strength of Creep in the late game, right? Because you just play a big thing, and then next turn you play another thing, and then next turn you do it again, and again, and again, and eventually, hopefully, your opponent dies.
Yep, Duelyst is drawing their end game chain here, and Lionar has the once the end game chain gets going, they have a really hard time keeping up with it. Steven still has a ton of HP in his pool with the 2 sun drops in hand. To get it clear on this, he unfortunately is incapable of blocking a Lilith though, so they won't be able to walk away from the Syndra for a while.
Yeah, healing themselves just to stay out of range of some crazy Void Pulse lethals.
Also gives them that second card draw for more options.
Running out of a Nova here and stepping away from Syndra, I think, is actually pretty good for Duelyst, because, well, they can just lure it away. Because if they just Nova the spot where Brome is, and then the tiles, like, left of him and up above him, there, where they're doing now, that's, means that the Syndra can't actually get closer to Lilith without stepping on creep.
Yeah, I do like this. I would also probably play the Ephemeral Shroud here below me. Maybe even the Rust Crawler, although you do want to deal with the Arclight Regalia, but
I think I'd play the Shroud, yeah, just to see more cards. Try and find your third Nova, your third Revenants, and Void Pulses.
Yeah, I like Shroud in this position though. Brome can no longer stay in front of you without standing on your creep. Obviously, they can move down left to clear the Shroud, but this is the little bit
Yeah,
of distance that you want to maintain as Abyss.
and also Sunriser, right? Sunriser can't clear the Shroud and hit face without standing on creep itself.
Yeah, now on the inverse, I'm kind of surprised Arclight Sentinel was replaced there. This was kind of a perfect target for it. And then you could also develop Ironcliff just to have a couple bodies. I suppose if you're Sieben and the corner tiles, if they become creeps, you have to stage your attack from the middle lane, which can be awkward.
Yeah, so here's just going Regalia Ironcliff. Pretty solid. It's quite weak to Lore plus Nova, scarily. Although if Delicious does that, they can't Rust Crawler the Arclight Regalia off. But like this is gonna start hitting a lot of damage. This Nova is 8. If they draw another Nova next time, that's 12 more. Even through a Regalia and like a Sun Drop, that's getting lethal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear, I appear to be coming down with the hiccups. That'll be exciting.
That's quite alright. Feel free to hiccup away. Yeah, I think right here you just Demonic Lore to Ironcliff. Instead of putting it in the corner, if you're going to Shadow Nova face, I don't know if that's what will happen, but if that is what happens, you probably could have put the cliff onto the Shadow Nova on like the bottom right of Brome. If those are the tiles you decide to hit.
I think what they might do is put the Nova directly below the first one.
Ah.
If they do that, the Sinja, well, here also works, but making this like wall means that no minion can ever get from the right side of the board to the left through the creep without having to go all the way down and around. It's buying them so much time. And if Brome keeps walking into them, you know, you get to start shooting to kill them again. So this positioning makes like a really tough tactical decision for Simon. Basically, he has to make it this turn, because he can't retreat either. Is he going to walk forward or is he going to step away? And both of them kind of suck, because you're giving them time or you're letting them get close to you so they can kill you.
Yeah, when you're in the Abyssian matchup dealing with creep, if you're put into the wall of creep situation, you basically have to wager, can I now outlast the third Nova?
Oh, wait,
and
no,
the
this is
rest of the
lethal. This is
endgame?
lethal.
Oh, snaps, this is lethal.
Yep. Didn't see that. Wasn't even checking. Okay, well, I was talking about this cool positional thing that was coming up. Just went. Damn.
I
Played
didn't
by
see
Delicious,
that either. No, that was a great setup. They just needed a little bit more space, I suppose. But they did a great job. They almost took down Sieben's Lionar, but it was Abyssian that was taken down instead.
So this is what? 4 wins now for
Yeah,
Simon?
Sieben is on a 4-win streak. We're going into game 5. Which is going to be Vitruvian coming in. So let me get that deck up for everybody. Syzygy Obelisks.
I'm amazed it took them this long to play this, because with only, like, you haven't seen much Dispel out of Simon's deck, and Obelisks are a real pain for Lionheart to deal with. I played a tournament yesterday, which I won, because I'm so good at this game, and also because I was playing Heal Lionheart, the best deck in
Was
the
it the
game.
Flash Archon?
Yeah. Where my opponent in the finals was on an Obelisk deck, and it was a real pain. Like, it's really tough to get through these 6 health things when you don't have Dispel. And Lionheart can't really afford to just walk away, so you've just got to keep walking into them. It makes for really interesting dynamic games where you're fighting through obelisks rather than just running away and trying to answer them later. So I hope we get something like that here. But I'm also, yeah, I'm just surprised it took them this long to play it. Like, this deck seems pretty good into Lionar. Not necessarily favored, but,
Yeah, when
you know.
I don't know if I ever hear too much commentary regarding the Lionar Vitruvian matchup. They have a pretty even match that can go either way. I think they both have strengths and weaknesses against each other, so I'm curious to see how this one plays out. Just a reminder, this is week 3 was before the patch, so these are 4 mana Syzygies, not the new 3 mana iteration that are in the deck.
And the 4-mana Syzygy is better than the 3-mana Syzygy in this matchup specifically.
Oh.
Because Lionar has Sunriser and Silverguard Knight as 5 health minions, and Syzygy on a Wind Dervish got them to 5 attack pre-patch, and now gets them to 4. And the 5 attack breakpoint is so huge. So for this matchup, I think Syzygy got worse after the patch.
Yes, they need a Fire Blaze in order to do the same effect.
I've talked with Kieran, well, he was the person playing the Obelisk Vets in the finals of the tournament, so, he's clearly pretty good at it. And he has the same idea about the strengths right now.
Alright, standard openers on both sides here.
Was this pre-patch? That Syzygy looks like it costs 3 mana to me.
The replays update the costs with the newest patch, but their operation will be as the old patch, yeah. So when they play it, it's gonna only show 3 mana disappear, but it's really 4 mana.
Okay. Well, let's keep an eye out for that one, chat. We're gonna miss lethal somehow, or like find lethal because we have 1 extra mana.
Duelyst replays are such a fascinating thing to me. I don't even know how these function the way they do.
I just love the whole Keeper thing. So Simon has found a Shroud, his 1-of Shroud, which is really good in this matchup. And I imagine it's probably going to be played next turn after Fafaris plays either Windstorm, Obelisk, or Portal Guardian.
Is there a world where you tempo Tiger just to have a Primus up and threaten two tiles Scarab possibly?
I don't think so. Fafaris is Fafaris playing Scarab? I didn't see it on the list.
They're not playing Scarab, so they actually don't have a 5 mana play to ramp to, but it seems like they are doing tempo.
They're still
Tiger.
threatening it. Yeah. I kind of like that because they're saying, hey, I'm threatening to do the Scarab. I think they might have threatened too well though, because I can't like Light Chaser plus Martyrdom is Cybern's only real play to stop this from no, that doesn't even work. Yeah, Cybern cannot stop Fafaris from getting to 5 mana next turn. So I don't.
Oh, I suppose if you're in Steven's position, you just hold the Martyrdom, thinking, okay, if Scarab is happening, I got the answer for it. But then on this turn, you do what, 2/3 for the tempo? Yeah, this is a awkward turn for Steven.
Yeah, I just don't like the Tiger last turn for Fafaris, because you're bluffing something that doesn't matter because there's no way they can stop it, so they won't take any action to, you know?
Yeah. Okay. I think you could find a lot more strength in developing.
He does martyrdom it. Wow.
Interesting.
Cybern very bold. That's crazy to me. One's for 3/4, but wow.
They even hit first to make sure that their Light Chaser is buffed by the Martyr.
Yeah, that's one of the first play I've seen Cybern do that I just super disagree with. And maybe I'm wrong. I mean, Cybern's very good at this game, so me disagreeing with him probably means that I'm wrong rather than he's wrong. So here, Portal Guardian or Windstorm plus Rasha's Curse. It sucks to use a Rasha's Curse when you aren't hitting a Regalia, but you've got to clear the Light Chaser or Holy Immolation and do so much damage to you next turn, right?
Yeah, I
guess
agree.
Siphon Energy also could be used.
I think I would clear the body here if it was me. You get your Portal Guardian started. It doesn't feel absolutely amazing, but your bluff was kind of called. You got to make the best with what you can do right now. And the hand is slightly awkward.
this Windstorm Obelisk is going to be really bad if they play that instead of the Portal Guardian, because it'll get Ephemeral Shrouded. And unlike Portal Guardian, Obelisks can't gain attack. Oh, okay, they're doing it to take the Mana Tile.
Well, even if they didn't do the Windblade, like that allowed the Dervish to move next to them, but they could have still denied the Mana Tile and hit the Light Chaser. So I think I like Portal Guardian
they could
more
have
here.
Yeah, because Portal Guardian, even if it gets dispelled, holds a Syzygy buff. You can put the attack buff on the Portal Guardian, and then it becomes, well, in this patch, a 3/7, which is pretty big. So it's much less vulnerable to just getting dispelled, which is clearly what's going to happen here. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion. This poor Obelisk
Thankfully,
gets hit by the one of Ephemeral Shroud.
in Fair's favor, Steven doesn't have something to follow up this Shroud with. It looks like just a Tempo, Sparklight, Sentinel. So
well, you can use Arclight Sentinel on the Obelisk because it won't get any attack, so it's just a free 2 damage.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Just set the HP down by 2. It's not a terrible waste of the ability. Yeah, it's not bad, I guess.
Because, for clarity, maybe some people don't know this, Obelisks have a special like structure keyword. It means they cannot gain attack by any circumstances. If they would, instead they don't. There was a card in Duelyst 1 which could fix that, but right now it is not in Duelyst 2 and may, never be, depending on how the devs feel. It is funny seeing an 04 Windstorm Obelisk.
It reminds me of that like Soul Blaze Obelisk from Duelyst 1 now.
Well, there was Soul Blaze Obelisk, Soul Burn Obelisk, one you got from Nimbus, right?
Yeah.
And then there was Lava Storm Obelisk, the other 04 Obelisk that you could actually put in your deck. So this is pretty good. Portal Guardian's gonna get Holy Immolation, I think, to clear. But, it could be worse. And next turn, you're probably just gonna be able to develop 2 Obelisks. Pretty nice.
This is an opportunity that players can start to run away with the game. They don't have to worry about anything destroying their board en masse, like a Decimate or something from Steven's deck, so they can space out nicely too. Yeah, I like a double Obelisk development here.
They are running low on health, and their only healing, right, is 2 Second Wishes. So that's kind of dicey. And also, Sinja will be a reasonable clear against these Obelisks. Sinja will pick off one of them the turn after, if that's what's for players. Unless they position them very defensively, which I think would be questionable. I guess the Primus... Rome trades into a Primus Fist and then the Sinja kills an Obelisk, probably. But, actually, putting one of the Obelisks there is pretty cool. Obelisks are better on the walls, I understand. So
they have the ability to keep the they could even put the Fire Blaze behind the other Windstorm, really spread out far. Although if they do that, they're cutting their retreat path. Alright, using it to block is also a good idea, I think.
Oh wow, no, yeah, okay. If the Primus Fist died there, that would be an incredible play. But the fact that Primus Fist is alive means that the Sinja can actually clear this
the Obelisk alone would not proc Sinja's Retaliation, yeah.
That's quite funny. This is why Duelyst is such a good game. There's so much small stuff that can happen that really changes just...
No, this game is...
Every game feels different. Stuff like that
are tremendous. Yeah, every game has so much possible variance. It's fun to think about the things, and then when you see some really creative things go down, like we've been playing, I know one of the complaints is that we have a kind of stale meta because we've been technically playing with these cards for nearly a decade now, which I completely understand. That's why people are so ravenous for new cards to be added sooner rather than later, but there's still just so many cool interactions going on even with these cards we've been using for a long time.
So here you can use your Mirage Master as a way to kill Red Sinja, and you can also dispel it in order to keep your own Red Sinja around, which is pretty cool. I think that might be the play.
I think that creates a clean clear. You You mentioned earlier
You are at
HP is
10.
getting low, so it's a little scary, but we haven't seen Tigers from Sieben. Their most bursts they have, I think, is six? Yeah. 6 to 7 or so. If they like Holy Emo Tempest and Punch. So I guess that's 8.
Yeah, so I think on 10 you're safe. This is a great clear though. That's... Yeah, wow. Mirage Master putting in work. I'm not a huge fan of that card in Obelisk bit, but here, man, maybe I should start trying it.
Someone mentioned
Now-
a while ago, Mirage Master, if it comes to Sinja, is basically like playing Entropic Decay at worst. And then it doesn't feel as bad when you think of it like that.
Yeah, that's true. And now we could get like a really exciting lethal next turn with Syzygy plus Primus Fist. I imagine Messenger's gonna get martyrdomed.
Oh, the Sinja gets martyrdom for Fairs is gonna feel pretty good about that HP boon.
Yeah. I expect Sunriser, Martyrdom, Sundrop to clear the Fireblaze Obelisk.
I do think that is what we will see.
Nice. But yeah, now Futharis is back at a health total that's not dangerously low. This turn might be a little tough from them, but with this Syzygy Blast, maybe they can get something done. I guess they don't have any other rush minions. If they could find like a tiger or something.
It's too bad that their Dervish spawned on the bottom there because it cannot reach the Sunriser currently.
Yeah. Now they need to blast it if they want to kill the Sunriser, which might be quite important because that Sunriser is very threatening. They can't run away from it at all, either.
Yeah, I think I would do a Syzygy play here. So that's 4 and 2. Yeah, they can play their entire hand basically to Syzygy.
They might replace the Obelisk.
Didn't they replace
might
into
replace
the
the Siphon?
Obelisk? They did look like they
Oh, did
wanted
they?
to
Okay,
replace
okay.
again though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they replaced into the Obelisk.
Okay, not an expert, but I'm not a huge fan of that Obelisk positioning, because it means that you have a couple of dead zone spawns off on the side of the board. Yeah, give attack, give health, give blast, clear the Sunriser. It's not great. You're running low on cards. You'd love to see some first or second wishes, but Simon's turn isn't fantastic either. It might be like Tempest, Sunriser, Sundrop, which is decidedly fine, but nothing to write home about.
I'm in agreement with you. I think I would have preferred the Obelisk below the Windstorm. If you knew you're going to walk one down, keep it on the diagonal so it's slightly more relevant. You do have another Windstorm active, so the Dervish is moving 3 spaces instead of 2. But I don't see a reason to put it that far away. Like, if he wants to Holy Emo it in your face, he's going to regardless in this situation. You're not really protecting it from anything by putting it back there. Steven has a very awkward turn. We could see the double Tempest and just clear the Wind Blaze in the back.
Wind Blaze, Windstorm.
Windstorm. I'm mixing my two up.
This is what I call a rope positioning. Yeah, that happens. That's the Team Wars bug, right? Happens to everyone. I know my team has had our fair share of discussing things. Humans is well known for it. Humans will consider very deeply the mysteries of life on his turn, and then at the end he has to figure out where to put his 2-drop.
Yeah, but fair is confirming for those who can't see that the Obelisk positioning was due to roping at the last minute.
But this Fast Wish is good, helps you clear the Sunriser.
Oh, that's a nice draw
Hope
too. Saves some health.
Wow. Yeah. And now we're sort of getting into the late stages of the game where both players don't have many cards in their hand, and obelisks can really thrive in this environment because they're such great value engines.
And as was pointed out by Smarty early on, so now that we're at this sort of stalemate part, what do you do as vet? Go back into your obelisk line. They have to come to you. You don't have to go to them. I would even put this other obelisk maybe below me or something. Or behind me.
I think here is good. You want to like
here?
slowly push your obelisk line forward such that they, you know, eventually if they stay on like the side of the board, they'll start getting slapped by wind dervishes every now and again.
You raised a good point. And 2 of the windstorms are gone, so there's only 1 left in the deck, I believe.
Yeah, and now if they move towards you to try and clear this wind dervish, you can theoretically, like your other obelisk is now protecting them. They're sort of looking after each other. It's pretty cool, honestly. This Ironcliff, it's kind of awkward for Simon actually, because if he does that, he can't clear the wind dervish except by maybe doing it with his face.
Well, that would be
And
very
now a
bold.
Fireblaze come down. Yeah, this is interesting. This is a really cool game. I really didn't. Yeah.
So
I personally think that Obelisk Vet is slightly problematic in the same way Sarlacc decks can be, but the Lionar Obelisk matchup is really interesting because Lionar has no choice but to just run forward.
Since you Lionar here, you have to fear the Syzygies too. You can't really take a turn to just recuperate, rebuild your hand size, and see your other options. Maybe circle life the Dervish just to deny the Syzygy. It looks like we're going with a Provoke and Sunriser development.
Ooh, this is going in. This is saying, hey, I'm gonna just try and kill you with this board I sort of deployed out of nowhere. And I love it.
Yeah, this is the point where you need to make a gambit. I think Steven has settled on his gambit.
Is it good? No idea. Is it exciting? Hell yeah. And that's what I want to see. When I'm commentating a game, I want stuff like this. This is cool. So, Fafaris will need to find stuff, I think, to help clear. First wish first, draw first, always good.
Yeah, I think which minion you first wish matters too. You probably want a 3 and 2 on the Sunriser, right?
Yeah,
the worst case scenario, Fafaris can dispel and walk forward to get away from Iron
Windstorm is huge. Windstorm means that this 5-attack Dervish can get to the Sunriser or the no, it can't get to the Ironcliff unless the Ironcliff is dispelled. But they can dispel the Ironcliff.
They can walk through their guy, right? Go down, go left, and reach the.
No, the 5-attack Wind Dervish.
Oh, the 5-attack one.
Yeah. But like this is really big. I think they might have a full clear.
Oh wait, I think that was a minor misplay there. So they could have, as you said, they could have moved the Dervish that was next to the Sunriser.
No, okay.
Yeah, they're going face instead. Alright, that was interesting. There was the lines to full clear, certainly. This is a mix of the two. I think this is okay.
Yeah, I don't like it, but again, it's exciting. Because now there's an Ironcliff infiltrating your position from behind. Like, this is what Duelyst was advertised as, you know?
This loses to Circle Holy Immo. Which is... They know that both cards exist in the Lionar deck, so this is a huge gamble.
Yeah, I will ask, because Faris is in chat. Was this turn meant to be that? Was that a rope set up, or was that like, yeah, we thought about this and this is what we want? I'm not saying it's wrong necessarily. I'm just curious.
It's very exciting. Yes, that's Calvin.
Yeah, this is what you wanted? Okay.
That's an interesting gamble to make.
Simon has played like 2 MOs already, right?
Yes, 2 MOs have gone down. They only have 1 left, and I I guess from the
Right. So
Dancing
yeah,
Blade's perspective, they haven't seen a ton of Circle of Lives, so maybe they suspect it's a one-of or low count card.
right. Simon is just going in.
Yes.
This is really risky.
The Martyrdom as well. I
Yeah.
think Simon's health
It's
is
risky now.
Maybe I guess it would have been too risky to leave it up. Yeah.
Okay. What is the second wish doing? Find out
Finding
together.
Syzygy, hopefully, right?
It's buffing the Light Chaser. Oh, there's a Syzygy.
There is enough mana to do Tiger Syzygy here. That's 7 exact.
Is that lethal?
With the Windstorm Obelisk established, that
4,
bottom
6, 9,
Dervish can
12.
reach too with Blast.
Yeah, I count 12 damage, which is not enough.
Was it not enough? Couldn't wait.
That's 12.
You
right?
have
The dervishes-
6 with Tiger and 1 Dervish.
Syzygy.
And Syzygy would be 2 with Blast on the other Dervish, so that's 8. Oh, that's only 10, yeah. I only count 10.
You can do 12 if you do damage with everything by giving the Tiger the attack and blasting this bottom Dervish. But that's not enough. But Syzygy's good. Gets I'm curious about buffing the bottom obelisk rather than the top one, but that's a minor nitpick. And yeah, this is going pretty well.
Oh.
Because now there are 2 obelisks up. There are if they play the Regalia, there's a Rash's Curse, just a straight clean answer. Yeah, but now this obelisk is going to get cleared by the Arclight Regalia, so very scary.
Yeah, on the previous turn, I was wondering if it was too risky for leaving the Fireblaze Obelisk alive, because healing 6 HP on fires really saved him from a dire situation.
Just so you know, chat is popping off. That was in fact their rope play. They, would have preferred to do the top one, but they say, Delicious says it's just hard to communicate Syzygy plays quickly, which is very true. You've got to relay 3 different targets.
Accurate descriptors of 3 targets while you're down like 10 seconds before the turn ends.
Yeah.
What are we looking at
here? Is this
here?
just lethal?
This is 9,
June
10,
caster,
12, 13.
Oh no, fast push Syzygy.
Do we have enough to cast the other 2? We can do Syzygy right now, right? For 3. That's 13.
Yeah, I think this is lethal. Yep. Wow.
Alright,
so
Bears, that's nice survival stopping this Lionard list.
Yeah. They stop the 6-0. Simon is now out. We'll see what's happening next.
This came at a fairly great cost. That was a pretty lengthy game. A lot of their deck was revealed to the opponents. I'm about to see who they send in next. Moving into game 6, we have...
I would expect Magma.
A fair expectation to have, because they feel the same way. It's going to be Untitled Magmar.
I love the Untitled decks.
There's a really good one.
If Dragol,
next week,
Dragol sends me is called Untitled.
Next week,
Ooh,
there's a really funny one. I won't spoil it. But this Magmar list is pretty much doing that thing that a lot of Magmars have been doing lately. We had the return of Archon Spellbinders there, so a bit heavier end curve, very mid-rangey overall. It's got our 12-2 drops, Vindicator, synergies, and
two Elders.
I think the biggest thing I'm noticing with this list is it definitely likes to rely on the power of Lady Locke and its minions. We have no natural selections for early game removal.
Wow, yeah. And that means that it's actually going to be slightly like it's going to have a slightly tougher time against obelisks. Phalanxar can struggle against them because it can't really access them very easily, and they can just chip it down with dervishes while it sort of waddles its way over. They've only got 2 shrouds and no natural selections, means that actually this is like less of a shutout matchup than it could have been.
Yeah, actually, like
Um,
on paper, this looks like it might be a bit of a struggle. Sieben coming in
well,
again, piloting Magmar.
oh god, yeah. Steven's back. Of course he is.
Calvin said Sieben's now out, clueless.
That's so good.
He's back, and he's got his lizards.
I will say, I don't think this is necessarily favored for the Vitruvian deck, but it's definitely, like, normally when you're playing Vitruvian and you see Magma, you groan, you know?
Yes.
I think if I knew what was in Cybern's deck, I wouldn't groan when I was playing that. I would groan because I'm playing against Cybern. He's fantastic at the game, you know? Tough opponent. But it's not this nasty the same way. And turn 1 Ethereal Obelisk, really good lead.
Yeah, for the deck matchup alone, you'd probably be feeling a lot more comfortable. And looking at Steven's hand right now, we're kind of heavy. Oh, the trifecta of Harvester on display.
Those spirits are going to be so harvested. Be like working together with Silithar Elder.
Nice spawn. We can push a little early damage if we want.
Ooh, I don't like that obelisk positioning. If I'm turn one-ing an ethereal obelisk, I want to put it in the middle tile normally.
Yes, I do hear a lot of arguments between the two. I'm actually I do like the diagonal obelisk over central obelisk personally. I almost feel like it's a flavor thing.
Cybern with the very interesting opener of 1 forward pass.
When you have to pass this player too, it can be a good idea to just threaten the center mana tile in case. Usually you probably won't get it, but it keeps you slightly open to back off afterwards. I see some discussion. The Dancing Blade team members are not aware this is in fact Sieben, but their leader, Duelyst, was aware and had not informed them. Yeah, Obehave is one of Sieben's alternate names that they're currently utilizing.
That makes sense for Faris. They say, I don't play middle against Lyo and Magma because I am always at risk of a good Mercantor. Positioning up or down left make me able to play cards in the bottom row. That makes sense.
Yeah, we can see you like putting your words into practice here too with the bottom development on the Windstorm. Now, I am curious, wasn't it? No, they had the ramp with the Dervish, right?
Yeah, they couldn't hit face and play the Primus. And I like playing the Primus, you know, getting the body onto the board.
I agree. It's okay to not do 2 damage here. So, earlier when we were looking at these lists, Obelisk, it was like, how do you clear Obelisk? Well, this is one way that Steven clears Obelisk, right? Almost clears it. Vindicate your boy out.
And Xerix can't actually get to the Phalanxar because he's getting body blocked by his own Obelisk. Slightly tragic. Although they can just use 2 dervishes to clear.
Well, they have Windstorm,
it's actually
right?
a pretty good...
They can move 3
Yeah,
spaces.
they have a pretty good clear. Yeah, so they can move both dervishes in to kill the Phalanxar and then first wish the Primus Fist.
Right, I see what you mean. Yeah, the general couldn't reach.
Actually, a really strong turn for Faris.
Do you go all in on Dervi development though, or Obelisk development? Because you know what faction you're dealing with, and you know how horrifying it can be to get blown out when a potential plasma storm occurs.
I think I would be very surprised to see a Plasma Storm in a Phalanxar Vindicated deck. I mean, I'm not saying it's like impossible. Ooh, we're doing a different play.
Yeah, laughing at Delicious's comment, pointing out that Steven chose to keep all 3 Harvesters in hand. I guess if you're a skilled Magmar player, You don't replace the card that everybody wants changed in the game for a reason.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh, Tiger plus First Wish we're doing instead. I think that's questionable. I much prefer the First Wish plus Ethereal Obelisk, but it's, you know, not the end of the world.
Yeah, I think I prefer the Obelisk development here as well. You have this Vitruvian deck has limited reach, kind of. You only have the couple Tigers and your Rushes. I suppose in this particular matchup, your Mirage Master can copy Macintor.
This Harvest is pretty good. It's going to clear an Obelisk, it's going to clear a Tiger, it's going to clear a Premise Fist, and it's going to start chipping down this Windstorm. This is like, oh.
This is the reason why I don't like the Tiger play as well. Yeah,
yeah, that's a big punish for the Tiger play.
If Harvester happened, it was just not very great. You're afraid of the clear on the Obelisk because they could be running Plasma Storm? Well, if we do our Team Wars homework, we will see that Plasma Storm is currently 100% not used, I believe, in any Magmar deck at any point.
You didn't want to play into Plasma, so you played 2 other 3 power minions. Isn't this pre-patch, or am I going mad?
This is pre-patch, yeah.
Yeah, so you're still, like, the Plasma is still bad.
I guess you feel less worse if it hits your 3/1 Tiger than your Obelisk or Dervish Generator.
I guess? I don't know. I'll stop arguing with people who are playing the game. I mean, you know, it's what happened, and I mean, I think either play would have been pretty bad to this Harvester. I have the advantage of hindsight, but they don't, and that's, you know.
Yeah. So now we're in a situation where the main argument against Harvester comes into play. It's the fact that it's a persistent board clearing or damaging effect. It's pretty oppressive. It's hard to develop while it's on. So yeah, do we develop our 3/2 there, or do we copy the Harvester and start chipping away at theirs? I think this is probably the better way to go. Hold on to your Mirage Master for a more opportune moment to capitalize.
Yeah, but Mirage Master, they do know about it, unfortunately. They have seen it, so they might try and suicide the Mechantors, but if they don't, Mirage Master or Mecantor is, like, oh, beautiful. Especially if you can, like, get a Syzygy buff on it, although that's a while off. Having Mirage Master in your deck as a Vitruvian player, like, massively boosts your Magmar matchup, just because they've always got to kill off their own Mechantors if they can. It's, pretty tight. I wonder if they will here. Looks like no. Simon is electing to not play around Mirage Master.
Oh. That is pretty interesting.
This Mecantor is going to save at 1 health.
I mean, if they wanted to do the Mecantor play, there was no way to really play around Mirage Master, I guess.
No, you just hit Xerax instead, and your Mecantor dies. I guess here it's fine, right? It's fine because if they Mirage Master your Mecantor, they're only hitting your Mecantor in face, and like, who cares?
Yeah, maybe they were okay with the idea. That would be kind of slow.
This is a good Syzygy. This is a good Syzygy, right? You blast with the Wind Dervish on the left, you attack buff the Wind Dervish on the right, and you pump an Obelisk's health. You clear off the Harvester.
I do like this Syzygy.
Oh. Now you could like Fireblaze Tiger. No, or Fireblaze Rashes.
I guess they have a few flexible plays. Are we taking 5? I think we might be. Yeah, put it to the left of Magmar, right? If you're gonna walk forward or to the right too.
Yeah, you want to stay away from your obelisks because otherwise they get sweet Mecantor value. This is really good obelisk positioning from Fafari. None of your obelisks can be frenzied, and they can't even the obelisks are just perfectly spaced. Really well done.
Yeah, they're very nicely spaced. So on Siben's side of the court, we have the options of doing a Lady Lock play to recover some health, just get some board presence, or we could drop a Harvester, which will take care of one Obelisk, the Windstorm, which can be really significant.
Sorry. Resolving some internal team conflict.
Ooh. Team conflict?
No, that's me being silly. Humans has typed a spoiler in our chat, and Dragos said he did not want to be spoiled, so I've told humans to calm down. So, back here, that's actually really good positioning by Cybin with the Harvester. Stops the Dervish from getting to it. Replacing Syzygy? I guess they have two. But okay. This is a tough turn.
With
It might be.
Oh no, that won't work.
It might just be like Syzygy to clear the Harvester.
Yeah, I was
Buff up
just
your
thinking
Obelisk.
Syzygy. It's still 4 mana Syzygy, so it doesn't flow as nicely with your other cards. It would be nice if they could Syzygy and then copy the Harvester before blasting it to smithereens. But
I don't think they want to copy the Harvester. I think the Harvester is bad for them. Like, even if they could, it would just start killing off their own obelisks.
They nuke their obelisks if they do that.
Yeah, this is just a tough turn.
Do we just push damage and face? It looks like we're doing a Syzygy, get rid of the Harvester.
Yeah, I think you've gotta. It's just... Otherwise... Like, it'll keep chipping your stuff down. And this is why the third Harvester that Cybin has kept is going to be really annoying. But don't worry, Spirit Harvester isn't the problem. Spirit Harvester is, like, you know, not the issue that Magmar had. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox.
So, in card games, do you think it's important to have some anti-swarm options here and there? But I do agree that recurring board-wide clearing, like every single turn, that's probably a bit insane.
Well, Magmar had this great anti-swarm card before they made it worse at dealing with swarms, called Plasma Storm.
Yeah, I don't like the new Plasma Storm, if I'm to be honest.
And now it doesn't kill Bloodtide Priestess, which is like...
You can kill the swarm Bloodtide Priestess makes and then watch her produce a new swarm.
I mean, yeah, it'll immediately pop back up. Yeah, okay. Let's stop discussing my opinions on balance. I'm reasonably public with them. And let's see... So what is the play here for Cybin? It's like very awkward.
If you want to try and hold off on your Spirit Harvester to get even more value off of it later if they overcommit, I think you can reasonably do that. It looks like we're just going to play it now, though. I mean, it just deletes most of the board. It just leaves up the Dervish in the back. I think it's pretty interesting positioning. He didn't want the Harvester in range for the Dervish, but he lined it up with another Syzygy.
Yeah,
I feel like you could have put it on the bottom left, even if you wanted to keep it around.
Well, we didn't see every card in Thetharius' deck, and I think it's pretty common for the Vitruvian decks to play Stars Fury with their obelisks, because it's a great way to get burst damage with Fireblaze Obelisk.
You know, Stars Fury is another card I haven't seen too much of in Team Wars. I think we saw one. It was a fantastic one, too. It was like 7-8 Dervish spawned when Mogwai and Chocobo were casting. It was a very exciting moment.
Yeah. So... Yeah, I think Stars Fury is dropping off in play the same way that like some teams have been cutting grass. I mean, by some teams, I mean my team. It's like because we expect our opponents to be playing at such a high level that we're just naturally going to be playing around it. You know.
Yeah, we had that discussion just the other day. When you're at these high tournament levels of play, there's a lot of cards that have strong positional counterplay, so you can instead use that to your advantage, just to fear the card existing, period. And then put other options into your decks.
We've just been raided by Furoka.
Furoka, thank you very much for raiding. The host did come through. Yes, I can see it. I have my alerts disabled when I'm casting. Oh, never mind, I lied.
You're catching up with Juby's Disciples against the Dancing Blades. Cybin won 4 games in a row on Lionar, and then lost, and then subbed himself back in on Magmar. Truly a phenomenal player.
Interesting. That should be disabled. I don't know why that played, but whatever. I'll figure it out later. Anyway, welcome in everybody.
Here, Simon's got like a pretty good lock turn with like lock, Silithar, maybe even a flash. Just go absolutely ham. Looks like it. Looks like ham has been went. Not playing around third Syzygy, huh? Oh no, maybe they are.
Maybe a little bit. Could have divided, I guess, 2 and 2 and 1 instead of 3 and 1 and 1.
Yeah, but this way they get a nice T shape.
That is true.
In the minions.
It's a wonderful provoke T.
Oh yeah, Furoka would have loved this game. Triple Harvester.
Yeah, Furoka, you should see the start of this match. The trifecta was established from turn 1 and was never let go until it was played one at a time. Oh, yeah, whenever you're ready, Furoka, we'll be happy to have you join us. Fafair's here. We have an awkward escape. Yeah, we can clear this bottom Silithar, dispel the veteran, and then Tiger the Lady Locke if you want to walk away. Oh, we're actually dispelling the young Silithar in the bottom, so it doesn't leave an egg behind. I suppose now we could copy the veteran Silithar. Yeah,
I assume that's what we're gonna do?
That's interesting.
Yep, I like that positioning for it. It's just... This game seems to have slipped away from Vitharis. Now Cybin's got like some pretty good Mercantor clears. Oh, Furoka.
Furoka joined us.
And Min left.
Well, they'll figure it out. Yeah, they left the...
Oh no, that was Grinch. That was Grinch, not Furoka.
Oh, well, hello.
Well, you can comment if he wants.
He said he just tagged me. Didn't mean to join. It's okay, Grinch. You're welcome to join if you desire. But the 4-2 Dervish on the right of the obelisk actually stayed in position. Maybe to play around Mercantor? I couldn't tell if that was like a rope. It seemed like they wanted to move it forward, which would have
I think it was a pretty good
Mercantor.
Because... Oh, that's true. It would have blocked it. You still be really sad to 2-drop Mercantor though, which is not unlikely, or 3-drop Mercantor.
Yeah, you would be sad to 2-drop Mercantor. But now you're left with this out of position guy, and we have to hope we get another Syzygy or Windstorm Obelisk here to make it relevant. Oh, there's a Windstorm Obelisk. I don't know if that's going to be enough though. We're locked down by that veteran Silithar.
Yeah. I don't think you can clear the. I don't think you can clear their veteran Silithar, and then they're just going to die to Mercantor plus general hit.
This is all over the place. Does it save us entirely? I'm not sure.
You can body block with an obelisk and then maybe be fine.
Yeah, so worst case scenario, if they do the body block, you got Mecantor, General clears it, so you're taking 9 damage off the Silithar. It's still alive, which is a big deal. I would almost consider... no, maybe that's a losing play, right? You gotta play to win, not to lose. I don't know if playing like both obelisks to protect you when you walk away would be the right way
Yeah,
to
maybe
go.
the plan is they don't have Mecantor. Like, honestly, seems reasonable, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think you're ever winning this game through a Mecantor, so... Yeah, and that's their play.
4. Alright, so wait, if you were going to do this play, maybe the double obelisk to block the general would be the way to go. Because it doesn't just straight up die to Mecantor alone. That's a tough call.
Yeah, maybe. I think it makes positioning a little difficult, and you probably still lose to Mecantor, just not immediately.
That was well played for Faris. You fought valiantly, but the trifecta of Magmar was just a little bit too much. So with that, there's one Songhai left to do a reverse sweep. Everything relies on classic Spell High.
Ooh, interesting. This is a... What have they cut? They're on Mist Dragon Seals and Primus Fists instead of... Instead of what? Blood Rage Mask
Yeah, there's no
and
Blood Rages.
Kaido.
And no
Wow,
Kaidos,
interesting.
indeed.
Yeah, and so they've got 3 Primus Fists, 2 Mist Dragon Seals, and a Spiral. I think Mist Dragon Seal without Kaido is questionable.
If you're running like a Songhai list like this, would you look at cutting Heartseeker over Kaido first? Because I was about to agree with you on that point. I think Kaido's value is greater. No, you would keep
I think
Heartseeker over Kaido?
Heartseeker is important because it's just a 1 mana thing you can plop down to like help sort of get cards out of your hand on Heaven's Eclipse turns, and it's still quite threatening. Like it's a 1 mana minion that sort of needs to get removed. And like it doesn't require an enabler the same way Kaido does.
I see your point.
Yeah,
I see your point.
I think my main criticism with this deck is that I would probably cut the Primuses for Kaidos. It's like slightly less burst. But I don't know. You still got plenty. You're still spell high, and Kaido makes your early game a lot better.
And Jay chiming in Heartseeker OP because it is a free threat, and the whole point of Spell High is too many threats to answer. That's in line with what Smarty's response was as well.
So here, I haven't played Spell High in a while. I used to be kind of into the deck. Oh, this is a... I wonder... Flash Silithar turn 1 is kind of scary. Songhai would need like exactly Tuskbore Phoenix Fire or Tuskbore to remove it. And if they don't remove it, you can heal it up with the Mystic next turn. I wonder if that's what they'd do. They've had 2 opportunities to go Flash Veteran Silithar turn 1. And the first time they did it, they decided not to. So, wonder if that'll be the same for Cybin. Is this Furoka this time?
Yes.
Well, hello, Furoka.
Yeah!
I hope you guys had a fun set today.
Oh, it was
spoilers,
pretty
please.
fun. I'm not spoiling, but it was pretty fun.
Awesome.
That sounds like we won, but spoiler alert. Okay, I'm not gonna say it.
It'll remain a mystery till next week. So we are watching Sebin on a 5-win streak against the Dancing Blades here, with only Duelyst ready to hold him back, hopefully.
Well, in that case, I'm putting all my money on the Dancing Blades, obviously. Especially with a Heartseeker against the Windblade Adept with Rebirth.
Yeah, it's not a great turn 1 for Delicious, but at least it's not a pass. And Heartseekers, kills eggs. Cybin's deck is very light on interaction. I think it has Metamorphoses and Ephemeral Shrouds, and that's like basically it. There's a Vindicator or something as well.
There's a couple of indicators
like-
as well. He has, so Steven's deck has the tech, which we actually haven't seen at all yet, and the Dancing Blades don't know. There were 2 Archon Spellbinders that have just been
Ooh, yeah.
completely unplayed, and I don't know if they'll become relevant here, but the secret anti-Songhai
important.
tech is ready to go.
Yeah, now we're gonna have a bunch of boys. Or just one boy and a healing mystic. But this is possibly the strong this is a nightmare scenario, basically. This is an incredible high roll from the Magmar deck, and it's gonna be tough to wriggle out, especially when you have no minions to play this turn for Delicious.
Yeah, and they got 2 perfect 5-mana plays in hand for the next 2 turns, and it's impossible to take all the tiles. Well, actually, it is possible right here to maybe. I mean, technically it's possible, but you would have to make a very stupid play.
And I think you need to get lucky with Heaven's Eclipse as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Find some inner focuses. Yeah, this is. I don't want to say this game is over,
But it's
like,
over, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to say it, but it's the truth.
It's true. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone watching. I know I called the Cybin game when he was Lionar against. I can't remember who he was playing against at that point. Over a bit before it was over, but he did still win that game. I think this game is this is a done deal. Okay, so Miss Dragon Seal on the Heartseeker means you can like clear the Phalanx Star. Stay where you are. Bit questionable. And then yeah, okay. So this is sacrificing your poor little Heartseeker, but it is making the Veteran Solothar not a problem for the immediate future, which is kind of nice. Unfortunately, they're just going to keep coming. There's more. I wonder if you lock here or if you Archon here.
I wonder
What do
if
you
it
think,
even
Croker?
matters. I wonder if it even matters.
Doesn't matter. But both of them win the game on the spot. But
yeah. Well, the lock play has one tiny advantage, that the Scimitar will come back like half a turn earlier, and I don't see how it's going to be relevant. They're already in the corner anyway, but that's something I can think of, I guess.
I think
but honestly, I
Archon
think Archon is better. Yeah, same. Because you could actually clear with the lock play.
Yeah, like
because if
Songhai
you play
could do
that,
something insane.
It's not even that insane. Just Saberspine Seal Boar or Saberspine Seal Phoenix Fire with some tiny threat, like a Chakri or a Heartseeker. And that's kind of it. So I definitely agree with the Archon.
Yeah, makes sense. Here, the Primus Fist's not looking great. I guess Kaido wouldn't have looked great either, so... No issues, and yeah, we're just playing some lads.
A lot of lads. I think they're thinking about, do I play into Mukantor, yes or no?
I think at this point, you've got to just hope that their hand is like 7 bricks.
7 whole bricks, no more, no less.
Yeah. I mean, they get disqualified for breaking the rules because they have too many cards in their hand. Like, it's just not on. This is a heartbreaker for the dancing blades. I think they might get swept by just Cybin.
I wonder if you protect the Archon here. Like, you can walk the Archon diagonal down, kill the 2/3, move General diagonal up, and then play 4/2 in a way that Primus Fist can't hit the Archon. Nothing can hit Archon on board, and then it doesn't die to Phoenix Fire or Boar Suicide. But then it's kind of passive, because one of the 2-drop or the 4-drop would not be in range of Kalios. So yeah, they're just clearing the higher attack minion for that reason, I guess. I guess it's not that big of a deal if your Archon gets Phoenix fired. It's 3 mana, and it already got value. The lock turn also makes sense. What do you guys think? Phalanxar Vetsilatar better or this?
Perfectly honest, Froka, I've stopped thinking about this game because it's making me sad.
Understandable.
I think I like
As
the
a spell,
Lady
I love
Walk
it
better.
myself. Yeah.
And disabling the
What is there to
movement
say?
is just very powerful. I find it so funny that just the Archon Spellbinder would never even hit the hand of Sieben until right now when it was needed. Hacker man, Sieben has it under control.
Yeah, they had no warning. That's another example of the dev zone luck. Okay, Chakra Avatar, Phoenix Fire. I guess it make this is like alright, right? You can possibly like I don't know, there's some insane juxtaposition Heaven's Eclipses plays maybe you can make if the Chakra sticks around.
Poor Calvin says, I'm done reliving this pain. Calvin, you have a good one.
Okay, that's not a Heaven's Eclipse, so...
And if you're in Sieben's
Oh, the
position, you're
Shroud!
feeling pretty glorious here.
No, not more, stop! Oh no, actually the Shroud doesn't matter, there's already, the Veteran Solitaire was already clear, but, like, oh my god.
Well, Duelyst is just going to die now, right? Like, there's
Yeah.
nothing to top deck.
Can you attain 23 damage on 7 mana with nothing established at Songhai?
Through
It's all
multiple
hope-
provokes.
It's all hope lost.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Simon. He is he the first person to have swept a series by himself?
I suppose, if you count a 6-1 as a sweep, he's done it solo. Yes.
Wow. Pretty awesome. Will he get the final hit with the Veteran Solitaire that got juxtaposition like 5 years ago?
You have to let him know
That's
you
what I want.
have Mech and 4 War Beasts, right? Nope. Just using the Shroud as BM.
Yep, dispel your own general. Get it done. Yep. Well, that's the series.
Alright, GV's Disciples takes it over the Dancing Blade. Sieben having quite the showing there. I'll just take a moment to set up the next set, but yeah, overall, what did you think, Smarty and Frick? I know you came in a little late.
I really like that series. I think a lot of the games are really interesting. The last one, you know, a bit tough, but like a lot of the games were quite dynamic and sort of swingy, especially sort of the second half, I would say.
Yeah, I
Very
agree.
interesting. Lots of
Even
stuff
though
going on.
Steven got away with essentially a sweep there, he definitely wasn't in a complete dominating position in most of the games. The last one, we got to hand it to Steven. He just got away with it, but the rest of them were pretty close. There were a lot of very interesting decisions being made. Moving on to the second set.
I'm a bit distracted from a very relevant question in chat. What happens if you shout your own Vinny? The shout that rush? Because opening gambit happens first, right? So maybe
I
you
can go
don't get
test.
rush.
That's honestly
Yeah,
a
maybe
good
you should
question,
right now.
and I don't know off the top of my head.
No, I should cast. I shouldn't test my how Duelyst cards work.
Jay, why don't you test it yourself as sandbox quickly and tell everyone how this works?
Sure.
Because to me, I would expect it doesn't get rush because opening gambit happens first, but you know, it's good to check.
Yeah, you gotta find this out and then share with the class. But our second set for tonight, we have the eggs of Schizo, Lano, Stomosi versus Bladham's Miscalculators. Just to do a quick rundown to remind everybody. Teos is captained by Lolly, aka Brackets, followed by Sun, Ghoster, Driver, Zohan, Cranky Panda, and Kieran. The Bladham's Miscalculators, captained by Crazed, followed by Chocobo, Eris Dina, Incognito, Jowie, and Zay Tell. What do you any thoughts, pre-game thoughts or expectations, you two?
I'm, a big fan of both teams. I really I think they have a lot of very solid players on them. And I think it's reasonably even. Like, I don't think there's like a clear favorite for this match. Nobody I would say like I expect to sort of stomp. Except Zohan, of course, because Zohan is the greatest Duelist player ever born. But we'll see how that one goes.
I don't like either teams because I want Lizard lovers to win. But I do agree that there's no clear favorite in this matchup. No, I agree. They both have pretty good teams, so.
All right, well, moving into game one, we have a pretty interesting lead on both sides. We have the Magmar coming in, which isn't too popular to lead with, and Vanar about to face off against the Magmar. What do you guys think about this situation?
I do like how honest Vladim's miscalcs are about the Vanar deck.
Yeah, they have a minor edit. It was funny because the other day there was another Vanar deck that was copying Jay's Vanar list, and it said copy a better player but change something or something to that effect.
I would like to note here, though, that it's not literally Jay's deck. The reason they call it Jay Vanar Edit 2 is because I called that deck that way. Jay's list is a little bit different, and because Jay wanted me to play Vanar, I changed the deck a bit for my own playstyle because I don't like Flash Freeze in this kind of list that runs out of cards very easily and some other garbage. I called it then Jay Vanar Edit 2 because I made 2 different edits, and then we decided to go with the second edit. So they just stole this from the Team Wars Discord. That's obvious.
I love that. That's great. Nice and honest. Mind Steel Magmar on the left, Merkblood Devourers, that's kind of exciting. I assume Magmar is favored, but I'm not an expert on this matchup. What do you think, Furuka, as somebody who plays this list?
It's fucking horrible. You just, if the other player is good, you just lose like 9 out of 10 times.
Against Magmar or just in general?
Yeah, with this deck against Magmar, yes. If the Magmar player is actually good at the game, you have almost no chance. But these Arakis are actually one of the ways to do it. Yeah, exactly. Araki Heart Sister Cheese, it's kind of like Chakri Avatar against Magmar. So that is a way to do it. There's also 2 Snowpiercers in the deck, which really help. And Big Tree can also do shit. Especially if you play around Metamorphosis, because again, you have Heart Sisters. So at least in my experience, the best way to win this matchup is high roll the early game and they lower roll the early game, and then you just kill them. Snowpiercer, or do some mid-range Songhai shit where you have some big thing in the back line that plays around Macantor, and that's like blah blah blah, and then you Heart Sister it in for lethal. Yeah, that's my experience with this deck against good Magmar players.
And Cranky, I think, is I'd say he's pretty good at Magmar. So, but I mean, like double Araki, let's see how this goes. Cranky's not got a great start, right? There's not. Oh no.
I think Crazed's positioning is a bit of a meme, though. Like, I understand he wants to play around Tiger, but why not 1 down or 1 up so that it can help steal tiles? Oh, the Jax, nice. This happened to me too in week 2 or something. No, week 1. This happened. I beat Lionar.
No.
I beat Cranky on Lionar, and then they queued this garbage against me too. And then they also stole a Jax that I was obviously replacing every turn. But they mind stole Jax anyway with Flash. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay, game over.
No.
Yeah, game over. Nice meme.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is
drew
exactly
the
what they
jacks.
did.
They didn't even have a choice. Like they
Yes.
couldn't have played around that. It just happened.
I know, Smarty. This is exactly what they did to me in week 1. Exactly this. But then they actually played the jacks immediately because it was later in the game.
Shouldn't
They did
have
that on.
drawn jacks on Crazed part. That was the misplay.
How dare you play jacks and your faction was weak to jacks? Because that way Magmar can just steal it. Come on! Oh my god.
At least Crazed is setting up to kill 2 Jaxies.
Yeah, it's not great here. I mean, Flash Spirit Harvester would be pretty bad, right? That's a full clear.
Yeah, maybe they should do that first, because they can always play Jax before Crazed anyway, so they don't need to do it now.
They might want to save the Spirit Harvester because they know Crazed has a Jax in hand, right?
Yeah, but they're just going to play Jax first because they're player 2. And then, if you don't flash Jax, you also get 5 Heartseekers instead of 4.
Oh, yeah.
So I think Flash Harvester is a real play, but Flash Jax also totally fine. Well, now they could Flash Harvester and miss. Nah, that doesn't work because you have to hit that, yeah. So yeah, I'm not surprised they Flash the Harvester here. If they were, because they can still play Jax first, as I already said, so they don't have to play it now.
This is truly cursed. I can't believe I've never seen this before. Oh, I don't have any answer for Spirit Harvester. It goes from bad to worse.
At least
actually-
they can also not develop. Sorry?
Yeah, exactly. Magmar's Spirit Harvester also kills their own Jaxes.
Yeah,
Looking
I
on the
feel like
bright side of life.
I feel like they maybe could have just put the Harvester in their face for that reason. Yes, it's likely to die, but maybe it's better for you. Because it's not really possible to answer a 5-3 and have a real turn on 4 mana for Venar. Like the closest thing will be like Flash Freeze, Punch, and 2/2 drops or something. Or like Fenrir Snow Chaser. And I think that wouldn't be that big of a deal, maybe? I don't know.
I think it's fine to backclimb Harvester because you've stolen a Hearth Sister, right? You can, at will, kill your own Harvester that way.
Oh, true. Good point. They could do that right now. Yeah, they can clear board. I would definitely just play 2/2 drop here then. I would just walk down, Mystic my face, Artisted the Harvester, and Shroud that Fenrir. And then you're 3/2 drops ahead, which Venar cannot deal with without Coldbiter. And then you just play Jax next turn and win, right? Like, I don't see how you can lose. They'll have no board against 3 bodies. And it's Venar with little mana, so...
Oh, interesting. They're doing... I guess it's a similar play, right? Just slightly different to how I envisioned it.
Yeah, but it doesn't
Wait,
really
heal
make
the
sense
Harvester
because now your
first?
Heartsister. Oh, he's going to keep Harvester on board, that's the thing. Okay, then I get this play.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's
I think
actually
keeping
good for
Harvester
you if
around
you
is
can
bad.
rest. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think so too.
If you don't keep it around, you leave a 3/2 Wolf token around. Unless you want to Shroud instead there.
I think it was totally fine to Shroud there because you had the mana, you get 3 bodies on board, and who cares? It's Venar, they don't have Imara or shit, right? And you just Jax next turn, so... I think that was totally worth Shrouding. There are no real Dispel targets in Venar. I don't think Fenrir is even a real Dispel target anymore for Magmar, right? With Mccanter and Harvester making it so easy to kill now, in the late game at least.
Slight mispositioning by Crazed. Should have, gone back 1 so that he could clear 2 Jacks instead of 1, but...
Yeah. That
It's
could
not.
actually kind of matter. He already knows what's coming, that's why he's dropping the Z's.
Yeah, I think Crazed is on tilt because of turn 1.
Yeah.
Crazed is a player who's very prone to... What was Josuke's words? It was like emotional highs and lows or something.
You mean frustration?
Yeah, but she said something else, like before then, or surrounding the quote. Anyway, this Jax is going to come down. It's even the special Kickstarter backer Jax, because that's the skin Crazed has, and it got mine stolen. So this is very swanky. Very fancy.
What's that expression again? Cookie of your
Swanky.
own dough or something? Swanky.
Hoisted by your own petard.
Petard? What is a petard? Is that some kind of potato?
I don't know what it is. It's a Star Trek guy. No. It's Picard. It's a small bomb made of a metal or wooden box filled with powder used to blast down a door or to make a hole in a wall. Or a kind of firework.
I learned
Because that's what it
something
said.
today.
Hoisted? It sounds like some pirate meme, right? Hoisting and tiny bombs for...
It comes from
I don't know.
Shakespeare, apparently.
Oh.
From Hamlet.
Oh, Crazy's just going face.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to work, but I get it.
Yeah.
Like, what else?
This game, we've had 2 games in a row of this cast, which have been decided pretty early, I would say.
Yeah, so maybe we should just keep talking about etymology and shit, because it's kind of, you know, there's not much to say here, right? There's probably more to say about language than to say about the game. There's also Shakespeare.
Feel free to take the commentary where you see fit, right?
Speaking of, you know, getting the commentary wherever we want, I think I know why I said the cookie thing. That's just a Dutchism. I just literally translated some expression. It's like to give someone a cookie of their own dough, which sounds pretty funny in English, I must say.
It does sound funny. What is it? It means the same thing as, like, you know, it's just like your own thing hurt you.
Yes, if you Mirage Master a Macanter, then you gave the Magmar player a cookie of their own dough.
That's great. I always like hearing people who don't speak a language natively, like, try and translate their expressions into that language. I had a couple of interesting mishaps with that in Japanese, but I can't remember any off the top of my head.
I feel like that
I
there
called
must
a
be
baby
millions.
pathetic once.
Pathetic baby.
Well, I can tell the story if you want, but maybe we should get into, you know, discussing the second set of decks.
Yeah, let's keep that in case we have a high roll game again where it's just over immediately.
Okay.
So
Nice of them to tell us what's in the spell high deck. Like, I don't even need to look at it. I just got the deck name to tell me. What did
one
they come
edge,
for
one
it?
MS. Blood Rage masks are sometimes
Rage
in this kind
masks,
of list. Yeah. And then, but
and a Phoenix Fire.
Oh yeah, exactly. I felt like there was one card missing. One Phoenix Fire, the Blood Rage mask. Okay. Oh, it's incognito on that owl list. I do think the owl kind of variants are less good against Magmar because Metamorphosis is like the best anti-Arcanist card in the game. And you would rather just kill them, right?
Yeah. That's, Sorry, my internet is having trouble. Give me a second. Enjoy solo casting while I figure this out.
Okay. Smarty having problems. Incognito, however, does not have any problems because he has Boar Heartseeker opener. I would definitely replace in a focus here. He does the same. And I think I would even waste the Mana Vortex because you might not have a real hand. I think it's fine to keep it though because your Boar will most likely go back to your hand. Okay, they definitely didn't need to waste the Mana Vortex there because they drew Lantern Fox and also have his Eclipse. Hey, Grinch makes a good point in chat. The Blood Rage mask was in a decklist image. He did have
did they
a Blood
have
Rage
the
mask
Blood
in
Rage
his
mask
opening.
in hand? I just noticed that as well.
And-
I'm gonna have to verify some things.
Disqualified. Game over.
They could very well be, but let me see if it's an error on my part.
Anyway,
Alright.
if Incognito is not doing illegal shit, then it's tough to replace here. Maybe Heaven's Eclipse even, because it's not very likely that Lantern Fox gets net selected with a Heartseeker on board, and then you don't really need to draw.
Alright,
Yeah.
so I'm watching the Twitch stream in 360p mode, and hopefully that will
The
work
Twitch
out.
stream would be slightly delayed, unfortunately. Like
That's
by
fine.
a few seconds.
I'll just be slightly delayed, it's fine. But, you know.
I think Incognito drew the best thing possible. He can now play a Chakra on the tile, and then board the Murkblood and kill the Heartseeker and Mana Vortex so that the Chakra doesn't die. But looks like he's just going to walk to forward and play a Lantern Fox instead, yeah. I guess he doesn't respect Murkblood. But I felt like that was totally a play, because there's no Harvester yet. Flash Harvester would be insane though, if he made that Chakra play. So maybe that's why Incognito choose to just play a Lantern Fox and give him Murkblood value for 1 turn. Which is probably not a big of a deal indeed, especially when it's so backlined.
Yeah. Not a huge fan of Merkblood. Like, the reason Lady Luck is so good in these Magmar decks is because it gives Phalanxar's Provoke.
Yeah.
And Merkblood, like, sort of, in some decks, is kind of like a fix-similar, like a sort of slightly worse Lady Luck, but that you can, you know, play turn 1 proactively. But here it's a bit awkward, because Spellhigh doesn't really care. Like, having 4 health minions is pretty good against them. So it's not, the end of the world, but a little awkward.
I guess so many people are on Murkblood in Magmar because they don't really have a 3-drop to play on turn 1 as player 2. And, you know, I think most people don't really like playing double 2 because you're just in top deck mode for the rest of the game.
I'm on the Dragall school of thought where I'm happy to just play 1 2-drop on turn 2, on turn 1 as player 2. I mean,
Yeah,
be
same.
super behind. But hey, this
Well,
is a good turn.
I prefer a
They
3-drop.
heal the Merkblood. Like, there's 3-4 health minions.
Yeah, they're hard to clear. Maybe Incognito did get punished for not doing the Chakra Boar Mana Vortex play.
I mean, now they probably just run away and like slam a 4-wins and start going face, right? Like, it's a bit early to give up on the board as spell high, but I think you might have to do it because there's just no way to fight through this, right?
Well, the Heartseeker helps with Phoenix Fire, you know, doing 4 damage. But yeah, you can indeed just run away. I think that's a real option because there's no pressure from Magmar if you run away, and you're Songa, you can kill them from ranged. And you can also get 2 fires out of that Fox because the Mystic is too forward to not deny Phoenix Fires. So you could even play Chakri and just 2 Phoenix Fires face if you feel like making that kind of play. But I definitely prefer developing something here, a threat. And 4 wins over there is just not possible to answer for Magmar at all with this much distance. So I do prefer this. Whatever they're doing, I prefer it. Okay, they do clear the Murkblood now and get a fire, right?
And their board is now like a huge natural selection buffer, right?
Yeah.
Because they have a bunch of 3 attack minions that are kind of sticky. Young Silithar is turning off their natural selects on the 4 wins, even if other stuff gets cleared. So this is going pretty well.
Yeah, I think so too. And it also makes sense that Incognito didn't get a fire actually, because then the next fire would just get milled, so... Oh, that is...
Mind Steel!
Now that can kill the 4 wins. I was going to say there's nothing that can kill the 4 wins. Okay, they go for double net select. But I guess you don't want to bank on them having this nice... Because seriously, Saber Spine Seal, Jux and shit, that was... that could have been pretty strong and a boar. They could have cleared just as many things with Mind Steal.
Yeah, they just didn't know it, right? Better to take the safe
Yeah.
play, don't risk it all. Especially since
Yeah.
risking it all... Ooh, Sword of Mechazor. This is a very interesting list. That's also just
And
not what was posted.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I think
I'll clarify that once the match is over.
Okay,
what happens if they cheated, Harpo? Then do they lose the whole series no matter the outcome of this series?
If they did get it wrong, I would change their series that they have lost the set. But they have the correct deck. Craze has sent me the wrong deck. I have a timestamp here on the correct deck and time, and I'll post the whole image for you all. So they're running,
Okay.
yeah, you'll see the deck afterwards. I'm adding it.
awesome. Thank you, Hapu. Yeah, like Chakri Sword, maybe? Just chill out, do nothing this turn. Kind of feels bad. But Tuskbore is just bad into this board. You can I guess you can let go like Chakri Tuskbore or Sword Tuskbore.
Yeah, if you want to kill the egg, or maybe just send its face, because yeah, they're
Whoa.
juxing some shit.
Whoa. Very aggressive.
I guess it makes
Very
sense
aggressive.
because Mccanter, you know, you can't deal with both threats with Mccanter, so I do like this play. You do have to top deck Harvest Eclipse, but they just did it with a Mana Vortex, so it was obviously the correct play.
I love getting, because I'm behind, you know, I love being like, oh yeah, it's probably, they'll need to top deck well. I mean, Frog was like, they top decked well. Ah! You know, congratulations to them. That is like probably the best draw in the whole deck, right?
The Mana Vortex
Metamorphosis?
Harvest Eclipse? Or you mean the Metamorphosis?
Well, I mean both. Metamorphosis is like, keeps you in the game, right?
Yeah, it gives you some time, and maybe you can still do something then. I actually wonder how that works with the magma transforming into a boar. When does the boar go back to your hand? I don't even know how that shit works. I haven't encountered
Neither.
that yet.
I've seen it once. The board will stay on board for the whole duration
cool.
once it transforms back.
I would like to point out here that Incognito replaced a playable minion this turn with the Mana Vortex Harvest Eclipse. I'm not sure why he replaced that. I know Tempo Sword of Mech is not great, but it was something to play with your, you know, with the huge amount of spells you're going to draw.
Yeah, I mean, now the 4 wins, you probably still just fire up the Heaven's Eclipse, but is there some consideration to just playing with 4 wins and doing nothing else? Nope. I like it. Just...
Yeah, because now
Do
your
this
board
instead.
gets... Your board now gets cleared by Spirit Harvester, for example.
That is not what you were looking for when you Heaven's Eclipse.
Yeah, it's absolute garbage. Now it's actually still a game. Imagine if he had kept the Sword of Mech though. He could draw 2 cards at the end of turn instead of only 1, and he would have another threat on board.
Yeah.
They're thinking
Bit
about
of a
hitting with
mistake.
the magma. They hit with the board. Oh, I guess they don't know the interaction Harpo just said, and he was afraid that it would just go back to his hand.
That
so
makes
then
sense.
yeah. So I think that's why Cognito hit with the magma.
Wait, no, it would go back to the hand, right?
It would transform, right, at the end of the turn, but it would go back to the hand on the following turn, yeah.
Yeah. So hitting was correct. Saves himself 1 life and does 1 damage.
Well, they could have saved the board if they had kept Sword of Mech. They could have played Sword of Mech Inner Focus and not hit any frenzy targets, but which is garbage, but still.
Yeah.
I think there is a small chance that Cranky can come back now because Cognito's hand is very clunky. There is Soul Burst. It's a 6 damage out of hand if there's nothing to protect the back, but there is. Yeah, I feel like he could still win now because he has so many provokes. And he has a pretty, you know, he has a hand now that could help him.
Ooh,
no, he can't really draw
Mind
good
Steal's
shit,
huge. because now he can clear the Chakri with the stolen inner focus.
Oh, true. Yeah, now I feel like Cranky can just come back, yeah. Incognito, no, Cranky comes back. Now he wants Sword.
Yes.
Okay, no Sword.
Okay.
I think you just have to YOLO 4 Winds Harvest Eclipse and get the Jogs. Yeah. Because then you can walk 2 down, which is not great, but yeah, you can Jogs the Young Silatar and the Phalanxar and walk 2 down. That is, at least it gives you a turn and does a bit of chip. Sets up lethal for next turn, probably with Kaido Inner Focus or something. You're gonna need another Jugs though then. So he's gonna need to draw 1 Jugs for this turn and 1 for the next one to get a lethal, I think. And maybe even then, Cranky should probably be able to protect himself nicely with multiple pokes. Oh, he did get 2 Juxes, and the 2 Inner Focuses is also a lot of damage with Kaido potentially. So swap Phalanxar, Young Silatar, walk 2 down. I think that is just the best play, and then hope you can kill them next turn with Kaido, Jux double Inner Focus, which I think should be protectable with the multiple provokes, but he's probably going to run at least one of the provokes into the 4 Winds to kill it. Okay, he runs away into Macanter. I don't like that. I think 2 down was better, not just because of Macanter, but also because it can now potentially be harder to connect to face. Maybe it doesn't matter because he has Jux in hand. I guess he's
now he just
baiting
has Lantern
Macanter.
Fox, Inner Focus, Phoenix Fire, right?
Yeah. So Cranky has to rejuve.
Has to heal.
Yeah.
I think Cranky should spot that. I think Cranky should realize that healing, like Cranky's a spell high player. I think I would expect the rejuve to come out here.
Yeah, and I think that's also why Incognito played into Macanter. I think it was on purpose because he will just kill Cranky if he Macanters. Because yeah, he could have played around Macanter by walking 2 down.
I am sad Cranky replaced the Heaven's Eclipse because
you want him to see draw 5 Metamorphoses.
Yeah, and it'd be like, you know, you could get some flash reincarnations. That's good with 4 Winds Magi, 4 Winds Magus. Like, you know,
yeah,
nice. But he might just be dead to this anyway. If he can, yeah, the Lantern Fox can just get juxtaposition towards him, and then
yeah, that is very feels boy, man. Like if it was not a boy, he could have played around Jux.
Yeah, Grinches is commenting on that in the chat. Nice, clean, lethal for Incognito. I assume he'll spot it. Yeah, looks like it. What a wonderful deck Spellhigh is. Hey, at least, you know, on the plus side, a Phalanxar got punished for being a Phalanxar. That's always nice.
Yeah, I feel really weird about Phalanxar against Songhai, because a 2-mana 4/4 is insane against Songhai, but at the same time, I've seen this happen quite a bit, that it just gives very good Juxes, and usually multiple times in one game on one Phalanxar. So I feel a bit torn about how good it is against Songhai. Well, I guess you always fry lizards as Songhai anyway, but...
No, here's the actual Songhai list with timestamp.
Okay.
So what is taken out from the usual Songhai list? Because there's 2 Sword of Mech, 1 Spiral. Then what was taken? Oh, there's only 2 Fires?
2 Fires. Is that 2 Heartseekers?
2 Heartseekers and 2 Math.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And coming up next on the egg side of things, the Lionar.
Makes sense. Pretty standard. Lionar has a crushing matchup into Songhai. It's not like unwinnable for Songhai, but it's really hard. main deck, like 1 mana heal 5 against Spell High is just so rude. If they play 2 of those, you're just finished. Sword of Megazord gives some interesting comeback potential though. With like Saber Spine Seals and Inner Focuses, kind of cute. Yeah, that's my thoughts on this matchup, basically.
I always feel like this kind of matchup for Songhai is you have to have a real turn 1 play, so not Boar or something, and you have to just play a threat every turn and then hope one of them like you have to high roll the early game basically, if because yeah, you cannot deal with Cliff's shot, but it's not as out to lose as people say, I think. But yeah, now I think he already lost. But if you have like a turn 1 Chakri or Heartseeker, then it can be winnable, I think. Because like against that kind of turn 1, Linar can't really have a great turn 1 play. Like their best turn 1 play would be 2-drop Martyrdom, and then you just play your next threat, and the 2-drop, even if it's a Windblade, you can take 8. And also maybe use Saber Spine Seal to kill it, or Phoenix Fire, like Chakri, Mana Vortex, Phoenix Fire or something, and then they need to answer again. And then if something sticks, you also don't care about Iron Cliff because you just jux it. And yeah, it's winnable, but now it's already over, in my experience anyway, that yeah, if you don't have a turn 1 play, a spell against this kind of liner deck, I don't think you can snowball enough to have a chance. Do you think there's still a chance, Smarty, or do you want to talk about some language things?
I think we can keep going for a bit longer. Like I wouldn't call this game as over as some of the other ones we have.
No.
Indicated as such, but it's a little bit over. I'm pretty unhappy if I'm incognito here.
Yeah, even though this double board play is pretty decent, you're also not developing any real threats, so.
I do actually kind of like this play. Like, if you dodge Tempest here, I think you're like still in with a shot.
Yeah, or even if they do have Tempest, if they don't have a 2-drop with it, then it's not good.
So, yeah. Cranky does have a Sun Drop. He has an Iron Cliff, which is sort of both really good and really bad against Songhai. It's really good if you can not get it juxtaposition, and it's really bad if it gets pushed into a corner. I mean, does nothing for the entire game.
Yeah, the thing is though that if there is a way to kill both boards, I mean, the technically is right with the Martyrdom, which feels super bad, but you could say, okay, Ironcliff just wins next turn if I kill both these boards, because the chance that he has last boar and second jux is basically 0. So I feel like that's a real consideration, to just hit a boar, Mystic, Martyrdom, and then yeah, I would replace Sundrop first, even though it can be very good. But yeah, I mean, you have a shit ton of heals in the deck anyway, right? So it feels really bad to Martyrdom a boar, but if you really do, you agree, Smarty, that how do you lose after Ironcliff's slam next turn when they have only 1 boar and 2 juxes left?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I agree with that play. Just kill the both boars, play the Mystic, and then most of the time Ironcliff should win the game, and even if it doesn't, ooh, but they're sun dropping themselves, maybe? Yep.
Yeah, I would have waited with that. It's so cheap. I would keep that for some kind of combo, and they also missed 1 healing point out of it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're probably right. I think I like saving the sun drop. Now it's just like a pretty easy 4 wins. They drew another Jux, and now with the Tusk Boar, it's pretty easy to chase.
They actually got the last boar with Jux. Yeah.
No. This is not the last boar, because one of the boars.
Oh yeah, he didn't fucking martyrdom that. Yeah, I'm stupid. They didn't do my play. Feels bad, man. But
Silverguard Master is like perfectly acceptable here.
Definitely. Now there is a kind of gold hand, like Chakra, Saber, Spine Seal, Phoenix Fire, would be pretty strong here. I guess you need, yeah, then it would have 5 health. If you have a Mana Vortex or something. Like that kind of hand could be a problem now, because then you still can't slam Iron Cliff. But, well, Incognito is not going to have that, so.
Yeah, Incognito is kind of bricked up right now.
Yeah.
2 Heaven's Eclipses, a little unfortunate.
Did
no
you replace it?
real minions to play. I would definitely replace one of the Heaven's Eclipses.
Yeah, easy. And now I guess you have to bore in a focus Heaven's Eclipse or something.
Yeah.
You could just
Yeah,
go
that's
for
probably
a
right.
Blood Rage Mask turn too, but
The issue with Boar in a focus Heaven's Eclipse is that you're gonna probably not, like, the Boar will just, I guess the Boar is dead, so there's no issue
yeah,
with bouncing to your hand, but you're probably missing a card draw. So maybe the Blood Rage Mask turn is better. I think I would Blood Rage Mask here. Because the board would be empty at the end, right? So
it looks like
it's
Incognito is also doing that.
Yep.
It just sucked for him that he had to deny his own Mana Towel. Was there a way to do that? I guess not, right? Well, if you waste the Jogs, there's a way to do that.
yeah, otherwise no, he had to take the tile.
Yeah. And I do agree with not wasting the Jogs.
Well, there's the other Juxes. These Iron Cliffs both might have some time to spend in the corner.
Well, they can't go too far away with that. You know, the Heartseeker
That's
can't
true.
walk that far. Oh, there it is, the last boar with Juxes. Nice.
So this is like a Boar Heaven's Eclipse turn, maybe?
Yeah,
Do you deploy the Heartseeker or do you Heaven's Eclipse here?
definitely have his Eclipse. You
Yep.
can still draw the max amount of cards if you waste another inner focus, but
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a lot of damage. I think it's not really a
Yeah.
waste at that point. You're doing 4 damage with that for 0 mana.
yeah, 0 mana 4 damage should not be considered a waste, that's true. But I mean, he might not have a way to finish off the game, because the damage he's going to do this turn doesn't do that much against Helinar, right? If he doesn't have a way to follow up with Burst. But he does have another Heaven's Eclipse to find the last inner focus. He definitely has to play it, otherwise the board just dies. And like you said, 0 mana 4 damage, pretty good. It's a bit awkward for Incognito that he can't hit, because then his Blood Rage Mask is dead on board.
But yeah, that was a pretty good turn.
Yeah, definitely. And he got last inner focus too. It's
Oh, and Chakra.
yeah, he could
This
actually
is
win.
like lethal next turn, probably. Oh, but Cranky can master him his own Iron Cliff. I think he sees it.
I think he will always realize that he can do it, but I'm not sure if he wants to do it. I would do it too.
Yeah,
he does it as well.
Here's the Blood Rage Mask. Heals back
Yeah.
up to 21. Oh, beautiful.
That's definitely worth.
That is his second martyrdom gone. He only has 1 left, but...
Yeah, so
there's a sun drop.
Incognito can also still win. If he gets a Phoenix Fire or Saber Spine Seal, then he can totally regain tempo. So it's not over on either side. Especially because he also still has Jugs. No Phoenix Fire or Saber Spine Seal is pretty bad here.
Right, new plan. He plays a Fallen's Magus and forgets to leave the range of the Sunriser and then dies this turn by casting too many spells.
I saw Jay do that on stream when he played in Flash Arcane. He played the 4 Winds and didn't move his Chakri that was still next to his Sunrise, and he just killed his own Chakri by playing spells.
Oh no!
And then he conceded, of course, because it's Jay.
Yeah. I mean, I would shame concede that, even in a tournament. That's, like, hard to emotionally recover from.
Yeah.
So, this is a pretty sweet Chakri Heaven's Eclipse. all the bells and whistles. Do you Mana Vortex first?
Yeah, I think so, because you might only get 0 mana spells. Well, then it doesn't actually matter. I don't know.
I think
if
you
it
should play
matters.
Mana Vortex later. Oh,
Yeah, because you
Okay.
might not want to play it this turn.
I would wait. I would Heaven's Eclipse before I move my Chakri and stuff. In case I had
Yeah.
a kill on the Sunriser.
Same. Yeah, here there was the Saberspine Seal. The Jux
God.
could have been preserved. Well, you do set more shit face, that is nice. And
This is a
Cranky
lot of
doesn't
damage.
have an
And
answer.
Cranky will struggle to clear the Chakri, right? He only has
Yeah.
one Martin left.
He needs... He has 9 mana? No, because then otherwise Sunriser would answer this. Sunriser, Emo, Sundrel, but he only has 8, so I think he's fucked, potentially. At least
They
that
are
was the
out
last
of Jux,
Jux, right?
That was the
Yeah.
last juxtaposition. So this Ironclad
Yeah.
might actually have something to do.
Yeah.
He's probably just dead to Mana Vortex Phoenix Fire Spiral Technique though. Oh, he has a
With
Sun Drop.
no. Yeah,
No.
and he definitely needs to play it this turn. Yeah, if Cranky realizes that was the last Jux, then he shouldn't be in too much despair. He can also just top deck into an answer.
Martyrdom. Yep. Or
Yeah.
like a Shroud.
Okay, just
Nope, but that is good
Cliff and
for the
double
play.
heal.
It's 2 more healing. Yeah.
I do feel like this is all Cranky needs is a bit of time, because Incognito is also going to die soon.
Yes. What does he draw?
Only one inner
Tiger,
focus
MO?
left in the deck. So he has no Juxes, no Boars, and only one inner focus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. 2? Oh no, you can't double Mana Vortex Phoenix Fire. That's a forbidden play. I don't think he has lethal, so this is actually kind of awkward. Spiral
Is he
Technique and
going to...
Ironclad.
Yeah, Spiral Technique and Phoenix Fire with a Mana Vortex to Ironclad.
If he needs to clear the Sunrise with his Chakra, will just die to the Holy Immolation, right?
Yeah. It's pretty awkward.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have to tell the story about me calling the baby pitiful.
You know, because of your accent, I actually, instead of pitiful, I heard pedophile. A baby pedophile.
That would be quite something.
Yeah, that will be something new, right? A baby pedophile. Oh, I like this play. Yeah, I mean,
yep.
it feels bad, but I do
Oh,
feel
no,
like
that's
it's
really
the best
good.
play. Yeah.
Staying out of range of the Sunriser so you don't just die to, like, Holy Immolation. Nice.
Yeah.
Well spotted by Incognito.
And no burst top deck, so Cranky actually just lives if you Tiger Immos the Chakri. I guess he's going to do that, right? Yeah. And pray. Normally you will be dead here, but yeah, Incognito doesn't have much out of hand damage left in the deck.
If he replaces into any spell that costs 2 or less mana, he does win with double 4 wins, right? No, he's at 8, not 6. But that's lethal.
Because that is... Oh, wow. Like I said, the matchup is not totally unwinnable. But
Yeah,
he did
and
do
it
it
wasn't
in
even like a
different way.
fantastic start. Yeah,
No.
well navigated to Incognito.
Yeah.
That's huge, because like people usually are like, oh yeah, Lionel will stop the Songhai, from getting too fancy. But here, that's that wall has been broken down, and now we'll see how much more damage Songhai can do.
Yeah, I wonder what was cranky the game here, because I didn't see a clear misplay or anything. And, okay, if your Ironclad gets jogs like that, yes, you can indeed lose. But when you then Martyrdom that Iron Cliff, it's not that bad. But I guess it's just no answer to Chakri. That's a problem, right?
Okay, now we have Obelisks, which is pretty good against Spell High, right?
Yeah.
You've got a bunch of high health minions. You've got Siphon Energy. You can Rash's Curse, June Caster to clear things. Now you have Syzygy. Was this played pre-patch? It was, right, Hapu?
Yeah. Pre-patch.
All of these games were for this week?
That's right.
Yeah. So this is a 4-mana Syzygy that gives +3/+0 and +0/+3. Even if the replay will lie to us, as Hapu and I had issues with last time.
The fact that they have Tiger in the deck is also nice for this matchup,
Tiger's
I
huge.
think. Yeah.
Wait, this might just be the deck that Kieran played against me yesterday in the Flash Archon. No, I don't... Was he playing Blood Tears?
There were no
I
blood
didn't see
tears in
that.
this Vitruvian list.
Yeah, so it is a different deck. But hey, Primus Fist turn 1, not bad. Not great, but you'll take it. It's not an Orb Weaver, but...
I would just play this whole hand as incognito. I think buffing the Chakri of both Russia's
totally.
Curse is very big.
Yeah, you backline them both,
Yeah.
and you just slam it in.
You can
Nice
even
and
play
simple.
Darkseeker around Tiger, but, you know, Tiger is not super popular in Vet except Draggle Vet, but...
I think playing
Yeah,
around Tiger when it's free, right? Might as well.
Yeah. I wonder if it was worth playing a little bit around Bone Storm, like you can put the Chakri first and then walk into the corner like this. On the
Yeah,
other
maybe.
hand, Bone Storm, yeah. At least
Well,
Bone
he's not
Storm
gonna
doesn't
get
kill
punished
the
this
Chakri.
game.
No.
Oh. Yep, first wish, looking for an answer.
Guardian. That is
Not
good
an
me into
answer.
play.
It is. And unless an incognito like replaces into a Heaven's Eclipse, we aren't in like totally doomed territory.
I'll play the Guardian below there. Yeah, exactly. I would have done the same as Kieran.
Nice.
But I think I wouldn't have put Sarge there though. I think I would have put Sarge 1 down, because then you actually can walk into a tile. And it's just a bit more aggressive. You need,
Oh,
of
replace
course,
into a Heaven's
the player.
Eclipse. Oh man, Mana Vortex Saberspine Seal.
Yeah, this is insane.
Oh, can't keep getting away with it. What a great turn. Is this a full clear?
If you waste the
quite.
inner focus, then I think it is. If you play the inner focus, because then you kill the Portal Guardian. Well, then it's still, maybe it still doesn't work.
I think you can if you use Juxtaposition to get the general to hit as well. But then your Heartseeker is, you know, right in front of the enemy general.
Yeah.
I think you probably just leave the Primus Fist alive.
But maybe there indeed is a clear where you Saberspine Shield the Heartseeker to kill the Primus. I feel like there must have been a clear. It's going a bit too fast for me to properly think about it. But I feel like there must have been a clear where you Saberspine Shield the Heartseeker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you can get
I think
to,
there was if he oh no, his general hasn't moved yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was a clear. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there's no way it wasn't, because the Chakri had 5 attack without the Mana Vortex, even if you didn't play the Saberspine Shield on the Chakri, and then you just kill the Portal Guardian with 5 attack and general hit, right? Maybe I feel like there must have been some Jux play where that's possible, but
Kieran's still not finding an answer.
Do you remember this from a previous week, Smarty? That somebody, I think it was Icy, just swept with Songhai, basically because I was casting with Grange then. Basically every fucking game they just didn't have an answer to either turn 1 Chakri or turn 1 Heartseeker. That's what's starting to look like now too, like a Chakri town again. Just no answer to the XD2 drop.
Yeah. Man, this is a super feel bad for Kieran.
Yeah,
Doesn't
because
even get
this
a full
matchup
card
is...
draw at the end.
Yeah, I don't like Second Wish in these kind of decks that have a million 2-drops and 3-drops, but also like some... Wait, I'm mixing shit up. Never mind. But yeah, it would have been so much better to play a 2-drop instead of Second Wish here, right? You can't really afford to do this in the early game against Songhai. I was mixing up Dragovet in this kind of list. I mean, the Obelisk dies for free, which is already pretty nice, but I can imagine Incognito also just wants to go face. Because you can, for example, bore the Obelisk, then invokes the board to kill the Primus Fist, you kill the Obelisk with Heartseeker and General Hit, and then you can just send the Chakri face. That seems a little better. Yeah, they're doing just that. I hope they play around Russia's Curse killing the Heartseeker.
Yep.
But I don't think they are. Yeah, now they are. They were first going to walk back. I see no reason to walk back anyway. And yeah, the Mana Vortex is 0 mana, 2 damage, and it doesn't cost a card, so easy. Yeah, I would have made the same play.
Poor Kieran.
Yeah, it is pretty unfortunate, considering how good this matchup normally is for you. Just no siphons. I mean, that's my experience too, both versing Obelisk Vet as Spell High and the other way around. I feel like the only way I lose is to fucking Chakris and I just don't have Siphon or Russia's Curse on time. Well, otherwise I think it's very close to unwinnable. So Incognito is actually beating the bad matchups, right?
Yeah.
I think against Lionheart it was just very skillful, but this game is just fortune, to be honest.
Yeah,
not like he misplayed, but...
Yeah. It's not like, oh, he's playing terribly and just getting lucky and being rewarded for it. No, he's playing well.
No.
It's just unfortunate, but...
Yeah. Two mana.
I'm a little surprised
by
the way they're playing into Portal Guardians, but I guess maybe there's not a better way to... Oh, it's just lethal. Well,
maybe it's lethal, yeah. Every spell was 4 damage or something? Yeah.
Yeah.
That 4 spell triggers, right?
Yeah. Poor Kieran.
Pretty vicious
Spell
game
high rolls are fun.
I should have told my baby story, but I couldn't, because at any point he could replace into Siphon Energy, and then it was still a game.
Well, we have
now
it's a Spell High Mirror.
Spell High coming back again.
And this is like very standard Spell High. It's just sort of the stock standard 39 card list from Team Egg.
I wonder
versus this wacky sort of Mikazor thing.
Yeah, I feel like the eggs list, even though it's more standard, is a little bit better because Sword of Mech is just not great in the mirror, at least not in Spell High mirror. It's kind of, yeah, a 3 mana 3/3. Of course, there are going to be situations where you do get a good frenzy. It's possible, but... Oh, the Ghost Driver is playing the Spell High. If I ever was Incognito, I would replace the Sword of Mech, maybe... I don't know. It can be good to curve out, right? But it could be good to curve out. You play so much
else. I'm looking for answers, right? In the Spell High mirror, it's like... I just need juxtapositions. I need ways to access their stuff, especially if I'm going first, because they're going to get the first opportunity to play 4 wins, and that's like really scary.
Yeah, so you would try to find some Kaido stuff.
Yeah.
I do think
like
Sword of Mech is...
Seals and Juxes, it's just, you know, it's tough. 4 health is a really awkward number for Songhai to deal with, as we've seen.
Yeah. Well, Sword of Mech is super easy to deal with, just Phoenix Fire or something.
So this is going to be a pretty good turn 1 from Ghost Driver, right? playing your own threat and Phoenix firing a Chakra Avatar.
Yeah, and it would be silly to replace for that reason, I think, especially because you have your way to refill hand with a hard to answer threat. I guess they got
Spiral
kind
gets
of rewarded
replaced
for
back.
keeping the sword, but it's not even good, I think, this sort of mech. I don't think it's good.
Yeah. I think it's going to be hard to find more value than this necessarily in this matchup, but it is also not great. I think,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what I'd do here.
It would be really funny to see a line of play if Incognito places Boar on one of the tiles, moves its center, kills the Kaido, and then interfocuses Boar to take the other tire and to protect it with a sword.
Haha! That would be funny.
Yeah, it's actually possible.
I would enjoy that one. Yeah. It's like a bit of a waste of an interfocus. It's not that bad. Like it's probably worse than just doing this, but it's
Yeah,
not appalling.
you could get out tempoed really hard if he has a Jux play, but I understand that Incognito does this because Ghost Drive only has 3 cards.
Yeah. And now
it's
actually,
super.
this 4 wins is probably going to die, right? It's going to get like, if the Sword of Megazord is going to get in there, it's going to frenzy it, and probably a Phoenix fight will finish it off.
Yeah, and I think Ghost Driver might even be scared of MDS. They haven't seen it yet, but then you really don't want to play 4 wins next to anything in the case of MDS.
Yeah, this is harsh. Will Incognito claim another win?
I would at least play around Frenzy with the Kaido, because that actually dies to it if it's just a Jox play. So maybe walking 2 up with the Kaido, General Diagonal down, and then 4 wins Diagonal behind you. Seems like the best play in Hit Phase and Mana Vortex.
Yep. I like that.
Because then there's also no good Jox play, right? Yeah. You cannot like Jox with your own minion to hit both.
Yeah, they need a second, like they need a minion out of their own hand to...
Yeah. They need their own minion out of own hand and 2 Joxes. Okay, he did the same thing, just, yeah. I don't agree with hitting with the Kaido, though. Now he just dies.
Do you not? I guess.
No, actually, he did make a slightly different play, because Kaido can still be frenzied.
Yeah. Yes.
And then it makes sense
if it is
to hit,
frenzied,
I guess.
If it is frenzied, then the 4 wins is safe, right? That's the idea, is like saying, if you're hitting my Kaido with your sword, I'm happy, because I got to keep my 4 wins Megas.
But that's why you could have done the other play where Kaido is still a 2-3 and it's not in any frenzy range. Because then if they make some frenzy play onto the 4 wins, which is still possible now, then at least you still have your Kaido, which then can maybe help kill the Sword of Mech or other garbage.
Yeah, that's true. I think here it's looking like probably just bore Phoenix Fire into the 4 wins and clear the Kaido with face, leaving the sword. That seems to be what Incognito's like mousing around with, at least. Oh, nope. Thinking about replaces. Ooh.
Yeah, they have a good boar, Jox, Saberspine Seal play now.
They do.
Why not steal the tile?
Because they want to use the boar to kill the Kaido. Oh, nope, just kidding.
Yeah, I thought you would just hit the Kaido with your own face.
They choose neither. Interesting. So the Kaido can just backstab the sword to kill it. I guess it is a lot of damage, right?
Yeah,
like 10 at the end of this turn?
I just feel like it's kind of risky. I feel like you couldn't really... like I feel like the other play is just better. Because 12 damage is kind of okay when you have almost no cards. And, you know, they could have a 4 wins, which they indeed do. And they don't need to take any damage or lose any value clearing the Sword of Mech. Well, yeah, you do need to 4 wins.
Yeah, I think you go diagonally down 1, Kaido up 2, kill the sword, 4 wins like behind, diagonally down from you, you just mana vortex. That way you aren't even. I think that means you're not even getting him out of Incognito's hand, right? Because you can't inner focus the same Tusk Claw twice. If
Yeah,
he stays in range of a general hit, he is dead.
and I don't see why he would ever do that. As Songhai, you don't need to stay near to win. Maybe he wants to Saber Spine Seal into Incognito's face. That seems unnecessarily risky.
Oh, he's at 12, not 10, so actually he's just not dead either way after this. Incognito's hand is only 11 damage. Oh,
But
it's
he's
less
at
than
11.
that. It's less than that because the inner focus doesn't work twice.
I mean, he's dead. He has 9 out of 10 damage in a general hit. He should have at least played the Mana
oh
Vortex.
yes.
I don't know, I think
Mana
Ghost
Vortex?
Driver...
That's why I thought he was at 12, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the Mana Vortex thing was a mistake.
I think Ghost Driver made at least 2 mistakes here. And the last turn was definitely just way too risky for no reason.
Yeah. Ah, well. Incognito's sweep continues.
Yeah, he
Now it's
literally
just
played
block.
into just 2 damage cards. You know he has a boar, and then you only
Yeah.
need 2 typical... I'm surprised his teammates didn't say, like, play the Mana Vortex.
This
Maybe he
was
just forgot.
there was some discourse happening at this part, so there might have been undue stress on the teams.
Oh yeah, I
Discourse?
sort of saw some of that in the Discord.
Yeah, during
some
this
drama?
little drama.
Oh, that's why.
So now it's Abyss and Vanar against the world, and we're seeing Big Vanar.
That looks very Ghost Driver Vanar E. This is exactly what I'm used to from him in Vanar.
Yes. I also think it's probably not great against Spell High, is my guess.
Yeah, same.
Not awful,
Like-
because you've got the Vanar tools of like Half Sister, Chromatic Cold, Hailstone Prison isn't great, but it'll slow him down. And then you've got Rejuves. You can keep of a Rejuves. If you can keep a Rejuve, you're pretty happy. Like it's not unwinnable, but I'd say that I would expect Songhai to be slightly favored.
I think he needs
Come on, Wisp is
some
good.
kind of high roll there. Yeah, I've never seen Ghost Driver not open Wisp turn 1 with his Vanar decks, ever. And Heart Sister is also amazing against all the backline garbage.
Yeah.
He just needs Fenrir now, and then we could have an interesting game.
Zohan chiming in from chat. Hailstone Prison on Boar is pretty good. What do you think about that one, Furuka?
I agree that 2 mana heal the opponent for 1 is great.
Okay. So getting into things, pretty easy turn 1. I assume when I play with my Wisps, I put them center tile. What do you think about turn 1 Wisp positioning, Furuka?
Definitely center against, especially against Songhai. Well,
Oh yeah, the ball play around as well.
It could depend on what you replace into. If you get like a 4-drop and it might be your only play, then maybe do a diagonal. But now I would definitely say mid tile.
Yeah. Ghost Driver agrees.
Not good against Spell High, you said, right? Well, now we know why, because he's only drawing big boys.
Yeah. This is definitely not the hand you want.
No. At least Heart Sister is going to be good here. If Ghost Driver replace into Fenrir, then he's super ahead. But that's not the case.
If they're not paying attention, Sinja is pretty good against Spell High because of all the pings. If I just forget about Sinja.
Hey,
Which
they
I
can
have
play
done.
it.
So,
Did you also do the Sunriser thing that we just talked about?
I haven't done the Sunriser thing, but in board list, I would consistently forget that Sinja had an effect that wasn't an opening gambit.
Yeah, it feels like a dancing blade sometimes, right?
Yeah. But anyway, this is a pretty good clear.
It's just too passive. Okay, he's going to play super safe, I guess, and waste the Concold.
Wow. Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, I kind of get it because he is so behind and he has no plays in hand yet, and now his only play in hand is a Mystic. But it's not like he's playing around board hitting face or anything, so I'm not sure. Can Incognito play triple 2-drop somehow? Because that's pretty good against Vedar with no board.
He can, but then his Tuskball doesn't do anything.
Yeah, true. Could still be worth,
It feels
honestly.
like a Jux play.
I think it could be worth to just run the board into the towel just to deny it.
Yeah.
You know, if Ghost Driver then wastes removal on board, why not? I think 1 damage on your general is worth denying the tile, again, especially
Absolutely.
against Vedar.
Well, yeah, because Ghost Driver has ramped, right? He's threatening to go to 6 next turn, and like Incognito isn't playing Ghost Lightnings, right? So a Jax next turn could be problematic.
Yeah. So you should definitely just play all 2-drops. He can then also put the Kaido aggressively if he wants, but I don't think you want to when you have a Jux in hand. Yeah. Oh, he's not denying the tile. He is playing Jax, right? Ghost Driver is playing Jax, right?
Yes, but didn't find it.
Yeah, never punished. It would actually be a huge problem. Only he could only kill, you know, with Boar he could kill only 2 Jaxes, and then I guess he could kill 4, but he would have to play his whole hand to kill 4, and then there's still 1 left. And playing your whole hand is not great, right? When it doesn't go face, especially.
Zohan does have a good point. A Chromatic Cold sure would be nice right about now.
Yep. I do think it was better to just take the tree as well and preserve that card. Like imagine Lantern Fox, for example, without Chromcold. It's then it's suddenly really good against Venar.
Okay, Bone Reaper.
That's not actually a bad card.
Yeah, it's like an Iron Cliff, but it has immediate impact before it gets juxtapositioned into Narnia.
So Incognito already has a good play in hand right now, but he replaces the Saber Spine Seal. Like playing your whole hand there, you know, you're in top deck mode, but it was already a good play. Now I think you shouldn't play the Inner Focus and just do way less damage. I feel like, that's always hard about these kind of spell items. When you have a great turn where you can and clear board and go face, but you have to play your whole hand, do you do that?
I normally try and avoid Vader Spell High. I hate top decking with a passion.
Same.
But like, I think this turn's pretty good. It might be worth it.
Yeah,
obviously
it's just that
Inner Focus.
It would have been so much more tempo positive to like walk the Kaido 2 forward, Jux the Chakri, and then Kaido kills something for free. You Phoenix Fire the Razorback, you Taskboard Face, and you also play Saber Spine Seal. Would have been a shit ton of damage. Chakri would be big. And you would also clear board still, right?
Yeah, but Chakra would be big in like the middle of nowhere. I guess it's already big in the middle of nowhere, and you've already.
No, it will not. No, you Jux with the Chakri. You Jux with the Chakri.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yes. Here it's just a Bone Reaper. Not a lot to think about. Bone Reaper probably perfect protect, so you go 1. That means the. Oh, I've got an ad. It's gonna make it hard to commentate.
Damn it, Twitch.
If you don't perfect protect, if you put the Bone Reaper and walk 2 back, then after the Jux play, Chakri,
that's a good point.
You know what I mean? And then your Kaido has to be like the Bone Reaper has to be closer to him because he can't save the movement. So there is merit to playing 2 backwards, walking 2 backwards.
Yep. No, I like that. All right, I'm back. No actions have been taken. Perfect.
Ghost Driver is having a hard time with playing Bone Reaper.
I think they're just thinking about where to put it. Think about all the positioning stuff. Because
Yeah.
when you have this much time against Songhai, you've got to be like, well, what if they juxtaposition, you know?
Actually, moving 2 squares away or 1 square away from Bone Reaper doesn't matter, right? 2 or 1.
There's Jax. But
No,
yeah.
if Incognito just never gets Heaven's Eclipse, then Ghost Driver can actually... Oh, there it is. Then Ghost Driver could actually just slam Jax and win, but
Oh my
now,
god. He
now
can't
I
be getting away
expect
with it. It's like 3 times the set or something. It's been like, oh yeah, this might be in, you know, we'll see how it goes. If he doesn't get Heaven's Eclipse, might struggle. It's like, oh, replaced into Heaven's Eclipse. Can even clear the Bone Reaper if he wants.
Yeah, but then he can't go face.
Well, he can clear the Bone Reaper with just Kaido, and he can't inner focus his Chakra anymore, right? It's too big. So
Oh, you just
can,
put
like-
inner focus on the Kaido, you mean? Yeah.
might be
I'm
worth
not
it.
sure if you do that. I'm not sure
Probably
because
not.
yeah, you need the inner focus to kill him off, right? Like if Chakra gets Concolded or something, you need that inner focus to finish off the game. And on the other hand, Heart Sister, like
Half Sister's super scary.
yeah. So I think yeah, it's hard to say what's best because it just depends on their hand, and you don't know their hand.
Yeah.
But at the
We've
moment,
seen one of
you know,
each, Half Sister and Chromatic Cold. And they're Songhai, so they're probably playing 3 of each. Not Songhai, Vanna, you know.
should
Okay,
we
that
quote
is the clear on the Chakri.
should we quote Zoan again about Concold? About wasting the
yeah.
Concold?
Yeah, it's not looking good now, is it?
No. Oh, now he gets a Concold.
Bit late. So this is just a Heaven's Eclipse play, right? Looking for another juxtaposition.
Yeah. I mean, you can already unblock with War Phoenix Fire if you don't have his Eclipse, but that's not lethal. What did I get?
Boar, Saber Spine. Oh, it's
Then
not-
it will
no, it's
go
too
to
much mana.
9.
Yeah.
Well, you can bore and then in a focus the bore and then
Oh, yeah, you're right. So that is lethal.
yeah. And Incognito
Yet another
sees it
win
as
for
well.
Incognito. He's won 5 in a row.
Wasn't there a question before if Sibin was the only single
Yeah.
person to sweep? I guess we might have 2.
Well, Incognito wasn't in game 1, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
never mind then.
But still
What
winning
was
6,
game 1?
you know,
I already
it was
forgot.
praised.
Oh yeah,
It was the Jax.
mine's still
It
Jax.
was
Yeah.
praised cranky.
Poor Jack, spine stolen. Alright, coming up next for Team 1, their final squad, Abyssian.
Ah, Sarlacc cheese.
Sarlacc. No, it's Kolos's deck.
That's also Sarlacc cheese.
Yeah, but now there's a Shadow Nova as well.
Yeah, I think Kolos called the deck something 8 himself as well. So I think it's totally fine to call it 8 because I think Kolos said that himself. I saw him say that anyway in his own Discord. But yeah, I guess he enjoys 8s. But now Kolos is not playing though.
Yeah, Kieran also plays this deck. I think, yeah. Kieran developed
Sun
this
is
thing at a
gonna
similar
be
time,
in
but
control
Sun.
though.
Okay. Chat is chiming in. It's called AIDS Omicron.
It's Omicron.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I'm cheering for the sweep at this point. I'm not meant to be biased as a caster, but I hate Sarlacc.
Same. At least this is a horrible matchup for this deck, so there's a good chance that your wish comes true.
Yeah. Oh look, this deck with no good turn 1 plays doesn't have a good turn 1 play.
Yeah, I don't understand how Kolos did so well with this shit.
Your high roll going first is Healing Mystic. I just don't even play it. Fair enough, honestly. I think that's correct.
Yeah. I mean, it is possible to then keep her Shroud, right? So maybe they should have played it, but I don't know. It depends on if they have Boar or not. Like here, if they had played Shroud turn 1, they could keep her Shroud, and that would have been so much better than whatever they can do now. But I really can't blame them for keeping it in hand either. It is fucking Songhai.
Yeah, so what do they do now? They can't dispel the Chakri because it's well placed. Good job, Incognito.
Also plays around Blood-Tear Grasp.
Yep, nice. Very clean. So I have no idea what to do. I guess you just kill the Kaido, right?
Yeah.
Makes
You
sense.
just don't understand why they don't put the Blood-Tear close to a mana tile though, because they can still put a boar in the tile and kill it. Because I think that's why some backlined it slightly for some kind of, then boar in the tile is not like a 1-mana boar to kill my Blood-Tear, but I don't see how that works. I don't know.
Yeah, also if they do
what
clear
you
it
think?
with boar now that it's this far away, they could position boar such that your general can't actually get there.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to
like
do,
a
right?
Kaido or something.
Yep.
No, the general can reach if they body block.
No, they're blocking
yeah,
with the
right.
Yeah. So what you just said happened a second later. And some got punished for that, what I think is not optimal positioning.
Yep. So now it's looking rough. They've got like Shroud Night Sorrow, which is alright as a clear. Silence the Fox. Dispel the Fox, sorry. And kill the boar.
Yeah.
Have a 3/3.
You could, however, argue that the boar is not as big of a threat as Chakri, so you could maybe just Shroud Lure and give the boar back.
Oh yeah, that's true actually.
I think your play is totally fine too, though, because they need to play on 3
Hidden
cards.
Duelyst.
They need to play 2 spells. Then you can't clear with General and Lure. But yeah, since they don't have many cards in hand, I do think it might be worth the risk. Don't know why they're backlining the Night Sorrow though.
There's nowhere else to put it. I guess I could have put the Shroud up one and then the Night Sorrow like slightly further forward.
Yeah, I felt like that was slightly better. Maybe it doesn't really matter actually.
There's no way Incognito replaces into Heaven's Eclipse again, right?
Let's see. Well, he already replaced, right? He replaced the Chakri. Yeah. I wouldn't have replaced Chakri though, because you have 2 Chakris. How does Abyss that already played a Shroud answer 2 Chakris? They just don't. Especially if you clear board. I wouldn't have replaced that thing.
Yeah. Sun hasn't found a Sarlacc yet, and soon it's going to catch up to them, right? The Nether Summonings will get a lot worse than they would have been. The Ritual Banishings actually have a cost. It's looking very rough.
Yeah, and also no Shadow Dancer comebacks set up. I just don't understand why Cognito replaced the Chakri. Just board Chakri is good this turn. I think I would have replaced the Inner Focus because you don't really need to do an out-of-hand play this turn. You will get it back later from regular draws or Heaven's Eclipses. And board to kill that Night Sorrow was not necessary. You can kill the Night Sorrow with Lantern Fox General hit and board the Shroud. And then your boar, you can still backline the board again and try to get it back to your hand again.
Yeah, that would have been really sweet.
At least
But
they did
Incognito's
play
just
2
biding his
spells.
time till he draws his Heaven's Eclipse.
Yep. Can't get it.
Aww.
We need it every game. Yeah, so now because he did play 2 spells, Lure is not a clean answer to Chakri. That is nice.
Okay, there's a Sarlacc.
I would just YOLO.
Sarlacc Mystic.
Yeah, exactly. I would also YOLO that that they don't have Eclipse Jogs, and then banish it next turn, because Lure Blood Tier this turn is way too passive, right?
Yeah, yeah. And you've got to get the Sarlacc down at some point, right? Or you're just never ever going to win. So
Yeah.
I don't think Incognito is going to give you time to do it later. So you just got to do it now and hope.
Yeah, especially now that he has a small hand size and he didn't play Heaven's Eclipse last turn. And he probably would have if he had it. Actually, you know for sure that he didn't have Heaven's Eclipse because he played 3 cards. One of them was Mana Vortex, so they need to top deck it.
Will that happen?
What do you think about putting
Find
the
out.
Mystic one more up? Well, they don't have Night Sorrow in hand, so that's not good.
Yeah, I think that just if they don't have a Jack, so let's for Chakri do something, right? Don't want that.
Yeah. No Heaven's Eclipse. What's happening this game?
Yeah, really unlucky. He just can't do any face damage this turn. This is like awful.
Yeah, it's basically skip turn. But on the other hand, answering 2 Chakra, well, it's not going to be hard actually because of Lure and Virtual Banishing.
Yeah. This is slipping away from Incognito, I think. If he doesn't find refill, I guess he's gonna have 4 cards in hand next turn. So
But they don't do much. Sun can definitely
And
come
they
back
don't.
now. Well, imagine if this Chakri that he just played came down 2 turns ago. Then it would have been
much better.
yeah.
It'll be big. It'll be a real threat. And it would not die to Demonic Law.
Yep.
How much health does the Lantern Fox have? I'm in
2
a very low
HP.
resolution, so 2 HP, okay. Just checking for any greedy never summoning players. Yeah, they're gonna safely answer this this pair of Chakris and be ready for Nova next turn. Nice, even body blocking with the Mystic. Well done.
Yeah, this is definitely correct.
And there's a Shadow Dancer.
And Void
And a
Pulse.
Void Pulse. Oh.
Even Nether Summoning could be good, maybe. Probably not,
Yep.
but
Oh, is this where Incognito's streak comes to an end?
it does look very dire. I don't think his turn here is good. Okay, he can play 3 threats if he wants to, but he just doesn't hit any gas. And the Heartseekers don't do that much. I think he's not going to play both, maybe. Just one. As replace fodder. Well, if you play 2, it is super unlikely that both get answered, and then you can kill Shadow Dancer with Saberspine Seal. Maybe it's worth... I mean, if you get Heaven's Eclipse top deck next turn, then I think having 2 Heartseekers on board is nice.
Yep. Yeah, I think I'd play the second one. I think it's so important to like have that ping just in your back pocket for all sorts of things. And your win cons are exactly finding Heaven's Eclipse anyway, and like having a Hearth Eagle in your hand doesn't give you more looks, because every card in your deck you'll replace if you need to find Heaven's Eclipse.
Yeah.
So now I am expecting either just like a raw Nova on the 4 wins, which seems pretty bad, or like a Shadow Dancer plus Blood tier turn. What do you think, Furuka?
I would replace Nether Summoning first. I think it's too greedy. Yes, there might be a good one in the next few turns, but I think it's a bit greedy to keep it.
But if you're playing Sarlacc, aren't you here for the greed?
Well, I think so, Smarty, because look what Sun did. They were so greedy that they just copied their Sarlacc.
Woo! Sarlacc, such a cool, interesting deck. I hope I didn't blow anybody's ears out with that little whoop. It was quite loud to me.
Oh, to me it was not that loud.
Yeah, the volume was
good.
fine.
Yep, no Heaven's Eclipse.
This is how you overcome Songhai, everybody. You just don't let your opponent draw Heaven's Eclipse. Or the enemy Songhai.
You just play Sarlacc. Sarlacc's really good into Spell High. Come on, everybody. Ladder it against me, please. Please don't. Actually. I don't care if it's a favorable matchup, it's just miserable.
It is indeed better to lose and have fun at the same time than to win and not have fun.
So what the hell is the play? Is it just like Blood Rage Mask, Phoenix Fire Face, pass?
I would not play Blood Rage Mask at all. I think it's so easy to clear. But
yeah, you're right, actually. Ooh, violent.
It did 3
damage to Sun, yeah.
Yeah. 2 mana, 3 damage. It's like Phoenix Fire Face, the Blood Rage Mask.
So, Sun's pretty low.
I think he can stabilize, though.
Well, it depends on if Incognito can top deck a Heaven's Eclipse.
Does he have mana for...
probably happening, right?
Yeah, because you can even kill the 4 winds with Lurn and still Void Pulse, and you still clear the Blood Rage Mask. That seems game winning. Even if he gets Heaven's Eclipse, I mean, it would help. 4 winds Heaven's Eclipse could be strong.
Yeah, but Kieran in return at like 12 or 13 health or something, right? That's because if he does it properly, he can actually kill all 3 of his minions. If he wants to.
Yeah. So it's a lot of lifesteal. It's 4 lifesteal and then Void Pulse on top of that.
Ooh, melee Shadow Dancer I don't like though.
Didn't he fuck up? Because he can't lure correctly anymore. Oh, he can. Never mind. I forgot the Sarlacc thing, the original one in the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, not a huge fan of this like face Shadow Dancer, but it doesn't matter. This game is probably over now. I want to see if Incognito doesn't place into a Heaven's Eclipse this turn. I think I can start telling my story about the baby.
Oh.
Spiral?
Well,
okay.
That could actually set up lethal. Yeah.
Yeah? None of the Sarlaccs are nearby? Is he just dead to Revenant though?
11, 14. Yeah, if he doesn't hit.
One off. If he doesn't hit face.
Yeah. That's important that he doesn't hit. But yeah, obviously you do Pyrotechnic Phase here. It's your only win con. And yeah, it's not even bad, I think. It gives you a decent chance of winning. But this Incognito hitting? He hit.
He hit?
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Well, that's
because
Incognito's run ends here. After 5 wins in a row. That's a pretty good performance, I think. We can
Yeah, he can
Safely
be
say.
proud.
Yeah, well done.
Isn't it funny that he beat the two super hard matchups, Obelisks and Helionar with Iron Cliffs, and then he loses against the worst deck against Spell High, Kolos Greed.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Oh, Incognito in chat. My team convinced me to hit him even when I said I will be dead to Rev, so we gambled. Ah,
Team suicide confirmed.
yeah, that sucks. Ah well. That's what Team Wars is all about, is being told to do bad things by your team and then losing because of it.
True.
Alright, coming up next for Team 2, Abyssian Mirror Match.
Oh, fuck.
I have had a worrying thought, Furuka.
Sorry, what fault?
A worrying thought.
What is your worry? I have a million.
Well, this one is that there could, like, this series is not over yet. And do you think the darkest timeline would be you and me commentating a 6-game Sarlacc reverse sweep?
That is the darkest timeline.
I don't know the result. I haven't looked, but I'm cheering for Sarlacc deck on the right.
That feeling when you have to cheer for the Sarlacc deck.
I am cheering for the Sarlacc deck.
The one on the right
Also,
means,
I mean,
oh yeah, that would finish it.
that is a very greedy list, right? Zuriel's only 2 Nether Summonings though. Nether Summoning is really important in this matchup, because both of you have Sarlaccs. I think I don't know who's favored here. Looking at these decks, I have no frame of reference for this matchup. But
the Vorpal Reaver and the Zurels can be good in this kind of greed mirror, right? But not
Yes.
having Revenants is a big deal though, because that's one of your best answers to shit like Shadow Dancer, and just for winning the game.
Oh, but what a hand on the right.
Nice. Oh, it's crazed again. You know what would be
himself.
You know what would be the darkest timeline with redemption at the end, Smarty?
Yep.
If Sarlacc reverse sweep, but then they stop it in the last game with Metamorphosis Flash, and here it comes, Harvester.
Oh, okay, that's true. That's true. That's ideal. I would watch that movie.
For all you know. Could be watching it right now.
We could be. I could be like currently acting in this movie. I don't even know it. Like Truman showed.
I would like to see
here,
a Duelyst version of Truman Show. Sorry.
Here, I mean, I was just discussing the game. It's not particularly exciting. I like this turn. It's the best you've got. Oh, Craze wasn't on Nova, was he? And Sun was.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I don't think Nova does much in his mirror, because you can heal to infinity with Sarlacc as Shadow Dancer. So, and you can play around Nova easily, right? I feel like if you just get good Sarlacc shit going, then Novas don't really matter. Well, unless you just don't draw Shadow Dancer, I guess.
Alright, so here we have a Keeper of the Veil. Eyes are out. That mana tile is gone. We will forget about it. We will spot lethal because of it, and we will be wrong.
And they might play an invisible Jaxi. That happened the last time I looked at a Keeper in play.
This should display mostly correctly, hopefully.
Okay. No Sarlaccs yet for either side. That's like a big one. Because both teams have a Nether Summoning as well, like if one person finds a Sarlacc, both teams can start Sarlaccing off.
And that's why I'm actually shocked that Sun replaced Nether Summoning and not Nova. In this matchup,
wow, yeah.
Nether Summoning is crazy. Yeah.
That's interesting. Maybe they don't
Like-
know it's Sarlacc yet. Right? They've seen Healing Mystic, they've seen Keeper, that's it.
Yeah,
And that could
Keeper-
be...
Keeper
Well,
does
Nanga-
smell like Sarlacc though.
Nanga in Team Wars has been playing a Keeper Shadow Creep deck. With Lore Masters and stuff to help outgrind other slow decks. Well, other creep decks mostly.
Yeah, which I do think makes sense because in some matchups you need more Shrouds than you have in your deck or more Night Sorrows. I know he doesn't play Shroud, but you know, you can stack the cards that you need in that matchup. That's pretty cool.
Very smart for Sun to skip the Keeper opening gambit, immediately punished by drawing another blood tier when he could have had a 1 mana blood tier. He gets a 2 mana one instead. There's a Sarlacc. Sarlacc sighted.
Siphon?
Sighted.
Cyphered, what does it mean?
Seen.
Sighted.
Oh, spotted.
Sorry, my accent's making things exciting. Yeah, you just gotta play it, right?
Yeah, and that
Maybe-
pre Dark Sack is looking kinda
Maybe,
useless,
actually. Maybe you backline it. Because... Or
though. Shroud?
try and set it up for next turn. Because you're trying to set up for a ritual banishing nether summoning play, right?
Yeah.
And you're worried about it getting dispelled. I don't know. I think you probably should still play it. But they are backlining it. Nice.
That pre-sack has been punished so heavily. He just floated 4 mana. Because, yeah,
Yep.
it feels bad.
Alright, there's a Keeper for a second Sarlacc. I think this might be a race for Sun to just kill Crazed before Crazed can assemble the Tide, because that replaced Nether Summoning. So Sun won't be able to return fire until he finds a Sarlacc.
Yeah, so I hope for Craze that he just doesn't replace any Shadow Dancers. Because then Sun just has no win con, I think. Is it Nether Summoning Banishing mana yet? No.
No. 2 turns away. Okay, just hard removal on that, I guess makes sense.
Sun actually played around. Oh no, it doesn't actually work. You can just run the Starlake into face. I was like, oh, he played around Nether Summoning. But I don't know why I thought that.
Oh, there's another summoning back. Oh boy, this could heat up.
Yeah. Heat up a disgusting Starlake soup. A cheese soup. Is that the real thing? Cheese soup?
Yeah.
Probably. Don't think I've ever had any, but
I
Yeah,
don't think
cheese soup
I
is a
want
food.
any. Crazed asked in chat who hating on me. No hate, Crazed. Just your early dark sack got punished. That's all.
Okay, Keeper, make a second Sarlacc. Hide that
And now
one, please,
Sun
Craze.
also has. Yes, he does.
Nice. That's not
Well,
hidden
still-
enough, though, right?
Yeah, both Sarlaccs still die on board if Sun wants
That's gonna
to.
be a big Nether summoning.
I wish Crazed hadn't replaced one of the two Shadow Dancers, because if you both have a shit ton of Sarlaccs, then that card is OP. Of course, Defy Crescendo and shit is better, but neither players are playing that, so...
Yeah, so I'm expecting just like a very solid Nether summoning sound, probably with like a Healing Mystic or some Void Pulses thrown in.
Yeah, at least one to draw multiple cards. Actually, this Nether Summoning is just insane, right? You get 2 Sarlaccs, a Night Sorrow, a Keeper, a Blood Tier. Looks like Sun is not going for 2 Sarlaccs though. He's going for 2 Blood Tears. Maybe.
I think that's sad. Shows a lack of vision.
Yeah.
Oh,
You are playing Sarlacc that day.
He's getting
never
multiple.
mind. Never mind. Just get the spawn forehead.
Oh, I can't reach that one though. Oh, this is looking bad. But there's a reply with Ritual Banishing near the summoning next turn. And then it's just going to be a complete clusterfuck.
I think I'm already getting Sarlacc animation seizures next turn.
Yep. Double Void Pulse. Craze is kind of low. There's a Zoriel. If we get 2 more turns of this game. Oh, there's a Blood Tide Priestess actually, which could be used to like lock in. There is a Nova and a Ritual Banishing though for hard removal. It's not like a perfectly safe little sphere.
I mean, without removal, you can make, if Sun doesn't have removal, then Crazed can make himself immune with that Blood Moon. So
I think I like
too
this.
weird if it plays.
Ritual Banishing, use your Sarlacc, kill a Sarlacc, trade your Sarlacc, into your Sarlacc. Make 4 Sarlaccs.
Can he even get all spawns now? Now that one of the Sarlaccs got next to Lilith? Can he?
I think so.
Can he get everything?
Depends on where the other Sarlacc spawn. Because he only has, there are 4 deaths, so he just needs 4 empty spaces.
He doesn't. Well, that's a little bit sad. Oh, here, 3.
Oh, right, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the board is hard to see, right, on this map. I know what you mean. It looks
Yeah,
like there's another
there was
row.
one more tile on the right. Yeah.
Yeah.
One more row.
Yeah, this battle map needs a little bit of retouching.
Yeah. But now Crazed has Shadow Dancers in hand, so it might be able to recover. And Sun needs to just keep blitzing.
Do you think?
Yeah, they could have moved
Sarlacc,
one left to get the extra Sarlacc. Punch of Echo says that, and yeah.
If they moved one left, they would have put themselves in range of that top keeper. It's actually a lot of damage on the table.
That's true. That's a little scary. Makes sense. I think taking 3 more damage is a lot when there's Revenant on the table or Puncher.
I think about next turn. Maybe Craze can do something. No, he doesn't have 9 mana. It would have been cool if he could play the Shadow Dancer around Revenant by locking it behind Blood Moon, Raidling garbage. But he doesn't have 9 mana, and Sun has Ritual
Wait, is
Banishing.
Craze
anyway.
just dead?
Really?
No, he's at 1.
Nice. I didn't even check for Lethal. I wonder if Lethal was missed or something. I didn't even think about it. Do you think there was Lethal, Smarty?
Surely, right? If Shadow Nova did 4 damage to you, why not just Revenant and do 6? I guess they didn't have any space. But yeah, there probably was lethal. If they spaced it around slightly better, I imagine.
Let's see if
Yeah,
Sun
Shadow
gets
Dance on
punished.
Ritual Banishing.
So Sarlacc deck is rushing Sarlacc deck.
Yeah, it's a lot of Sarlaccs going down on both sides.
He only gets 4 lifesteal, so I guess GG. Oh, maybe he gets OP spawns, like this. Then maybe he can live? Oh, he got 2 spawns next to his general. But he's still super dead to Revenant, so... Why
Yeah.
oops?
A Sarlacc spawned next to a unactivated Sarlacc, and he didn't trade the damage in for 2 more health.
Okay, at least it didn't matter.
Wait, that means an extra win. We're continuing on.
The eggs are coming back.
So what's the next deck? We are in the darkest timeline so far, Smarty.
Oh no, Magmar's getting played now. Maybe
Nice.
the hero Spirit Harvester Metamorphosis will save us here.
Let's see what's in this deck. Crawler, Primus, Mystic, lot of 2-drops. Elder. Plasma Storm. They do have a bit of dead cards in his deck, right? Net Select and Plasma Storm. Well, Plasma Storm can be good in the first 2 turns, maybe, but it's pretty passive. We need to kill them, right?
Yeah, I think this might actually be quite tough for this Magma deck.
Yeah.
If they can't assemble the Metamorphosis stuff.
Didn't they also only have 2 manas? I couldn't see properly.
2 metas.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. At least they have Shroud and a good early game in hand right now. I think I would even keep the Vindicator because a good Sarlacc player would backline the Sarlacc. Well, maybe not against Magmar because you don't expect Shroud that much, but yeah, you can actually kill the Sarlacc with Vindicator Shroud. So I think I would keep the Vindicator for that reason. It's also something you can just tempo out if you get garbage draws.
Yeah. This is looking pretty good for Zizatel. Found the Dispel. Probably keep the Vindicator.
I wonder
Maybe
if he
not.
gets punished for replacing that. Because now you're not going to be able to kill the Sarlacc. Would have been pretty nice to have Vindicator Shroud here, right?
It looks like if Sun places a Sarlacc there, it will in fact be dispellable.
Oh, I felt like it was always going to be dispellable, but it's important to actually kill it because of Keeper and Nether Summoning, and maybe
Yes,
this
yes,
was the
good
Consuming
point.
Rebirth deck.
This was not the Consuming Rebirth deck. That was crazed.
Crazed.
Zohan says, playing Silithar towards the top tile instead of the bottom tile is a misplay. Love to see it. I'm
Someone
always
should
a
mug
bottom
me.
tile enjoyer myself. Whoa. They are killing it.
Imagine if
That
they
is
had
the
just
nuclear option.
Yeah, that's super nuclear. I don't agree with that at all. Like, first of all, if you had kept Vindicator, who cost only 2 cards, and you got rid of 2/3 of your combo that can answer any Sarlacc board. I know that's super far ahead, but that's why I feel like it's better to like replace them or something. Sun wishes he had 1 more mana, then it would be a decent turn. I don't know what's correct here, Smarty, because you could even... No, you always have to kill Harvester as Sarlacc deck because of Metamorphosis.
Yeah.
So I guess just Blood here, the end.
Yeah. You could also just pass, and then next turn, if they hit you with the Harvester, you could kill it off. Right? So delays their development by a turn. You aren't getting anything down, so you don't really care that you're missing this turn.
Yeah.
Yep. They're just making
Well,
life annoying. Not sure about using the lure, but
I guess it's to deny the mana tile.
yeah, seems fair enough. Not super fussed about denying Magmar 5 mana though. What are they going to do? Play another Harvester?
They're gonna
Yeah,
play
nobody
Lady
plays
Luck and the
bosses.
boy, right?
But
Oh,
then they'll
that's
get,
scary.
maybe those will get hit by the Thalaxar, and it's like, oh, no, less scary. Not the Thalaxar, but the Spirit Harvester.
Maybe it was incorrect to lure it on the tile because, yeah, I don't... With a Harvester on a board, there's no good 3+2 or even a 5-mana play, right? And now the Harvester is just close to you. But maybe some actually likes the idea of being able to kill it soon with a General Punch. Anyway, like set up another summoning or something. Because you do want to kill it before you start Sarlaccing, at least.
Yes. That's for sure. So talking about matchups, who do we expect to like? Somebody's clearly happier that this game is going on longer. Do we think it's Sun? Or do we think it's Zizitel? Because on one hand, giving Sun more time gives him time to find the, Novas and Revenants and the Sarlacc stuff. But on the same time, on the same end, it's giving Zizitel time to assemble this Flash Harvester Metamorphosis combo.
Well, because of Nova, I definitely think it's better for Sun
Ooh.
to have more time.
That's pretty cute.
Yeah. This is why I thought Sun put it in the towel to set up another
Right,
summoning.
makes sense. That's very smart.
I feel like Zezetel should have played one card last turn, Mystic on the Harvester, maybe.
Maybe.
I guess he wanted to kill off his own Harvester because he can't develop, but
Yeah, but now he also can't develop, and there's a Spirit
Yeah.
Harvester that's not his on the board. That's
Yeah.
a disaster.
so we are seeing some kind of Harvester hero arc, but it's on the wrong side.
Yeah, yeah.
And that makes it an even darker timeline, because it's fucking Harvester and Sarlacc. Holy shit.
Think of all the
The
death rock
darkest of
triggers you get.
timelines. A million.
No, it is dying, but valiant effort by Traitor Harvester.
It's a horrible turn though. It gives Sun time, which is what it needs. They take 5 damage. Sun also doesn't have much to do. Well, copy the blood here is not horrible.
Yeah. He'll take
I
it,
feel
right?
like the
You're ahead on
Novas-
health. Yeah, we're hitting into Nova turns.
Yeah, and you can chain them, and then you also still got triple Revenants, and you also still got Sarlacc cheese to win with. So looks solid for Sun.
Just gotta play around Mecantor as best he can. Which isn't too difficult here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Sun.
Yeah, Zezetel doesn't even really have much of a win con in hand, right? Like, how do you win the game with that hand?
Yeah. His deck is kind of win con light, honestly.
Does
Missing,
he have Elders? I
He
forgot.
has,
He does have
he has
Elders,
2
but that's like
elders.
it. This is not playing around Mecantor. Although it's kind of fine if I do play Mecantor, because then you can Shadow Nova to clear them both.
Yeah, I think it was on purpose for that reason. And then you also
like
keep
that.
the general near you for more damage, right?
Yeah,
This
pretty
is the
smart.
second time Sun's had a pretty clever bait against Zeze.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true. Two positional baits.
Alright, there's the first Nova coming down. This is Zizitel drops to, what, 8 at the end of his turn if Sun hits? That's just second Nova lethal. Is there enough space on the side of the board that you can get 8 damage no matter where he goes? Yes, there are Rejuves in his hand though, and Mystics.
Yeah, they're pretty necessary. Young Slitter. Says
Seems
still can
greedy
play
to
around
me.
entirely. Yeah, same. I mean, he's not going to die, but well, actually, he could die to Nova Void Pulse. Yeah. So that's way too greedy. I think Nova Void Pulse is not that unrealistic. They didn't play any Void Pulses yet, right?
They played 2, I think. Or maybe it was last
What?
game.
That was in the last game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, it all blends together.
It's understandable.
Okay, so no lethal. I think Sun might just want to slam Nova again. I mean, figure it out later. He's got the Night Sorrows to clear off minions that start hitting him.
I feel like
yeah, using Blood Tear now actually might be better. Save Manova for actually killing them.
That is
I
the
feel like if
one
you
mana blood
push him
tier,
to
right?
1 now. Yeah, it's a 1 mana blood tier. I wonder, can Zezatel kill you if you just send Nova blood to your face and you hit with your general? You would go to 15, then with 6, 9. So they would need 7 damage out of hand. It's, I mean, it's obviously
You've
possible
seen
for
Vindicator,
Magmar.
so it's a little scary, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, this play is pretty good. Sets up lots of damage. Gets them to 10, so next turn if you can hit them, you can Nova them to death.
So this is another Macanter bait, right?
Yes.
If they top deck Macanter, it's still good though, because they do have a Mystic to play together. And then you can also block the general hit easily by walking diagonally forward, up, Macanter where you would expect it. And well, you still need to kill the Night Sorrow actually, so that doesn't even work.
Plasma Storm is alright here, right? You go like, I guess you can't Plasma Storm Rejuve. But you can Plasma Storm Mystic. And you could even Greater Fortitude your Silithar to keep it alive.
Yeah. Which is definitely worth, I think. For the people that are confused, this is pre-patch. This is not 4 mana Plasma Storm. So it does kill the Night Sorrow. The creep is super awkward though for the young Silithar.
Yeah, like it's just sort of has to watch as Vath gets pummeled.
You know, I think it might have been correct to pre-buff the Mystic instead and like backline the egg, because I don't see how that thing can ever hit face. Oh, they're just going to walk onto the creep. Then it makes sense.
Yeah, violence.
But then they didn't. I mean, there's no reason not to play
buffing
around
it's kind of a
Class
waste.
What is a waste?
Buffing it at all is kind of a waste at point if you just want 3 damage, right? You can surely get that later. Maybe
Yeah.
not. Is that just... Nope, that's still 1 off.
You know, I thought
So it's just
Zezatel was
like-
playing into Grasp for no reason. Like Nova Grasp is now lethal because of his young Silithar positioning, but actually he might be able to prime his fist and egg now, and maybe it will be relevant if like
That's
Sun
true.
put shit in his face, right?
Yeah. That's relevant, that's for sure.
Especially with Metamorphosis. Well, this deck, yeah, it could like play a bunch of Sarlacc and then Metamorphosis prime his fist. I don't know. It's probably not going to be relevant, but
Yeah, I'm expecting like just like a Shadow Dancer turn.
yeah.
Shadow Dancer Blood Tear or Shadow Dancer Night Sorrow.
You can actually play Shadow Dancer around Macanter, kind of. No, the egg. The egg on the creep tile.
The
fuck
egg!
that, actually.
It's fine, because if they Macantor you and they don't heal themselves, you're just going to die to Nova, right? Oh no, it's not enough damage. This is only 2 deaths.
Oh, and then it's
Yeah.
still 1 off, yeah.
Sun has been 1 off for like a year at this point.
And Zez did get the Macanter.
But he's
can't
stepping
move too
forward. Yeah.
I hope for them that don't. I mean, it feels really stupid to run away against this deck as Magma, right? But I think they just have to, even though it feels stupid.
Yeah. Not a lot of options.
Yeah, he's running away now. If you have big balls, you could Mystic the Macanter. But then you die to Nova Void balls. Oh, he's going for the balls. He went for balls.
Exciting.
Hold
This
back
means that a
balls.
Rev is just gonna win, right? Like, not this turn, but... Like, Revenant
Yeah,
Blood
over 2
Tier and
turns.
Nova Blood Tier.
Yeah.
There's a lot of damage. Right, I'm gonna excuse myself for a bit to form ablutions and maybe eat something, but I'll be back in, a couple of minutes probably.
No
Okay.
problem.
Yeah. See you guys.
See you. I do agree with Smarty that it's probably just over. You can just play Revenant into Nova.
Yeah, they say it doesn't have any real sustain to outlast this end game that's about to happen here.
Yeah, and he also doesn't have Vindicator's Sword of a Crown, right? Because that would kill Sun. I mean, he can't top deck into it now, of course, but...
He has Elder, not Sword of a Crown, though. Vindicator Flash Elder would have been something. But you need the Flash, too.
And here, that's not even lethal, even if they had it. Because Sun plays super safe.
This is actually really good positioning against some sort of double 2-unit Vindicator finisher. Because only 1 unit can fit in like this.
Yeah, and it's also really hard to Mecanter everything. They would need to play 2-drop Flash, 2-drop Mecanter to Mecanter everything. That's not very likely.
That'd be pretty absurd if they pulled it off. We do have a Vindicator on the top. 9 healing is not enough to get out of range of Blood Tier, but I did notice Sun actually replaced the Blood Tier. Instead of thinking of doing a back-to-back Revenant Blood Tier and then Nova Blood Tier to finish, they actually sacrificed that 1 floating damage they had. Since they can escape death for another turn. Granted, the 3rd Nova is in hand.
He would have to net select his own egg, though, to actually avoid it. Oh, looks like he's actually doing that.
The Revenant would finish him off instead if it was able to hit that. I like how he backs up further. I really don't want to be near this.
He actually is 1 card of potential lethal. He has Vindicator Elder. He needs Flash and Reach. And not dying this turn, which is going to happen, right? Yeah, because Sun replaced that Blood Tier. Imagine if Sun loses now because he replaced that Blood Tier.
Oh yeah. There's actually an opening here, and if the Emerald Rejuvenator is left alive to position closer, like there could be a way. It's not impossible, although it doesn't look very probable.
Well, that's why I hope for Sun that he shrouds to lock his general entirely in, because then there is no lethal, there is no Flash, Vindicator, Elder lethal for sure. And then he can also move the Revenant forward if he wants to, although I don't think that's even relevant. You just Nova phase 2 turns in a row. But yeah, let's see if he locks himself in.
Yeah, I see no reason not to put a safety shroud down. I do like the extra consideration though. Sun saying, let's not leave anything to chance. And just give it to that Rejuvenator. And I've got you on the next turn, more than likely.
Because the next one would do 12. Well, that means another rejuve. Maybe it was the last one though. I didn't keep track of the healing, but he played a lot of healing already.
I think he played 2 rejuves. There is 1 left in the deck.
So he could survive another turn. 12, 14. Oh, okay, then no. Because of the Void Pulse, he's just dead.
Yeah, with that Void Pulse, we would need... I don't think he replaced, but maybe the Primus was the replace, I'm not sure. But yeah, with the Void Pulse in hand, we would need Earth Sphere to save us from this scenario.
Yeah. And now it's just over.
Rest in peace, brave Magmar warrior.
So that means the reverse Sarlacc sweep is still happening.
You are potentially living in the darkest timeline.
Harvester didn't even do a redemption arc.
Honestly,
opposite.
it worked against him in that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, coming up next, out of their 2 remaining lists, we have Untitled Vitruvian. I'm not sure what to make of this Vitruvian list. What are your thoughts here? Because there are many. One of spell tech cards and just a whole bunch of variety. It's kind of like Obelisk, but we also have Sabotage Mechanist or Imperial Saboteur and Zenrui with a Blind Scorch as well.
Yeah, this deck just looks like to find versatility. It doesn't look that good against Sarlacc. Yes, you have amazing proactive plays that can just kill them if they don't answer it, but I feel like their deck is pretty good at answering all this shit. They have too much removal. Lure can be amazing against Obelisk because you can just run away. Obviously, this deck can win from range, just needs time. So you can just run away, and then if you really need to deal with an Obelisk, you can lure it with the board you developed and backlined. Shroud and Keeper, so you can potentially play a lot of Shrouds. Blood Tear, Night Sorrow, just Night Sorrow in general. Ritual Banishing, and then in the late game, Obelisks just get eaten by Revenants, and yeah, it doesn't look like a great matchup for that deck. But if they just don't find Shrouds and shit, then they do die very fast. They just have to pray that they don't draw removal well, and then they can kill fast for sure. But I don't think stealing stuff works here.
Maybe you could set up some kind of crazy long con, let Sarlacc get carried away, and then do a Wild Stars Fury lethal or something. That would probably be way too risky though.
It is like impossible to play around Fury with Sarlacc, so yeah, it could be a real thing. I'm actually surprised that they replaced a Mystic, but maybe you just have to find Sarlacc in his deck, I guess, because these 2 Mystics that they had in their opening hand is like their only real early game in the entire deck.
Maybe they knew they would play the one, and so they weren't concerned about following it up with another one. Yeah, I might have fished for my Sarlacc. It's kind of the risk you have to take with Abyssian, right? You have a very linear game plan at the start. Probably throughout the match, they have a pretty linear game plan. So Chocobo piloting this Vitruvian list. They have the precious Siphon Energy in hand. They're going to want to hold on to that more than likely. And the Portal Guardian opener is not too bad.
There's one problem with Siphon versus Chromatic Cold. I've seen some play this deck a bit now, right? And he has actually been positioning his Sarlacc well. So I think if he gets a Sarlacc, he will not allow it to be Siphon punched, and then he can just keep it or something, you know. Against Sarlacc, Chrome Cold, at least against people that know how to play the deck, Chrome Cold will be so much nicer than Siphon.
Very true.
Because you need to actually kill it.
But Vitruvian doesn't have Chrome Cold to work with. Maybe they can use that Rasha's Curse up with Siphon and pretend it's Chrome Cold in an efficient way.
It is Chrome Cold. It just costs 2 cards. It's a 2-card Chrome Cold. I would probably not even replace here, because Mystic, Hit Face, Heal the Mystic, Shroud is good, and you need all the Shrouds in your deck for this matchup. Then you cannot really lose in the early game, and you win the late game anyway. Maybe you would replace the Keeper, but it's like your only mid-game minion, right?
I think, yeah, I might want to keep the Keeper because it'll help refill your hand too here.
Yeah. And there even is a chance that you can play Shroud Keeper next turn if none of the mana tiles are taken.
That would be a really nice play as well. They only have 2 shrouds, so the second one in hand is all the dispelling they're gonna do.
Oh, they're playing 2 shrouds, not triple. What the fucking high roll then?
I think it's too. Maybe the chart's too small for even me to see. It could be 3. I can't tell from my perspective. I kind of hope it's 3. If it's 3, they have 9 2-drops. If it's 2, they have 8. We all know how bad
Yeah.
8 feels.
It's already. I think the chance to miss your turn 1 is like 20% if you play 9 2-drops. I think I checked that last time. If you, and that's in a solo fit deck. If you play only 3 offs and you have 9 2-drops, then I think the chance to have a turn 1 play after 4 replaces is 80% or something.
Yeah, it's in that ballpark then. And Sun has been nailing it too. They have not missed a turn 1, I think, so far.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm back to tell Faroka he's wrong, it's 90%.
Oh.
90%? Is that much?
90%. Duelyst has a tool to tell you.
Yeah, I thought it was in the 84
Yeah,
ballpark for 9 on full mulligan and 1 replace, but I don't remember the number offhand.
I also checked through Decklist, but my memories is quite garbage usually.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. It would be embarrassing but fair if I'm wrong.
What do you guys think about
deck builder that's not 9 minions to check? Anyway, game.
Yes.
These Portal Guardians. They're doing things. Not
Such
anymore.
as getting shrouded.
They're losing their
Yeah.
special powers.
That sucks.
I
Poor Portal
I
Guardians.
can't believe they drew all fucking mystics and all shrouds by 4 mana in this deck with no early game.
It's that easy. You just do what you need to do.
And now he can keep her a shroud too because it's backlined.
And just to make sure you're caught up, Smarty, this Guardian, well, they're removing it, but it was already pre-dispelled as well.
Yeah, just got first wish, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you could go for a fairly significant clear and then not develop anything further here.
I think for Shogo's sake, you should probably do that. It's not a good turn. But imagine if that shroud also gets keepered. I feel like it's just already over because somehow with his good early and mid game, he's already behind on board bigly on 4 mana against this Starlight deck with basically no early game. And we already know who wins the late game. So I'm not feeling too optimistic for Shoko.
Oh no, you are correct, Faroka. It is 81.8% according to Duelyst.
There you go. Thanks for checking.
Yeah, the Star's Fury cleans up, but it's still you're on the back foot against the Sarlacc pile. Having the Dispel ready for a Sarlacc is nice, but
I think the real 5 mana Tempest is Star's Fury, not Harvester.
yeah. Yeah.
Feels fat, man.
The Sun just looking to develop a Shadow Dancer, honestly, probably the best thing that they can do. You kind of just gotta put something out there. This is,
I mean, it's not bad, right?
yeah.
It sort of demands an answer. At some point, if not right now. And I think you are just happy to head into the long game, right? Even if you aren't on Sarlacc stuff, you've just got Shadownovas and Revenants.
Yeah, it's just to give them something to do, and then, like you say, you just win with the 7 drops. But Shoko could replace into the one of Blind Scourge. Then this could be a game. Okay, so you're going to replace it. No one of Blind Scourge anyway.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't take the
preserve this
chance for
item.
the Blind Scorch there. I probably would have replaced the Fireblaze and just used. I mean, you can either Dispel, or you could Rasha's Curse Doomcaster to clear, right?
Yeah, and both are bad, right? Because the Russia's Doomcaster, you only play a 2-1 in that turn, that's it. And the Siphon means Sarlacc, and maybe also Revenant is going to fuck you. And also, the 5/4 doesn't die, so it will just get Keepered or something, or Nether Summoning. But yeah, we know there is Keeper.
Yeah, I suppose the replace makes a lot of sense if you're not banking on your one of showing up, even though it would be really nice there. So you're looking for another 3-drop to go along with the Fireblaze, or a 2 at worst.
Yeah. But double
Yeah.
Fireblaze is like threatening a lot of damage with Rashes and Mirage Master and Dunecaster and stuff. Like, this is
Yeah, but
scary.
Sun did a perfect top deck though.
Yep. This is like Lure plus Keeper, probably. Maybe Lure Sarlacc.
Yeah. They're both good. Sun, I like it that he's going to walk forward and go against the wall against Shoko because he has already seen Star Fury. Because you could also walk backwards and make some lure play, right? But I think it is correct what he's doing to go against the wall. And for the rest of the game, he can play around Star Fury super easily.
Yeah.
Do you send the Shadow Dancer backwards and then not play the new one yet, but have it ready to go for the following turn?
I think we're gonna lure. I think what we expect is the lure to go on the Fireblaze Obelisk, but hasn't been hit yet, so that it can be killed.
Yeah.
And that doesn't leave any room for the other Shadow Dancer. I think saving the second Shadow Dancer for like a time when you can fit it in really easily
Right.
seems good. Only one mana.
This is exactly what I would have done as well. I just mean instead of bringing the Shadow Dancer forward to die now to this Dervish in general, if you moved it backwards.
Yeah. Or you could put the Keeper where the Dervish is now, because I don't think a 6-mana Star Fury is that good. It would still be kind of skip turn.
You're right. That probably is better.
Mirage Master on the Fireblaze is kind of garbage, but it does give a clean kill on the Shadow Dancer. It's probably just better to Doomcaster and kill the Keeper instead. Not probably, for sure. What else to play though? He could Doomcaster then and go face. I don't think you do have to go face soon as soon as possible.
Yeah,
even though
this
the
is not
5/4
looking good for
No.
Chocobo.
You could maybe set up your Portal Guardian to two up to block the general in, and then copy the fresh Portal Guardian in a pretty aggressive position, and then hope you can do overwhelming damage on the following turn, maybe. You sacrifice your Fireblaze if you do that, though.
I don't know why Shoko put the Doomcaster near the Shadow Dancer though. It was not really necessary. I think you have to risk Grasp because you haven't seen it at all in those Sarlacc games.
I think this Sarlacc deck is like, not refined, because that's the wrong word. But when you see Nova and Sarlacc in the same deck, you know basically their entire list. Because there's so little wiggle room, and Grasp usually doesn't fit into those, like, I'd say 99% of the time.
Sun
It
is
is very hard
on
to
a 3-win streak at the moment. So they've seen enough of the deck. Maybe they are comfortable that there's no Grasp, as none have been played by now.
Yeah, but I mean, because they can be comfortable that there's no Grasp, I think you should have put the Doomcaster somewhere else, where it doesn't die to the Shadow Dancer. Like below Sash, then they can't run away from the Doomcaster. It actually also plays around Grasp anyway. And yeah, it
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
buy on board to the Shadow Dancer.
No, you're right.
Yeah, I follow what you mean now. The Doomcaster is kind of sticking his neck out just to feed the Shadow Dancer a favorable trade right here.
Oh, now Zenrui is nice. That 1/1.
Nice Stars Fury
Oh, yeah.
formation.
They just can't really do much alongside the Zinrui, right?
Yeah, they would need to be able to clear all the things that can hit the 1/1 in the same turn. Don't think that's possible with 3 more mana.
Yeah, Sun's also like avoided a Portal Guardian down at the bottom. It like just can't do anything this turn.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, first wish, see what we get. And it's not looking great. Mechanist is cute with Zenrui, but unfortunately not necessary to steal this particular Shadow Dancer. Normally you'd need 2 Mechanists. Mechanists? They're not called Mechanists anymore, they're Saboteurs, aren't they?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Saboteurs. They've changed their job title.
Rashes to clear the dispelled big Shadow Dancer.
It's only 3 damage, so I guess not a bad turn. You're gonna lose your fancy healing unit, but
And the CPG at the end of turn could be nice for Portal Guardian.
Yeah.
They can easily kill it this turn though, the Portal Guardian.
this is a rather crippling Nova on Zenrui in general. Then you can just use your minions to take the other 2 if you want.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another summoning your Shadow Dancer back is on the table now.
That's kind of cute.
It will be a 5/4 as well, again, for the people in chat that are new. Keeper things
It is
get revived
kind of awkward,
normally.
but like, when you nether summoning, you want to kill all the minions first before you do it, so you won't get the Death Watch triggers off your new Shadow Dancer.
Yeah.
But still, it's a 5/4.
And a 5/4 that needs to be dealt with, even if it gets a backline spawn.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Well, the Nova play is still defensible if that's what they end up going with, but doesn't look like it.
Summoning
Looks like we are nether summoning.
Yeah, it's a very silly one.
This is the fun stuff you get to do as
Wham.
Abyssian, though.
Yay! Oh, the Portal Guardian grows. That's kind of cool.
That's pretty disgusting.
I wonder if that's RNG.
That works, yeah.
Is it RNG? Like which one spawns first or something? Or I don't know.
My guess is it's just the way the interaction is. They probably all spawn at the same time, but Portal Guardian counts it anyway. One of my pet peeves is when you Mirage Master a Portal Guardian, in my opinion, because the opening gambit copies the thing first. The copy should not get the +1 buff for playing the Mirage Master, but it does get the +1 buff, which makes no sense in my brain. But that's Duelyst.
I think most people feel that way about Zenrui on Araki as well.
Yeah,
it's also
it's
pretty
the same
weird.
situation. This has turned into Dancer Wars. I like it. And this is a G.
Yeah. Your Shadow Dance is just to go even, so that their Shadow Dance doesn't kill you.
Yeah.
The only concern here is we have 11 damage on the face.
Yeah, I think this is just lethal. Right?
Yeah, you blocked here.
Yeah. Is that when we're going to game 11?
This is game 11. Sun is trying his hardest to win it for the eggs. They have one more match to play.
And it's against Lionar. Will this Lionar deck have Dispel?
I kept it for last, so I'm guessing not.
Yeah, before I reveal it, you guys know Zowie pretty well. What do you think Zowie brought?
Right. Right. Yep. Okay. I think there are 6 2-mana minions, and they are 3 Healing Mystics and 3 Windblade Adepts.
It's kind of close.
There's one upside though to Zawidel deck. It just kills you from full health.
That's true.
So you just need to run them out of answers.
Well, this is our Zowie list for this week.
That's character development. That's a 7th 2-mana minion.
Triple Divine Bond list. Old Divine
I saw Zowie say
Triple
that he
Zoriel?
put in the line for luck. Oh yeah, he did that for a long time already.
Oh my
No, it's
lord.
Zowie.
Yeah. Yeah. I've always just tunnel visioned on the early game parts of his lists. But yep, this is... I mean, if any deck can out-greed fucking triple Nova, triple Nether Summoning, Sarlacc, Keeper, you know, that stuff. It's this deck. With triple Zia, triple Zuriel.
Yeah, this is just full proactive against full proactive. Although, yeah, the biggest problem for Zowie is, well, I guess Azatel, is that Sun, there's so much removal in the deck. That's the only problem. But yeah, if they just don't have removal for a big knee, you just kill them with double Divine Bond because this is pre-patch, pre-Divine Bond deletion.
Yeah.
I do think being able to kill from 25 health is exactly what you need against Sarlacc kind of deck.
Absolutely. So this is going to be an exciting game. Hopefully.
Fun insight in chat. Zohan says that Sun's Abyssian deck was designed explicitly to counter this Lionar deck. So it would be embarrassing if they lose here.
Is anyone else seeing that the Grandmaster's Year is just crossed out?
I
like that.
There's a little replace bug in this recording, so that X is going to be there the whole time. The minions should be accurate, though.
I blame Keeper.
No, I just like how the game's giving advice. Like, don't play that one. Oh, Keeper and Sarlacc.
You know, Decoy, the Elucidator OTK decks have not performed well in Team Wars. I don't think a single one that's shown up, which there's been a couple, have pulled off the OTK.
Which I'm happy about, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, 24 damage is a lot of damage. So here, is it like just Silver Guard, such that, yep, nice. This positioning stops for Night Sorrow Assassin from being able to hit the Silver Guard. It's really
Keeper
bad.
Night Sorrow is just good though.
I think Night Sorrow is also good. Yeah, Keeper Night Sorrow seems... Well, they could just play a Sarlacc. Get it going. You know Zowie doesn't play any Dispel.
But what about
True, and if the Silver Guard hard in his face.
Do they know Zay is using Zowie's list?
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, no Zowie card was played yet, so...
Well, they did miss turn 1.
That is a Zowie card, missing turn 1. Yeah. I mean, it's like only a slightly worse Second Wish, so it's kind of a card.
Yeah, but Second Wish is awful turn 1. You don't want
Yeah, right,
slightly
so
worse
this
than
is better.
awful. So yeah, I think keeping Night Sorrow seems pretty great.
Yeah, their team seems
If you
pretty
don't-
torn
if-
on the decision, though.
If you don't call out, like if you don't be like, this is exactly Zowie's deck, I know this for sure. Oh, but they're doing it. They have the call out. They believe. Okay, there's a Nether summoning. What can Zizek can ramp out an Iron Cliff, right?
Yeah.
Which is gonna get Night Sorrow. Oh, the Night Sorrow will catch it, either a real one or a keeped one, but they don't know that. And it seems worth giving a shot, given that you're a Divine Bond deck. You just gotta keep playing Big Rise until one of them, sticks.
Yeah, I don't think Zowie deck has any option but to just play the biggest thing in your hand every turn and pray.
Well, here we are with the biggest thing in their hand. It's an Iron Cliff, and next turn looks to be much of the same.
Too bad Sutton has 2 Night Sorrows in his hand, kind of.
Yeah.
They are going to go down a little bit health-wise, though. You could whip this first Iron Cliff instead, and remove the Silverguard Knight. Maybe develop Keeper, since that's 6 mana.
I would play Keeper this turn because it's 5 mana. Keep the Towel open, kill the Silverguard Knight, kill the... well, I guess you can't kill both because you need to ping it. Anyway, there was a world where you can Night Sorrow, Nether Summoning the next turn, and that seems insane against the Zowie deck.
But for Roku, you have to copy your Sarlacc.
It looks like it. Every time this series, people just keep copying their Sarlaccs. Even though I don't see how you can lose if you copy Night Sorrows against Zowie. If you have infinite removal, there's just nothing that deck can do.
Ah, well, you
They
made
are
the
copying
right
the
call.
Night Sorrow.
Yeah, they're copying Night Sorrow.
Very disciplined. Right. This is where we get Magnetized Divine Bond. Wham.
I'm actually kind of surprised Zowie doesn't play Magnetize in his Divine Bond list. It seems like
I
the kind
think
of
if you're
thing he would
playing
enjoy.
Bond, you want like one of Magnetized. Like unironically, I think it's just a good threat to have.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when you play Triple Decimate. I think he's playing only 2 this time. But in case you didn't know, Smarty, in most of his versions he had Triple Decimate.
Wow. That is a lot of decimates.
Yeah. I think that was before he put in the one of Lion.
Right, that makes sense. So, this time the Zowie might just be another Iron Cliff. It sucks because you know they have a Night Sorrow, right?
If they were paying attention, yeah. And
But, like,
with
what else
that
can
in
you do?
mind, you still have no great alternatives.
Like, you just play this Iron Cliff, it gets eaten by a 1-mana Night Sorrow, and then hopefully you're just like, I really hope that we get to stick a Zia, I guess. That's your plan. Alright. Second Cliff. Second Bond. That's exciting.
Oh my.
Well, One Mana Night Sorrow also still works with Nether Summoning. And
Oh
you can
my
get
god.
another Night Sorrow back, just suicide it
And
into
a
the
Sarlacc?
Overgrowth.
Oh.
And then also play Void Pulse if you really want. Oh yeah, the Sarlacc too. Oh, okay, this looks over. If Sal
Yep.
makes that play, and I expect that, then I don't see how they can come back.
Oh man. Yeah.
So it's actually happening, the Darkest Timeline, where Sarlacc reverse sweeps and Harvester won the game, but for Sarlacc instead of against Sarlacc.
Yeah,
It's like
that's maybe. I still believe in Zizatel. I think that this Grandmaster Zero is going to get Divine Bonded twice and win the game somehow.
I hope it, because I don't want to be in the darkest timeline. Oh, well, they fucked up big time.
Oh my god!
So it's actually
dear.
indeed not over. Sun was
That
playing
is-
pretty well so far, but
That is a huge misplay. That might cost
Yeah.
him the game.
Yeah.
The
Like, I still
entire
think they're
series.
ahead.
I'll
They're
clarify.
still
will be
ahead
so-
by quite a margin.
it will be so funny if this like stops the reverse sweep, especially because he actually played well so far, and then such a nonsense misplay that happens once per 100 games. Like everyone knows not to do that. It's just an accident, right?
Yeah, Zohan called it out. I think it was just a misclick. I was just gonna clarify that what you all witnessed did actually happen. No keeper visual bugs going on.
It could have been. Yeah.
That would have been a
have been
funny
such
bait.
a-
Oh no. Now Sun's kind of low. I don't have an answer for this Zia. This, like, could be bad.
I don't know if I'm going to feel bad, yes or no, because it super feels Batman to reverse sweep and then that kind of misclick ending everything, but it's also fucking Sarlacc, so
Imagine how you'd feel if you were Sun. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, we've got this game locked up. We're going to get an Iron Cliff. We're going to buy another Sarlacc. We still have a Nightster in our hand. Like,
and then would get a 3/3
the
vanilla
fortitude on
too.
this guy to keep going, right? Like, oh my god. It'll be a huge story, whoever wins this. Okay, second Nova. That's something.
If you play Nova this turn, then the second Nova can be removal, which is the biggest problem of this hand against Zowie deck, is that you don't have removal in hand. So
Mhm.
just getting the Nova out to set up a removal card in your hand could be correct. And lures also become removal-ish. Not against Zir
Yes.
yet, but...
Okay, what's Zowie got? Is it just gonna be Slam Azir? Probably.
Zuro is
Oh, the
actually
Night
good
Sorrow
against
draw.
this, though.
They drew
Okay,
the
I
third
think,
Night Sorrow.
Then Sun just did BM. You just did the reverse sweep with big BM.
Oh, and the Night Sorrow, they have enough mana near the summoning Vizier.
Man. Then it's literally BM, because he made that misplay to not play Nether Summoning, to keep it for the Zir. Yep. All intentional.
Oh my god. They did it. They redrew the Night Sorrow. Oh boy. Surely it's just a Zia Slam. There's nothing else you can possibly do in this situation. Oh, they're putting it far away though. I like that. Like,
They do have Pseudo Magnetize, they do have Elix, but that's not really fast enough.
Okay, so Zia off watching the action, draw a second Zerael, because of course.
Of course, Blood Tier, never punished.
Oh,
At least they can't
they can't
Nether
never
Summoning.
summoning it, yeah.
Yeah. So they could
Do you
also
hold
wait
it
a
for
turn.
later?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could for next turn. As
But
long
if
as you
you
play
wait-
around Elix.
If you wait, then they can Zuriel the Zia.
That is true.
And then the game just goes off the rails because both sides have a Grandmaster Zia in play.
I mean, you could just say the Zir will spawn onto the creep, right? The
That's true.
Zurel.
You can make the like 1 in 30 guess. Not 1 in 30, 4
Yeah.
in 30 guess. What a game.
That feeds the idea more to me that Son did it on purpose to make the series more exciting, give it a real finale feeling, right? A real finals
I mean,
feeling.
this series would have real feeling anyway because it would be a Sarlacc reverse sweep, but like, what is going on?
They are going for the Nether summoning Azir. They don't die to Elix Divine Bond, right? No.
No.
Oh, also that's 9 mana. They don't have it yet.
Oh yeah, it's not new Divine Bond. So here we have a second Zia. And a Sun Drop, probably.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Oh, they're not playing a big boy?
They're not? I guess killing the Shadow Dancer probably makes... It's just like, I don't know, it seems mana inefficient to me.
Yeah. Zowie would have just slammed Zir. Kills Batman. I wish Zowie was here with me.
Oh my god. Okay, so now the Shadow Dancer's gone. What's the play? You put a Windblade somewhere, but where is it? Where is that somewhere?
You know, especially with Novas, it's an awkward card to play.
That seems like a good spot.
I'm really surprised it didn't just slam Zir, especially like in an aggressive position, because you have Zuro anyway if it dies. I would have just put a Zir aggressively. There's no transform in Abyss, so...
Alright,
now they
here we are.
play their own. You're gonna get a shit ton of garbage. If they walk one forward, I don't even know how many minions, because Sarlacc can still kill itself, right?
They'll get like a few. Not that many minions have actually died, right? So far it's just Zia. They'll kill it. They'll get a
Zir.
Windblade, a Mystic, and a Sarlacc
Sarlacc.
as well.
Oh, okay, he's just 4.
They do need to be careful of now Elix Divine Bond. I guess they're at quite a lot of health. That's not a huge issue.
Oh, and now it's guaranteed that the Iron Cliff... No, could still go into the corner, the Iron Cliff spawn. Well, they also have fucking Zir to not die. And they got the... Oh, no,
They don't have an Iron
have
Cliff spawn. They just have a Sarlacc and a Windblade. And a Mystic.
But yeah, no way you die through Zir.
And now it's just a Zuriel.
Yeah, Zurel and pray that you don't get a spawn on the creep.
Oh, there's the Lucky Lion.
Plus give us luck, Lion. Can the Iron Cliff kill itself this turn? I can't see the number, the health on the
Don't
small
think
screen.
so.
It is 6 HP.
Yeah, it cannot.
I wonder why they didn't kill the Night Sorrow, because now Iron Cliff dies to creep, and you have a 3/3 that can hit your face, the Windblade.
They just aren't playing. They aren't playing the Zuriel yet. They want more.
Oh, then they really like the Lucky Lion. Two lions, I guess. 2 Lucky Lions.
Oh, there's another Zuriel. What is this game?
I hope Zurel into Zurel happens with a bunch of Zir respawns. But maybe there's lethal now with creep. No way actually. They can't kill Arjun.
Still seems like a very good Nova, right? This Zuriel's gonna rebuy an Ironclip and a Zia though. And
Yeah.
threaten some stupid Divine Bond lethals itself.
No, true, because that's already 16.
Oh, but wait, they have Ritual Banishing and they're replacing the Ritual Banishing. They can like get another side, like they can get more. They can go hard. What is this game?
I really hope nobody dies soon. I just want to see 6 Zeers on both sides. And that they actually jump into Zeer, and somebody makes a misplay because they don't know which Zeer is the general. I hope for all that
Yeah.
shit. But I'm afraid one of them is going to die soon or something.
Well, the
Well,
Zuriel's
mostly
super
Linar.
threatening,
Yeah. But if the
depending on where the
Zeer
Zia spawns, they could just be dead on board.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy shit.
What the fuck is this board?
He's the real Lion General now.
Hey, perfect spawn on the Zeer! Yes! It's literally the best spawn for Zeer possible. We might
It
actually
is.
keep memeing.
If only they hadn't body blocked with because the Zuriel in the corner threatens double Divine Bond lethal, right?
Yeah, it does.
So, if they hadn't blocked with the Zuriel,
Then Martyrdom on the Ironclip. Well, there would still be 2 Zeers, but I guess you can double Divine Bond to put them into one of the 2
oh
Zeers.
right, they have Zia. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Good point. Did
So
Zuriel
some-
just blast? Zuriel's counterattack animation is insane.
It is. It's beautiful.
I've never seen that before. Holy crap.
It is a beautiful minion, Duro. The Sun actually finally ran out of removal, but now he just has 7 drops forever. Goodbye, Arjun.
Can Zuriel resummon your general if your general died? I know the answer is no, but
Yeah, I actually tested something like that on stream in Sandbox, where if like the Zeer that becomes your general either or something, and then you go into the next, I don't know, something super niche, I don't remember. It was something Macer theorized that it could be not coded properly, but it was coded properly. So there is nothing funny we can see with that, unfortunately.
so this is probably over, right? I don't see how Zizatel comes back from this.
The only way to come back from this is double Divine Bond, still.
Through
Because it
the
is still an
multiple
OTK.
Zias.
Well, there's only 1 Zeer left now. And
true.
Zezatel dodged lethal, I think. Well, maybe not because of lure. Yeah, lure.
Lure knows there is lethal.
Weapon.
Okay.
Yeah. That's
Does that, wait,
sad.
that means the reverse sweep happened.
We did see a reverse sweep happen, but it is the darkest
Incognito won
timeline.
5 matches in a row. And then
For nothing.
Sun won 5 matches in a row back.
Yeah.
Oh
I wish
my
we didn't
God.
cast this. I wish we didn't cast this, because now ladder will be all Sarlacc again. Because now people think it's good.
I feel bad I predicted this. I was being silly. I was like, you know, there's no way that actually happens.
But it did. Even despite
Wow.
the Night Sorrow misplay.
All right, with that,
Congratulations.
yeah, congrats to Teus. They brought it back with a reverse sweep, but well fought on both teams' side. That brings us to the end of today's cast. anything you guys want to say for closing thoughts?
Please don't play that deck on ladder.
Or please do, and then we just queue Spell High, Smarty, both of us.
But
yeah,
that deck just
it
won
beat
against
Spell High there.
High. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Could be asking for your
it's
own
risky
demise.
business. Yeah. Yeah. The Night Star misplay was hype. But like all in all, that series was played pretty well, I think. Like a very high level. Incognito did some great things on Spell High.
Yeah.
And then I'm not really the expert on the Salak deck, but I mean, it clearly must have been played pretty well to win that many games in a row. Like,
Yeah, I think some played
fantastic
well
stuff.
too.
Also, good memory with the Mind Steel Jacks and the Sarlacc just in general.
No, it
So yeah,
comes
the
at
series
your
had it all.
expense, Craze, but that was my favorite moment too. Like, Craze has not been using Jax first week and second week. He had different lists. Brings Jax this week, and it gets played against him.
Yeah, Craze can just never, he can never win with Jax mentally, which is understandable. Same for me, honestly. It's a depressing card, especially when you're crazed. Craze, when does your card come out, and does it answer Jax when it gets released? That's my last question here.
Doesn't
It doesn't answer
Jax.
Jax, he says. Well,
Yeah.
let's see.
Platinum said no.
All right, well, thank you for joining me, Smarty and Faruka. We're going to end the cast here, just so everyone knows. Tomorrow we'll be live with the final 2 sets of Week 3. I will be joined by Bladum and Nick Lauren at 9:30 Eastern. So I'm going to try and get some sleep now, and I will see you guys in the morning.
Bye-bye.
See you.